and its people.
Nityanandam, and welcome to the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the second sequence with the 308 asanas of Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga. First, let us make sure we have all the components you need for the yoga practice. Have your yoga mat on the ground. Have your Panchapatra and Udani ready. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, as you can see on our acharyas. All the female bodies, you can apply it on your forehead. Wear the kumkum on your third eye, the Ajna chakra in between the eyebrows, and wear the Rudraksha mala around your neck. You can keep some weights at the side of the mat if you want to intensify the asana practice. And make sure you have 1 energized Shri Yantra on your yoga mat. Gaze at the yantra whenever possible. To mirror the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. Let us all now settle down into a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as we open this session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times, invoking Paramashiva's presence for this ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now enter into the Tattvachamana, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchapatram and Udani. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take 1 Udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the tips of the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both your hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and make a conscious resolution. What you want to manifest in today's Nityananda Yoga session. Hold the visualization of what you want to manifest as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarse Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartabane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीजिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्यजापवर्गवर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपनशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामी वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om apa upasprisya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside out of harm's way. Let us now move to the next asana of the sequence, Savitri Asana. Now place your hands flat on the knees as you keep the right heel against the perineum with the left foot on top. Fix your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel, hold your breath, and visualize the fire in your navel rising up your spine.
जीमणो पगमोड़ी पगथली की माहिली कोरे.
Now shift your gaze to the nose and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana too.
सव्येन कन्दं प्रपीड्य चान्यं पादं तु लिङ्गोपरि निक्षिपेत् च वज्रासदं प्राणजये च सिद्धं ग्रीवातनोमस्तसमस्तशक्तम्.
Now gaze up towards your third eye and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a Siddha Yoga Master in Siddhasana too.
योनिस्थानकमधिमूलघटितं सम्पीय.
From the same position now, bring the left foot in between the thigh and calf of the right leg and cup your palms on top of the right knee. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Lord Brahma in your inner space in Brahmasana too.
पद्मं ब्रह्मंस्तथा सैद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनं बद्धकोणं भद्रपृष्ठं मूलबन्धं तथैव च.
Now keep your hands relaxed on the knees and sit in a relaxed way as you intensely listen for a sound in your right ear, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, liberating your soul in Muktasana too.
मुक्तासने स्थितो योगी मुद्रां सन्धाय शाम्भवे शृणुयात् दक्षिणे कर्णे नादमन्तस्तमेकधिः.
Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and rotate your hands into Bindu Mudra. Visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana too.
देसी करीडा वा पग की पगथली जेडी बारिला फणा दिशिमोडी.
Now place your hands flat on your knees and raise the left shoulder to the height of your head. Like a god, visualize yourself with more than one head in Dvishirasana.
स्कन्दशिरः पर्यन्तं नीत्वा स्थातव्यं द्विशीर्षं भवति.
Lower the left shoulder and now raise the right shoulder. Again, visualize yourself with more than one head.
स्कन्धशिरः पर्यन्तं नीत्वा स्थातव्यं द्विशीर्षं भवति.
Now raise your hands up, place them on top of your head, fingers interlocked. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, pull your stomach in and up, and visualize yourself as an alligator in Kumbhirasana.
नितम्बे हस्तयुगलं भूमौ सङ्कोचितः पतेत् कुम्भीरासनमावक्षे वायूनां धारणाय च.
Place your hands back down on the knees. Sit with your spine straight. Now place your heels underneath the opposite thighs. Sit with your spine straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize each of your chakras as a bright white light in Chakrasana 2.
सव्योरुदक्षिणे गुल्फे दक्षिणं दक्षिणेतरे निदध्यादृजुकायास्तु चक्रासनमिदं मतम्.
Now bring your feet in between the opposite thighs and calves. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Keep your hands on the knees and embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in swastikasana too.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् दृष्ट्वा पादतले उभे समगाय सुखासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते अनेन विधिना योगी मारुतं साधयेत् सुधीः देहे न क्रमते व्याधिस्तस्य वायुश्च सिद्ध्यति.
Maintain your legs in the same position, but interlock your fingers in front of your chest in Parusha Mudra. Keep visualizing a swastika in swastikasana 3.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे कृत्वा योगी पादतले उभे ऋजुगाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Now keep the right foot between the thigh and calf and place the left foot onto the opposite thigh. Gaze the tip of your nose and embody Vira, the state and space of bravery in Virasana 2.
वीरासनमनस्थैर्यकरमुत्साह वीर्यकृते लक्ष्यसन्धानजननं सुखासनमनामयम्.
Now bring your heels together at the perineum. Sit with your toes slightly separated. Keep your knees wide and interlace your fingers around the feet. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, unclutch from all ego-fulfilling successes in your life as you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha in Siddhi Haritali Asana.
पगतली संपूट करी अंगुल को संपूट करे.
Now interlock your fingers around the feet and pull them close towards your perineum. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Veeravata in Bhattarasana form.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Now sitting on the ground, cross your heels and keep the knees raised. Place the back of your hands on the knees with the palms facing upwards. Stick out your tongue, gaze to the nose and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again as you visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Yoga Narasimhasana.
मायूरस्पिञ्छ मायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितं कौक्कुटं गर्भपिण्डं च कौर्मयोगनृसिंहकम्.
Now rotate your hands, keep the palms facing downwards on the knees, keep your feet crossed, gaze to the tip of the nose, and visualize a flock of crows in Kakarupa Skandhasana.
कलिपापात् प्रमुच्येत वायवीं वशमानयेत् निजपादद्वयं बद्ध्वा स्कन्धदेशे च साधकः नित्यमेतत्पदद्वन्द्वं भूमौ पुष्टिकरद्वयम्.
Now place your feet flat and uncross the ankles as you keep the knees raised. Sit with the heels close towards the buttocks. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you place your hands flat on the knees. Visualize sitting in the space of Upanishad with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Utkatikasana.
श्लिष्टर्गुलिश्लिष्टगुल्फौ भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारयेत् यत्रोपविश्य पादौ तद्दण्डासनमुदीरितम्.
Now extend your legs in front with the ankles and the toes together. Rest your hands on your thighs. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's Yoga Danda in Dandasana 2.
श्लिष्टर्गुलिश्लिष्टगुल्फौ भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारयेत् यत्रोपविश्य पादौ तद्दण्डासनमुदीरितम्.
Now keeping your legs extended forward, lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes and bring your forehead to the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. As you perform Uddiyana Bandha, pull your stomach in and up. Visualize a tank of water in Tataka Mudrasana.
सभागशीर्ष सर्वांग महामुद्रा च ताटगी बद्धकोणस्बद्ध पद्मं दण्डं पश्चिमतानकम्.
As you sit with your legs extended straight, keep the hands next to your body on the ground. Press your hands into the mat and lift your entire body off the ground and move your body from side to side. As you visualize yourself as a cradle rocking side to side in Priyankasana.
प्रेङ्खवत् स्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तके परिनीत्वा.
Now, from the same position, with your legs extended forward, raise your body off the ground and swing back and forth like a cradle in Priyankasana too.
प्रेङ्खवत् स्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठभागे भूमौ निधाय.
Now sit with your feet flat, your knees bent, and wrap your arms around the knees as you gaze up towards your third eye. Sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji in Yogasana 3.
पृष्ठे भेदान्वितं पादं तस्य हस्तेन बन्धयेत् अथ योगासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा योगिरात् भवेत्.
Next up is Vrishapati-asana. Now place the left heel underneath the left buttock and keep the toes pointing sideways. Stake the right knee over top and keep your hands on top of the knee. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you experience the energy of a temple inside you. Breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the teeth. Press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale in Vrishapati-asana.
जीमना गोडो अग्र करिडावो पगजीमणि पाशति आनी.
Now, slide the left heel outside the hip. Sit in between the heels with the tips of the right hand fingers. Touch the middle joints of the left hand. And place your hands in your lap. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the purifying effect of Durva grass happening on your being in Durvasasana.
दायी जंघ परिकरि जीवनो पगदायि पाशति आनी.
Maintain the position. Bring your hands into Padma Mudra and place them on your knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize all gods and goddesses pleased with you in Sukha Devasana.
वाम जंघ अरुपीडी माही दक्षिण पीडी धरे सुताही.
Now place your hands on the feet and hold on to the feet firmly. Your spine straight, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Shiva blessing you to go beyond material needs and desires in Datta Digambarasana.
प्रथम जीवनो पाव उचावे दायी जंघ उपरि करि ल्यावे.
Now catch a hold of your big toes. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a fish. As you lean forward and down, bring your forehead close to the mat in Machandrasana 3.
जीमनो पगडायी जंघ परिराशे येड़ी गड़ी लगावे.
Keep the right knee on top of the left and rise up. Now bring your right arm up over your shoulder and bring the left arm below. Reach for the opposite hand behind your back. Hold on. If you can reach the opposite hand, that's okay. Just reach as far as possible. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize the face of a cow in your inner space in Gomukhasana 2 as you gaze to your nose.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring the right heel below the right buttock and stick the left knee over top. Keep the toes of the right foot pointing to the side as you place your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose and experience the energy of a temple inside of you in Vrishabhati Asana on the other side.
जीमना गोड़ो अग्र करी डावो पगजी मणि पाशति आनी.
Now slide the right heel outside the hip. Sit in between the heels. And now touch the middle joints of your right hand fingers with the fingertips of the left hand. Place your hands in your lap and gaze to your nose as you visualize the purifying effects of Durva grass happening on your being in Durvasasana on the other side.
दाई जंग परिकरी जीमनो पगदाई पाशति आनी.
Cupping your thumbs and little fingers together and open up your palms resembling a lotus flower. Place your hands on the top knee. Gaze the tip of the nose and visualize that all gods and goddesses are pleased with you in Sukha Devasana.
वामजंग अरुपीडे माही दक्षिण पीडे धरे सुताही.
Now hold on to your feet firmly. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Shiva blessing you to go beyond material needs and desires in Tata Digambarasana on the other side.
प्रथम जीवन पाव उचावे डाई जंग उपरिकरी ल्यावे.
Now hold on to the big toes as you gaze to your nose and lean forward and down, visualizing yourself as a fish. Don't forget to breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka in Machandasana 3.
जीमनो पगडाई जंग परिराशे येड़ी कड़ी लगावे.
Now rise up with the left knee on top. Raise the left arm over top of the shoulder and bring the right arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite hands behind your back if you can, as you visualize the face of a cow in your inner space in Gomukhasana 2.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च सैंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now come to a kneeling position. Sit on your heels and place your hands on your thighs. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Embody Vira, the state and space of bravery, as you exhale deeply and hold your breath again and again in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Nidasana.
बने पग गोठन थी वालिने तेना भनुगुदानि नीचे.
Now place your left foot flat on the ground in front of you, with the heel touching your perineum. Place your hands on the respective knees and gaze up towards your third eye. Embody Vida, the state and space of bravery, and Dakshinapada Tirasana.
बने पग गोठन थी वालिने तेना भनुगुदानि नीचे.
Now move your right knee to the side and keep the foot in front, with the heel close to the perineum. Wrap your arms around the raised knee, holding on to opposite forearms. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize and control the outgoing breath as you keep breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Dakshina Shvasa Gamanasana.
जमनो पगनो ढीचन जमने हाथनी काखली मा राखी.
Now raise the right knee and sit back down onto the left heel. Keep the right heel against the perineum, hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, embody Vira, the state and space of bravery, in Vamapada Tirasana.
बने पग गोठा नथी वालिने तेना भनुगुदानि नीचे.
Now bring the left knee outwards, the left foot in front with the heel against the perineum. And wrap your arms around the right knee, holding on to opposite forearms. Gaze to your nose and visualize and control the outgoing breath in Paramashivoham.
जमनो पगनो ढीचन जमने हाथनी का खलिमा राखिए.
Now place both your feet flat on the ground and bring your right arm around the raised knees. Twist to the side and bring the other arm behind your back, interlocking the fingers if you can. Balance in this posture, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself bound by a noose of integrity, keeping your emotions integrated and aligned to your purpose in Paramashivoham.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Now bring the left arm around the knees and the right arm behind your back. Repeat Parashasana on the other side as you gaze to the tip of your nose.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनिवृति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Now cross your legs behind and sit your perineum onto the raised heel. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize and embody the space and state of a lion as you breathe calmly through your nose in Simha Rupakasana.
सीवनीं गुल्फदेशेभ्यो निपीड्य व्युत्क्रमेण तु प्रसार्य जानुनोर्हस्तावासनं सिंहरूपकम्.
Now cross your legs even further and sit in between the heels as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize sitting in the space of Upanishad with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Guptasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Now stand on your knees, keep the feet crossed behind and bring your fingers in between the thighs and calves with the thumbs outside. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize and rid yourself of all pain and suffering in Viyogasana.
गोड़ा वामो उबो होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई दक्षि पाद के पानी रहावे हणो वाम गोड़ा ढील्यावे.
Now stand on the knees and cross your hands in front, holding onto opposite elbows. And quickly raise your heels to the buttocks again and again. As you visualize yourself as a deer in Harinasana.
उड्डानं कृत्वा पार्श्वनिभ्यां नितम्बं हरिणासनं भवति.
Now place your feet flat and bend back. Hold on to your heels as you push your hips forward. Visualize yourself as a camel. Breathe calmly through your nose in Ushtrasana 3.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Now place your hands flat on the ground in front of you. As you bring your legs over top of your shoulders. And raise your feet off the ground, visualizing your legs as flower garlands hanging around you in Mahalasana.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य स्कन्धयो जानुनी संस्थाप्य.
We move on to Gangadhara Karna. Now stand up. From a standing position, keep your toes pointing outwards. Raise your heels and keep your knees bent. Lean forward and place your hands on the ground in Tripataka Mudra with all fingers together except for the ring finger which is bent. Then lower your body down onto your stomach and raise the legs up behind for this posture. Now come to a kneeling position. Now bring your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart. Bring your head in between the hands. Raise your hips, straighten the legs. Align the hips with the shoulders and raise your legs up into a headstand. Visualize the divine masculine energy flowing through your body as you breathe through your nose in Narasana.
Yogasanastascha yogi bhavati sadhakaha.
Now slowly lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position.
Adho mundasanam vakshe sarvesham praninam sukham.
Now slowly lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position. Keep your heels under the buttocks and interlock your fingers in Parusha Mudra. Place them on the ground to the right side of your body and bring your head forward and down. Visualize your body being softly purified in Midaki Pavasana 2.
Asana ko gunagulamay bayi jayi.
Now bring your hands to the other side of the body. Place them down on the ground. Lower your head down as you repeat Midaki Pavasana 2.
Asana ko gunagulamay bayi jayi.
Now bring your heels outside the hips and place your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize and embody the state and space of bravery, Vida. Pulling your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Virasana 3.
Danda Padma Bharadwaja Veerabhadra Samanito Asanani Sada Kuryat Sudirghaire Chapurakaihi.
Now place both hands down on the ground and press your entire body up. Bring your forehead down and touch the ground again and again as you visualize yourself as a hawk in Shenasana.
विपरीत नृत्य च स्थितो नासिका भूमौ संस्पृश्य.
Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, and keep your palms flat as you raise your hips and lift your legs up over top of your body. Keep the legs as straight as possible. Bring your body into a C shape as you visualize yourself as a peacock. And breathe calmly through your nose in Pincha Mayurasana.
Mayuraspincha mayuram padmapetha samanvitam.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Tuck your toes with the heels raised and sit down on the heels. Place your hands. Make a fist with your hands and place them on your thighs as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself milking a cow in Godohikasana.
पार्ष्णिभ्यां तु भुवस्त्यागे तत्स्यात् गोदोहिकासनम्.
Now slowly stand up. Raise your arms up above your head with the hands separated. Raise your chin. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana form.
पादाङ्गुल्याभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा बाहु ऊर्ध्वीकृत्य तिष्ठेत् उष्ट्रासनं भवति.
Now join your hands in Anjali Mudra above your head. Gaze up towards the sky as you visualize yourself as a mountain standing stable for thousands of years in Tadasana 2.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्पत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now again, separate your palms, face them up towards the sky as you visualize yourself as a palmyra tree in Talasana.
બે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને પંજા પહોળા રાખીને.
Now extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level and swing the hands forward in a circular motion again and again as you visualize yourself as a potter's wheel in Kulala Chakrasana.
हस्तो प्रसार्य भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं. कुलालचक्रासनं भवति.
Now rise up onto the tips of your toes. Keep your spine straight. Cross your hands in front of your chest and hold on to opposite arms. Gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a caged bird being released in Panchasana.
चरणस्याग्रभागेनोत्तिष्ठेत् भुवस्थले मुनिः कृत्वा हस्तपरीयस्तीं सिद्धं सेवेत सिद्धये.
Now lower your heels down. Keep your hands at the side and raise the sole of the left foot against the right knee. Keep your hands at the side. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize the moon in your inner space as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and perform Ujjayi Kumbhaka, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ardha Chandrasana.
एकेन पादेन भूमिं वष्टभ्य अन्यपादतलेन ऊरुमवष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत्.
Now bring the left heel towards the opposite hip. Now sit down and stand back up, alternating the sides again and again. Visualize yourself as an arrow to Shiva's bow in Sankhasana.
तिष्ठन् सन् पार्ष्णिना इतरजगनप्रदेशे सम्पीड्य.
Now raise the left arm over top of your head and visualize yourself as a palmyra tree as you repeat Ardha Talasana.
બે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને પંજ પહોળા રાખીને ઊભા રહેવું તે.
Now lower your arm down and step the left foot forward with the front knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground, gaze forward and visualize yourself as Lord Vidavajra in Vidavajrasana too.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Lean forward and down. Bring the left foot to the inside. Bring the left hand to the inside of the foot. Raise the other arm up towards the sky and visualize Swamiji as you gaze upwards in Parshvakonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकाञ्चननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now straighten the front knee as you rotate your upper body. Bring the right hand outside of the left foot and gaze up along the raised arm, visualizing yourself as a triangle in Parivrita Trigunasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकाञ्चननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now come to the front. Stand on the left knee and extend the right leg back. Extend your arms out to the front. Balance on the foot as you visualize yourself as Lord Vidavajra in Vidavajrasana 3.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now bring the right foot to the front. Keep the hands at the side of your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dakshina Padasana.
जेमणे आपनो माहोयते भानि.
Now raise the right foot against the left knee and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. And bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a tree in Matantara Vrikshasana.
अर्धवृक्षासन ए आसनने अवान्तर भेद छे.
Now bring the right foot onto the left hip. Extend your little fingers and lean forward and down, touching the fingers to the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you embody pure, unconditional love in Kamasana.
नितंबे च पादगोष्ठी हस्ताभ्याम अंगुलीयकम अथ कामासनं वक्ष्ये कामसंगेन हेतुना.
Now rise up. Slide the right foot onto the knee and squat down, keeping the hands on the respective knees as you bring the hips to the same level as the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a Vimana, capable of crossing into different dimensions in Vimanasana.
एकं पादं भूमौ निधाय नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Rise back up. Now keep the sole of the right foot against the knee and join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Ardha Bhadasana.
बने पगे उभा रहे ऊंते पूर्ण पादासन कहा वेछे.
Now catch a hold of the foot and extend it up towards your head, keeping the knees straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Uttita Trivikramasana.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च सैंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring the leg behind. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders and catch a hold of the foot behind your back. As you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja, then Natarajasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Latha Vrishchika Karana. Now stand on the right foot with the knee bent and the toes pointing outwards. Bring the left foot behind towards the buttocks. Raise the right arm and keep the hand by the side of your chest with the fingers pointing upwards. Extend your left arm outwards and slightly up and curl your fingers inwards as you bend the wrists. Now stand straight with the feet together and the hands by the side of your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Purna Padasana.
बने पगे उभा रहे ऊंते पूर्ण पादासन कहा वेछे.
Now stand tall, raising one arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a Palmiva tree in Ardha Tadasana.
बे हाथ ऊंचा करीने पंजा पहोला राखीने.
Lower your arm down. Now step the right foot forward. Bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Extend your arms parallel to the ground. Gaze forward as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana too.
उत्तान पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now lean forward and down. Bring the right hand to the inside of the right leg. Raise the other arm up. Gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Parshvakonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदार्ढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now straighten the front knee and rotate your body. Bring the left hand to the outside of the right leg and raise the other arm up. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Parivritta Trikonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदार्ढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now rise up. Lean forward as you raise your left leg off the ground. Extend your arms over top of your head and balance as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana 3.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now extend the left leg to the front at a 90-degree angle. Keep your hands relaxed at the side as you visualize Swamiji. Gaze through your nose and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Dakshina Padasana.
जे मने आपनो मा होयते भानी.
Now lift the right foot towards the left knee. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a tree in Matantara Vrikshasana.
अर्धवृक्षासन ए आसनने अवांतर भेद छे.
Now lift the right foot onto the left hip. Extend your little fingers outwards and lean forward and down, touching the little fingers to the ground. Gaze to your nose as you embody pure, unconditional love in Paramasana.
नितंबे च पादगोष्ठी हस्ताभ्याम अंगुलीजकम अथ कामासनम वक्ष्ये कामसंगेन हेतुना.
Now slide the foot onto the knee. Place your hands on the respective knees and squat down. Keep your body elevated above the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a Vimana capable of crossing into different dimensions in Vimanasana.
एकं पादं भूमौ निधाय नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीज्य द्वितीयं पादं जानुनी निधाय.
Rise back up. Bring the foot towards the side of the knee. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ardha Padasana.
बने पगे उभा रहे बूते पूर्ण पादासन कहावे छे.
Now catch a hold of the left foot and extend your leg up towards your head. Keep the knee as straight as possible as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttita Trivikramasana.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now raise your foot up behind yourself. Now raise your foot up behind your back. Catch a hold of the foot with both hands. As you pull it up, bend your back and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्ड भेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now turn the toes of the left foot outwards. Bend the left knee. Bring the right foot behind the buttocks. As you bring the left hand to the side of the chest with the fingers pointing up, extend your right hand outwards and up as you bend the wrist in Latha Vrishtika Karma. Now stand on the tips of your toes, cup your hands around the genital region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself going beyond all sin in Kalpinasana as you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale deeply and hold your breath.
वृष्णसहितलिङ्गम् ऊरुमध्ये गाढं धृत्वा चरणाग्राभ्यां स्थातव्यं कौपीनासनं भवति.
Now spread the legs to the side as far as possible. Lower your body down into a side split and extend your arms out to the side, parallel to the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself destroying and going beyond anything which finds you in Tipakarasana.
आसन को गुण शरीर को सो जाई.
Now turn your body into a front split. Keep the top of the foot which is behind flat on the ground. Place your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji while you reside in the ultimate posture, Parasana.
वर आसन को गुण चौरसी वाई जाई.
Now place your hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Lift the front leg over top of the respective shoulder. Keep the back leg extended and lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Pinda Mayurasana.
एकं पादं मयूराग्रे प्रसार्यैकं मयूरवत् इदं पिण्डमयूराख्यं सर्वव्याधिविनाशकम्.
Now exchange the position of your legs. Bring the other foot to the front. Bring the other foot to the front. Your hands on the knees. And gaze to the nose. Reside in the ultimate posture and visualize Swamiji in Padasana.
Para asana ko guna chorasi vayijayi.
Now again, place your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing towards your body. This time, lift the other leg over top of your shoulder. Lift your body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Pinda Mayurasana.
Ekam padam mayuragre prasarye ekam mayuravate idam pinda mayurakham sarvavyadhi vinashakam.
Now come to a seating posture with your legs extended out to the side and the side split. Now bring your legs to the side and stretch the legs out as far as possible. Rest your hands on the ground in front of you and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Prasaritasana.
Padadvajam prasaryatma sumukham suprasaritam.
From Prasaritasana, now join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Exhale deeply again and again in Uttana Padasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now lean forward and down and catch a hold of your feet as you rest your chin on the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Upavista Konasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकाञ्चननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Catch a hold of opposite big toes in Paramashivoham. Pull the right foot over top of the left arm towards your face. Bend the left elbow as if you're pulling a bowstring as you visualize yourself as the arrow to Shiva's bow. Then Dhanurasana 3. Breathe in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. Focus on the prana flowing upwards throughout your body.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh and place your palms over top of each other. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize and embody Veera, the state and space of bravery in Veerasana 3.
द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामं दक्षिणथोत्थितं कृत्वान्योन्यतलस्थं तु वीरपट्टमथोच्यते. द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामं दक्षिणथोत्थितं कृत्वान्योन्यतलस्थं तु वीरपट्टमथोच्यते.
Now lift the right leg behind your neck with the left leg extended forward. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana 2.
एकपादमथो कण्ठे उत्थाप्यैकं च दण्डवत् करौ सम्पुटितौ कृत्वा एकपादं तदुच्यते.
Hold this posture. Now bend the left leg. Keep the left heel against your perineum. Keep gazing upwards towards your third eye. Visualizing Swamiji in Dakshinapada Shirshasana.
बेसिने बामे पगमाथा उपर लावीदाकाना.
Now place the hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Lean forwards onto your elbows and extend the left leg back. Balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Ekapada Mayurasana.
कण्ठे पादं प्रसार्यैकम् एकपादं मयूरके.
Now bring the left leg to the front and roll back. Lay down on your back as you hold onto the right foot with both hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Supta Trivikramasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Keep the leg behind your neck. Extend your hands below your body with the palms facing down. Lay on your arms as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a tiger in Vyagrasana.
व्याघ्रासनमथो भक्षे क्रोधकालविनाशनम् एकपादं शीर्षमध्ये मेरुदण्डोपरि स्थितम्.
Now rise up. Extend your legs out to the front. Again, catch a hold of opposite big toes. As you repeat Dhanurasana 3 on the other side, bring the left leg over top of your shoulder and pull the left foot towards your face. Now bring the left leg over top of your shoulder and pull the foot towards your face as if you're pulling a bowstring, visualizing yourself as an arrow to Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Place your palms over top of each other. Rest them in your lap as you gaze to the nose and embody Vira, the state and space of bravery in Virasana.
द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामदक्षिणतोत्थितं कृत्वान्योन्यतलस्थं तु वीरपट्टमथोच्यते.
Now lift the left foot behind your neck as you join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
एकं पादमथो कण्ठे उत्थाप्यैकं च दण्डवते करौ सम्पुटितौ कृत्वा एकपादं तदुच्यते.
Now bend the right foot. Bring the heel towards your perineum. Maintain your hands in front of your chest, the leg behind your neck. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Vama Parashirasasana.
बेसिने बामे पगमाथा उपर लाविडाकानां.
Now place your hands on the ground in front of you. Keep the fingers pointing back. Lean forward onto your elbows. Extend the right leg back. Balance on your arms with the leg behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Ekapada Mayurasana.
कण्ठे पादं प्रसार्यैकम् एकपादं मयूरके.
Now extend the right leg forward and lay down on your back. Keep the left leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with both hands. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Supta Trivikramasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring your hands down below your body with the palms facing down. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a tiger in Vyagrasana.
व्याघ्रासनमथो वक्षे क्रोधकालविनाशनम् एकपादं शीर्षमध्ये मेरुदण्डोपरि स्थितम्.
Now free your leg. Lay down on your back and pull your knees to the chest and circle them with your hands. Gaze to the nose. Squeeze your body into a ball and visualize yourself relaxing on a sofa in Paryankasana 3.
जानुप्रसारितबाहो शयनं पर्यङ्कासनम्.
Now sit up and one by one lift your legs behind your neck and join the soles of the feet as you reach your hands up and join them around the feet in Anjali Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana 2.
दोबू पगतली जोड़ी संपूट करे.
Maintain this posture and now interlock your fingers around the toes. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a sacred Shiva Linga in Shiva Lingasana.
दो पावस इस परि आने फुनी एक जुगति और तहाँ ठाने.
Now cross your feet behind your back and place your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as an owl sitting on a branch in Kakarupa Skandhasana 2.
अथ वक्षेकाकरूपस्कन्धासनमनुत्तमम् कलिपापात् प्रमुच्येत वायवीं वशमानयेत्.
Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a bird in a forest in Aranya Chatakasana.
एकेन पादेन भूमिं वष्टभ्य अन्यपादतलेनोरु अवष्टभ्य.
Now keep the soles of the feet together behind your head. Place your right hand on the left shoulder and extend the left arm up towards the sky. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself painting your reality and it manifesting into existence in Chittakasana.
प्रथम भगदले संपुट करे पुनः जुगति ऐसे विस्तारे.
Now place the left hand on the right shoulder and extend the right arm up. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself painting your reality into existence in Chittakasana.
प्रथम भगदले संपुट करे पुनः जुगति ऐसे विस्तारे.
Now sit and lift both legs behind your head. Cross them behind your head. As you keep your hands on the ground in front of you. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to focus on the upward flowing prana in Tatyahara Pranayama in Thanindrasana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कंठं करयो संस्थितोन्मुखं फणीन्द्रं सर्वदोषग्नं वो भूयात् सुखदं सदा.
With your feet crossed behind your head, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself bound by a noose of integrity, keeping your emotions integrated and aligned to your purpose in Pashini Mudrasana.
काण्ठपृष्ठे क्षिपेत् पादौ पाशवदृढबन्धनं सा एव पाशिनी मुद्रा शक्तिप्रबोधकारिणी.
Maintain this posture and now keep your hands in fists and stack one hand over the other as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a fish in Machandasana form.
बैसी करी दो वो काढ़े राशे.
Now join the soles of the feet behind your back and join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize Swamiji in Dvipada Shirashasana.
प्रेसिने वामे पगमाथा उपरला विद्या कानाम.
Now hold on to the feet behind your head with your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose and manifest Garima and feel the weight of your body increasing in Baladhari Asana.
आसन गोपी चंद कख्यो जैसे याहू को कीजे पुनिते से.
Now roll onto your back and keep your feet behind your head, holding onto the feet with your hands. Gaze to the nose and visualize all the gods and goddesses blessing you in Devasana.
प्रथमे सोदो सोवे सोजी करे काकसी कर गहदोजी.
Now hold your feet from the side with your legs behind your head. Keep the back of your head on the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and maintain silence externally and internally. Visualize yourself as the source of energy with nutritious vegetation sprouting from your being in Mritika Banjikasana.
प्रथमसेन सुतो होय ठाणे पग ऊंचाई आगने आने.
Now cross your feet behind your head and interlock your fingers around your lower back. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize an abundance of gold being showered on you in Masakasana.
मसकासन प्रथमे सूधो सैन है करे वाम पाद कंधा परिधरे.
Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you extend your legs up straight. Keep your back flat and visualize each of your chakras as a bright white light as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. In Chakrasana, breathe.
देहातानी आंगल्योठी बेपगाना अंगली पकड़िने.
Now place your feet flat on the ground. Keep your knees raised and place your hands at the side of your body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Tanasana.
पादद्वयं विनोत्तानासनं भवति.
Now keep your elbows on the ground and raise the middle portion of the ground and raise the middle portion of your body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a mountain with 3 peaks as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, in Trikutasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now bring your hands in towards your shoulders. Keep them flat on the mat and lift your body up. Keep your hands and feet flat on the ground as you visualize each of your limbs as a pillar of a Hindu temple in Chatushpada Pitam. In Chatushpada Pitam.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now extend your legs forward and raise your hips. Keep the hands flat on the mat. Now extend your legs forward and raise your hips up. Your fingers pointing towards your feet. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Purvatanasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
The next asana is SuperConsciousness. Now lay down on your back. Now raise your hips and your legs up. Support your lower back with your hands and separate your legs wide to the side as you bring them down towards your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in SuperConsciousness.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकाञ्जननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now lay down on your back. Extend your legs. Now bring the crown of your head onto the ground. Raise your chest up and then extend your legs and your arms forwards and up. And visualize Swamiji in Uttana Padasana too.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now place your head on the ground and raise your hips up high. Visualize your body as a bridge in Setubandhanasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Keep the hands flat with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Step your feet flat, raise your hips up high, and walk your hands towards the feet. As you visualize each of your chakras as a bright light in Chakrasana form.
नोभ्यामारं समागृह्य कुण्डल्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now bring your hands even closer towards your feet. Hold onto your ankles if you can. Now walk your feet towards your hand and hold onto your ankles if you can. Gaze forward. Visualize Swamiji in Beta Putti Asana.
आसन को गुणपान अपान की गाठी सूटे.
Now lay down on your back and lift your legs up high over top of your head. Now as you lay on your back, lift your legs up and bring the toes on the ground over top of your head. Hold on to your feet, gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Vichtrakarani.
शैत पश्चिमतानस्ते हस्तौ तत्र प्रसारयेत् पादौ दण्डासनौ कृत्वा विचित्रकरणी भवेत्.
Lower your legs, lay on your back, keep your toes pointing up to the sky. And now bring one thumb towards your nose and bring the other hand down to the hip. Alternate the position of your hands again and again. Visualize yourself as a hatchet being thrown in Parashvasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननि उरसि निधाय.
Now throw your body to the side. Place the right elbow on the ground and rest your head on the hand. Place the left hand on the thigh and raise your hips off the ground. Keep your body straight as a plank as you visualize yourself as Bhagavan Gangadhara Murthy in Dakshinasana.
शय्यर्जुदक्षिणाङ्गेन मस्तके धो निधायशः दक्षं हस्तं च वामान्तो जङ्घपृष्ठे ततो जपेत्.
Now lay down on your stomach. Bring your hands back to the hips. And lift your legs and arms off the ground. Raise your head and chest as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana too.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bend your knees. Hold on to the feet and pull them outside the hips. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply. Hold your breath and really move the prana within your system as you visualize yourself as a frog in Bhekasana.
बकं भेकासनं चैव मकरं मत्स्य नामकं मत्स्येन्द्रद्विविधं चात्र कुण्डलीबोधकारणम्.
Now keep pushing the left foot towards the ground as you pull the right foot up towards your head. Visualize yourself as a hyena or another beast of prey in Bherundasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bring the right foot back down. As you lift the left foot towards your foot, repeat Bherundasana on the other side.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now catch the big toe of one of your feet with thumb, little and ring fingers. Extend the other hand to the front. As you alternate the position of your hands again and again, hold on to the respective big toe. Hold on to the respective big toe again and again in Shakatasya Karana. In Shakatasya Karana. Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Rest your chin on your hands. Keep the knees bent, the feet raised up. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Shulasana.
कूर्पराभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य हस्ततलाभ्यां हनुमवष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् शूलासनं भवति.
Now place your feet flat on the ground. Your toes pointing back. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an alligator in Makarasana.
उदासूने बाणे हाथ माथानि बाणे भानि.
Now place your hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders and raise your hips up. Bring the legs over top of your body and try to touch your feet to the back of your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as the leader of a hyena pack or another beast of prey in Gandhabhirundasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now place your arms flat on the ground. Again, lift your hips up. Bend your knees and bring the feet to the back of your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as the pack leader of a hyena pack in Gandhabhirundasana 2.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bring your feet to the ground in front of your face. Keep visualizing yourself as a hyena pack leader in Gandhabhirundasana 3.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now raise your feet up, straighten the leg, point the toes at a 45-degree angle, and visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana 2.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bring your legs flat on the ground. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. Now, as you lay on your stomach, with the hands by the shoulders, tuck your toes and just ever so slightly lift your body off the ground. Keep it completely straight as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a wooden stick or staff in Chaturanga Dandasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Sit on top of your heels and lean forward and down. Hold on to your head with both hands. The elbows at the side of the knees. Touch your knees with your chin. Pull your stomach in and up and contract the perineal floor as you forcefully pull the apana vayu upwards within your body, visualizing yourself having no karma at all in Niranjana Karmasana.
बालको गर्भशय्यायां तिष्ठेत् संकुचितो यथा तथा गर्भासने योगी निरञ्जन विधिं भजेत्.
Now rise up. Place your hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows, bring them towards your navel, and lift the legs off the ground. Extend the legs straight. Be completely parallel to the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Samana Kumbhaka. Without inhaling or exhaling, hold the prana in your navel region in Danda Mayurasana.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Lower your body down.
मयूरासनवत् संस्थाप्य एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य हस्तस्य मणिबन्धं धारयेत् पाङ्गमयूरं भवति.
Settle down. Now, place the left hand on the ground. Hold the left wrist with the right hand. And again, extend your legs back. Balance on your arm with the elbow at the navel region. In Pangu Mayurasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a peacock.
मयूरासनवत् संस्थाप्य एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य हस्तस्य मणिबन्धं धारयेत् पाङ्गमयूरं भवति.
Now, bring the right foot outside the hip and bring the left foot to the right side of the groin against your thigh. Hold on to the right foot with your hand and gaze to the nose as you visualize Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, engaging Mahamudavanda in Jnanasana.
अथान्यदासनं कृत्वा सर्वव्याधिनिवारणं योगाभ्यासी भवेत् क्षिप्रं ज्ञानासनप्रसादतः.
Now, take the left foot and pull it towards the left armpit. Hold the foot with both hands and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself having no karma at all in Kubjikasana.
अथ जठराग्निसन्दीपनं गुल्मप्लीयः शूलहरकुब्जिकासनम्.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Bring your left arm behind your back. Hold on to the left foot. Bring the right hand outside the left thigh and twist your spine. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Kartikeya, the ruler of planet Mars. Bharadwajasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Untwist your spine. And now lift the left foot up against your chest as you place your hands on the respective knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and embody Vida, the state and space of bravery in Virasana 5.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यसेदूरु संस्थितम् इतरस्मिंस्तथा पश्चात् वीरासनमितीरितम्.
Keep the sole of your left foot against your chest. Interlock your fingers in Paramashivoham and raise them up above your head as you visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, leader of a wolf pack. Gaze to your nose and Bhairasana 2.
मूलद्वारटिकबैसिकधरे वामपादगुद औन्धौ करे.
Now move the right foot to the outside of the left hip. Place the left foot flat on the ground with the knee raised. Bring your left arm around the raised knee and behind your back. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindrata, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Baddha Matsindrasana.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip and place the right foot on top of the left side. Hold on to the left foot with your hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize Goddess Saraswati as you perform Mahamudra Bandha in Jnanasana.
अथान्यदासनं कृत्वा सर्वव्याधिनिवारणं योगाभ्यासी भवेत् क्षिप्रं ज्ञानासनप्रसादतः.
Now lift the right foot towards the right armpit. Hold it with both hands as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself having no karma at all in Kubjikasana.
अथ जठराग्निसन्दीपनं गुल्मप्लीयः शूलहरकुब्जिकासनम्.
Now place the right foot on the left thigh. Bring the right arm behind your back. Catch a hold of the right foot. Place the left hand outside of the right thigh to twist your spine. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize Lord Murugan in Bharadwajasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहं गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now lift the right foot to the left chest. Keep your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to the tip of the nose and embody Vida, the space and state of bravery in Virasana 5.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यसेदूरु संस्थितम् इतरस्मिंस्तथा पश्चात् वीरासनमितीरितम्.
Now interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, leader of a wolf pack in Bhairasana.
मूलद्वारटिकबैसिकधरे वामपादगुद औन्धौ करे.
Now lower your hands down. Bring the left foot to the outside of the right hip. Place the right foot flat on the ground. Bring the right arm around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindarata in Baddha-Matsindasana.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of your perineum. Interlock the fingers around the toes. Push the knees to the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And hold your breath. Hold the air inside and visualize the presence of Vayu inside and outside your body in Santa Kumbhaka, in Baddha Konasana.
पद्मं ब्रह्मंस्तथा सैद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनं बद्धकोणं भद्रपृष्ठं मूलबन्धं तथैव च.
Now keep your heels against the perineum. Place the right hand on top of the heels and place the left hand on top of the right hand. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Vidavata in Vajrasana 5.
वृषणानि नीचे सीवनीना डाबा भागमा डाबा.
Now raise your heels up and turn your feet inwards to sit down on the heels with the toes pointing back. Place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti as you perform Santa Kumbhaka. Hold the breath and visualize the prana inside and outside your body in Yonyasana.
पादौ सम्मील्य पादाग्रे आधारे पार्ष्णिलिङ्गतः आनीय पादतलो संविशेत् योन्यासनं भवति.
From the same position, now firmly hold your heels with your hands. Gaze to the third eye. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Sage Gorakhnath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in Gorakshasana Vajrasana.
वृषणनी नीचे सीवनीना डाबा भागमा डाबा पगनी.
Now bring your hands behind the back. And interlock your fingers around the feet as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, burning up all your patterns with his love in Kama Dahanasana.
भद्रासनं सुखं स्थाप्य विपरीते तु द्वे पदे अनेन यदि कुर्या चैतत्कामदहनं भवेत्.
Now, again, bring your feet to the front, the heels together at your groin. Now turn your feet upwards and bring them towards your navel. Bring your hands towards your neck. Hold on to your shoulders as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Baddha Konasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Keep pressing your feet against your stomach. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog in Bhekasana 2.
ध्यायेद्धिचित्पदं भ्रान्तमासनस्थसुखाय च यदि सर्वाङ्गमुत्तोल्य गगने खेचरासनम्.
Now keep your heels together at your perineum and bring your navel towards the toes as you place your hands on the knees. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Bhagasana 3.
पग उल्टा मोड़ी बैसे पग का माहिला गुल्फा.
Rise up. The next asana is Siddhi Jivasana. As you keep the soles of the feet upwards towards your stomach, place your hands on the respective knees and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself living the life of a perfected yogi. Pull your stomach in and up.
Paga ko sojo jayi.
The next asana is Panipatrasana. With the soles of the feet inwards towards your stomach, join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as a source of water.
नाभौ संस्थाप्य गुल्भौ च तन्मध्ये करपात्रतां शनैर्यत्नेन कुर्वीत पाणिपात्रं तदुच्यते.
Now, one by one, raise your feet up into your armpits and interlock your fingers and place your hands on top of your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as one of the Saptarishis in Saptarishi Asana.
दोवो पग की पगथली तिनकी लैकज सोजा.
Relax. Now bring your feet in so the heels are touching your navel. Push the knees together and bring the outside of your thighs down on the ground. Visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of... As you visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of an oyster in Sukhtyasana.
पार्श्विनाभौ संस्थाप्य जङ्घाबहिः प्रदेशेन सम्मीलयेत् श्रुक्यासनं भवति.
Now slide your knees apart so you can keep your feet on top of opposite thighs in Padmasana. Place your hands down on the mat in front of your body. Lean forward. Press your hips down in the ground. Lift your head up. Stick your tongue out. Gaze to your third eye. And sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji in Sthitarasana.
जवनो पगने फने डाबा पगनी आगनी चे.
Now place your hands flat on your knees. Gaze up towards your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself formed from a lotus flower in Ambujasana as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through your mouth in Ambujasana.
अपानमुत्थापय शनैः स्वशक्तितः प्राणं समाकृष्य.
Now maintain your legs in Padmasana posture. Cross your arms in front of your body and place your hands flat on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up and contract the perineal floor to intensely raise the Apana Vayu upwards and hold your breath. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself born from a lotus flower in Kamalasana.
तत्र कौलासनं कृत्वा अथवा कमलासनं महाविद्या महामन्त्रं जप्त्वा लिङ्गमवाप्नुयात्.
Now with your legs in Padmasana, extend your arms out in front and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttamangasana.
स्थित्वैतदासने मन्त्रे अधशीर्षः करोति चेत् उत्तमाङ्गासनं ज्ञेयं योगीनाम् अतिदुर्लभम्.
Now rise up, sit with your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands together and interlace them on top of your head, forming an arc with your arms. Now turn your head to the right, gaze towards your armpits and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Shiva, experiencing supreme bliss as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Padmasana 5.
उपविश्यासने सम्यक् बाहू कृत्वार्धकुञ्चितो कक्षव्योम्नि मनः कुर्वन् शममायाति तल्लयात्.
Now bring your right hand in front of your third eye and place the left hand against the back of your neck. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize a river of Shakti, conscious energy flowing into you through the Sahasrara chakra in Kulyasana.
अथ कुल्यासनं वक्षे यत्कृत्वा कौलिको भवेत् एकहस्तं मस्तकस्थो दशीर्षभिन्नगेकरम्.
Now place your left hand on your stomach and bring the right hand behind your back, holding onto the left elbow. Then lean forward and down and touch your nose to the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize all the celestial gods and goddesses blessing you in Divyasana.
अथ दिव्यासनं वक्ष्ये पृष्ठं हस्तेन बन्धयेत् एकहस्तमध्यदेशं भूमिहस्तं च नासया.
Now rise up. Again, raise your hands above your head, interlock the fingers, place them on your head, form an arc with your arms and gaze to the left towards your armpit. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Shiva, experiencing supreme bliss in Padmasana 5.
उपविश्यासने सम्यक् बाहू कृत्वार्धकुञ्चितो कक्षव्योम्नि मनः कुर्वन् शममायाति तल्लजात्.
Now place the left hand on your third eye and bring the right hand behind your neck. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize a river of Shakti, conscious energy flowing into you through your Sahasrara chakra in Kulyasana.
अथ कुल्यासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा कौलिको भवेत् एकहस्तं मस्तकस्थो दशीर्षभिन्नगेकरम्.
Now place your right hand on your stomach and bring the left hand behind your back. Hold on to the right elbow with your left hand. Lean forward and down and touch your nose to the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize all the celestial gods and goddesses blessing you in Divyasana.
अथ दिव्यासनं वक्ष्ये पृष्ठं हस्तेन बन्धयेत् एकहस्तमध्यदेशं भूमिहस्तं च नासया.
As you sit in Padmasana now, interlock your fingers and place them against your navel. Inhale deeply through your nose and hold your breath. Inhale deeply and hold your breath as you gaze to your third eye and visualize your body being completely purified in Pavanasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये साधकानां हिताय वै पवनासनरूपो च खेचरो योगिराट् भवेत्.
Now bring your hands through the legs and keep your legs in Padmasana. As you hold on to your neck, tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a bat as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Valgulyasana.
अथ भूरिभुक्तस्य पाचनं सद्यो जरामशूलदो वल्गुल्यासनं स्थित्वा.
Now unlock your throat, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana 2.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूधोर्सो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Now holding onto your neck, roll onto your back, rock back and forth, performing a circular motion with your entire body. Gaze to the tip of the nose, complete the circle as you visualize yourself generating unlimited potential energy in Garbha Bindasana.
मायूरं पिञ्छमायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितम्.
Now keep your legs crossed in Padmasana. Place your hands down on the mat in front of your body. Lean forward, push your hips into the ground. Lift your head up, stick the tongue out and gaze to your third eye. And visualize and embody the space and state of a lion in Simhasana 2.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana 2. With your hands on the ground, bring your knees towards your armpits, lift your body up and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now sit in Padmasana. Pull your feet in closer towards your body. Then cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful lotus flower in Padmasana 6.
वामोरुपरि दक्षिणं च चरणं संस्थाप्य
Now raise your head and pull your stomach in and up as you keep holding on to the feet behind your back. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful lotus flower in Bandha Padmasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य ततङ्गुष्ठद्वयं पुनः व्युत्क्रमेणैव हस्ताभ्यां बद्धपद्मासनं भवेत्.
Maintain your legs to Padmasana. Now bring your hands towards the neck and press the Vijnana Nadis outside of your spine. Press your chin to the chest. Force the prana upwards. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva and renounce the society of man in Padmasana 7.
पद्मासनस्थिता योगी जनसङ्गविवर्जितः विज्ञाननाडिद्वितीयमङ्गुलीभ्यां निरोधयेत्.
Sit with your legs crossed as a Padmasana. Lay down on your back and kick your legs and hips up. Support your lower back with your hands. Bear your body weight with your elbows. Gaze to your nose. Lock your chin to the chest and visualize yourself as an inverted lotus flower in Urdhva Padmasana.
प्रथम अर्धपद्मासनानि पेठे.
Now lay down on your back. Join your hands above the head in Anjali Mudra. Feel the energy flowing up along your spine as you engage all the bandhas. Cleanse your body. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a mountain standing stable for thousands of years in Parvatasana 2.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Now lay down flat on your back. Place your hands on your stomach and gaze to the nose. As you forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shivasana 2 as you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
शवासनं हृत्कुपितवातग्रन्थिविभेदकं सर्वासनश्रान्तिजित् हृच्छ्रमं योगिसौखिकम्.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend and stretch your elbows and knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball as you rock your body from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama 508 asana sequence of Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga. Now let us conclude today's ritual of Nityananda Yoga as we sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Eyes closed. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
Thank you all for joining us in today's Nityananda Yoga ritual. In deep gratitude to Swamiji, let us now perform the Shashtanga Namaskar. Lie down onto your chest and bring your hands forward in the Namaskara Mudra above your head, surrendering yourself completely onto Swamiji's feet. Relax. Rise up. Thank you all so much for joining us today, performing Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga. Hope to see you all tomorrow in one of our live sessions. Also, check out the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asana sequence, and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence, which is available on live stream 24/7 on Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga YouTube channel. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas. Cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems. Global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable.
Please sit in a space of deep gratitude. Inhale deeply and exhale. Feel the presence of the Master in your inner space. Feel the presence of Swamiji seated in front of you. Feel the presence of Swamiji in the Guru Padukas, alive, radiating. When you offer the puja, visualize you dropping all of your karmas of lifetimes, your incompletions, unfulfilled desires, patterns. Visualize all of that being liberated by the Guru. Come to a space of deep Guru Bhakti, the feeling connection with the Master. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiments and representations of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically recognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our Guru, our beloved Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will now chant is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, where we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Bhagavan Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Devi Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my master, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam as the end. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogishwara Vandanam, where we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogishwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, the Arunagiri Yogishwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. That Arunagiri Yogishwara's presence happens. Now please take some flowers into your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Katikaupi Nasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarana Mudra, pour an Udharani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. The next mantra is Shuklam Varadaram. We chant this mantra invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I meditate upon the Lord Ganesha, who is clad in white garments, who is all-pervading, who is as bright-colored as the moon, who has a smiling, pleasant face, having 4 shoulders and hands, and who is the remover and pacifier of all obstacles. Now please take the akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and a flower in your right hand. Keeping both your hands as fists, tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Varadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now keeping the akshata in your right hand, open your little finger, ring finger and your thumb. Inhale through the left nostril while closing your right nostril. Hold your breath for as long as possible and exhale through your right nostril by moving your thumb away. And chant the Samhita mantras while you perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhayaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaye Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhayaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaye Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhayaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaye Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence itself will simply manifest it as reality. Please close your eyes. Visualize the intention, the Sankalpa that you want to keep in your inner space. Visualize your feeling connection with the Master. Visualize anything that you want to happen as reality. Visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now with this intention, keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on your right thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye. Vishwavasu Nama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwar Rato Simhamase Krishna Pakshe Amavasyam Shubhadito Sthiravasari Yuktayam Magha Nakshatra Pariga Yoga Kimstugna Karana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमाकमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरडावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षाव्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञानसंबंधदेशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञानसंबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महानिधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद ब्रह्मशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्षपाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य wash your hands with an udrani of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell as you chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Hvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the meaning of the mantra in your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as the nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet, to my Master who is the very cosmos, What clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, the fan, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, and the actions of the senses and the vagaries of the mind as the dance. I offer all the 7 chakras along with the Shushumna Nadi as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Guru should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Guru should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Requesting all the participants to look at the Acharya and perform the Kurma Mudra. ॐ हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं शरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्भं च अद्वेषक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति 15 भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first offering is the asanam, the offering of seat to the master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O the one who resides in all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all beings, I offer this seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, because of being in the everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function, for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva, who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well placed as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranaat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaraakakalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatvacha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya me saphalam janma jivanam sapala kriyaah Swagatam yatvaya tanme tapasam phalamagatam Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Padyam, that is the water for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take the udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, this offering of the traditional bouquet, with water to welcome the guest, made of dhruva grass, a bilva leaf, a flower, and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tathaparam Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahana Argyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Argyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for mouthwash, offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grihanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा. The next offering is Gandhatai to you, O healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil, in your hands. Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hreem Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra as ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirihyatam. Om Hreem Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. We will now be repeating the meaning of the mantras and the mantras together, requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And when you chant, chant from your stomach as loudly as you can. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Vastram,
I offer Vastram,
this cloth offering,
this cloth offering,
to the Master
to the Master
who removes
who removes
the veil of Maya
the veil of Maya
or illusion.
or illusion,
The Master
the Master
who is the true
who is the true
light of enlightenment,
light of enlightenment,
who does not
who does not
have a veil of Maya
have a veil of Maya
and has
and has
the very space
the very space
as the dress.
as the dress.
Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
Vastram
Om
Om
Maya
Maya
Chitra
Chitra
Patachanna
Patachanna
Nija
Nija
Guhyo
Guhyo
Rutejase
Rutejase
Niravarana
Niravarana
Vijnaya
Vijnaya
Vasaste
Vasaste
Kalpayamyaham.
Kalpayamyaham
Om
Om
Hreem
Hreem
Idam
Idam
Vastrottariyam
Vastrotarayam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer
I offer
this golden ornament
this golden ornament
to you, Master,
to you, Master,
who,
who
by the very nature,
by the very nature
has
has
a very
a very
gracefully
gracefully
beautiful body,
beautiful body,
and who is
and who is
the repository
the repository
of all powers.
of all powers.
May you be pleased.
May you be pleased.
Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
aparanam
Om
om
Swabhava
svabhava
Sundarangaya
sundarangaya
Nana
nana
Shaktya
shaktya
Shrayayate
shrayayate
Suvarnam
suvarnam
Bhushanam
bhushanam
Tubhyam
tubhyam
Kalpayami
kalpayami
Prasidame
prasidame
Om
om
Hrim
hrim
Idam
idam
Suvarnabharanam
suvarnabharanam
Sarvadeva Devi
sarvadeva devi
Swarupaya
swarupaya
Bhagavate
bhagavate
Shri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I neither know
I neither know
what your body is,
what your body is,
nor do I know
nor do I know
what your actions are.
what your actions are.
Please accept
Please accept
and smear this
and smear this
sandalwood paste
sandalwood paste
offered by me.
offered by me.
Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha
Gandaha
Om
Om
Shariram
Shariram
Tena Janami
Tena Janami
Cheshtam
Cheshtam
Naivacha Naivacha
Naivacha Naivacha
Maya Niveditan
Maya Niveditan
Gandhan
Gandhan
Pratigrihya
Pratigrihya
Vilipyatam
Vilipyatam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Esha Gandhaha
Esha Gandaha
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is please accept
Please accept
these blissfully
these blissfully
fragrant
fragrant
different kinds of flowers
different kinds of flowers
which are taken
which are taken
from the forest of Turiya,
from the forests of Turiya,
that is,
that is,
the space of
the space of
ultimate restful awareness.
ultimate restful awareness.
Now please take some flowers, smear it with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam
Pushpam
Om
Om
Turiyavana
Turiyavana
Sampannam
Sampannam
Nana
Nana
Gunamanoharam
Gunamanoharam
Ananda
Ananda
Saurabham
Saurabham
Pushpam
Pushpam
Grihyatam
Grihyatam
Idamuttamam
Idamuttamam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I offer you,
I offer you,
O God of all gods,
O God of all gods,
this holy Bilva leaf
this holy Bilva leaf
in which dwells the goddess of richness, and which is so much loved by Lord Shiva. Now please take the bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilvapatrani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Vaushate. The next offering is Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, let this offering of Tulsi leaf be unto the Supreme Soul who has unlimited forms and who is the bestower of all boons. Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varadamurtage Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. We will be continuing with the repetition from tomorrow. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, this incense smoke is made of the sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyassu Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadipaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyābhyantara Jyotir Deepoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Shopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Sujirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Jate Imam Janatagum Sangrinhaniti Dwadasharatni Rashana Bhavati Dwadashasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Vanunde Maunji Bhavati Urgvai Munjaaha Urjameva Vanunde Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram Va Etat Karma Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe, Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe, and Shiva, who is the rejuvenation of the universe. I surrender to that Guru. Guru is all the three put together in a single form. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and who has also given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who has with the brush of wisdom opened my eyes, blinded by ignorance. I surrender to the Guru, who by giving the knowledge about the self has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Tower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thoughts, and who is beyond emotions, and who is beyond the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnuh Gururdevo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhandamandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruho Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadvyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Charnakamalebhyo Namaha Om Nityanandam. We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Sakalikaranam, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva inside our own body. Please close your eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva's energy radiating throughout your body. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. We will now be invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, filling us with the space of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Now, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back side of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your palms together, bring your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tips of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your ring finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your ring finger. Om Him Vamadevuhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you. Bring your thumbs touching the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now bend your thumbs inwards and now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your lip. Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now with the base of your index finger. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadevaguhyaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keeping your index finger in form of a hook, and uncross your arms, moving them around of your head and bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and the left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastaya Bhate. Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Humpate. Using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around you, the 8 directions and down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Samanya Arghya Stapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood paste into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb around the Panchapatram in all the 10 directions. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Day9 Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva into our Atmalinga. Now offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, meditating on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakೃತ Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Papanchamuka Hasta Dashayuktam Shulmrgatankama Sivajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradankushamanijwalanavame Shvetakamalasana Sadashiva Swarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva into your Atmalinga. Request him to receive all of your offerings. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakunthana Mudram Japradarshya. Now we will be entering into the Upachara Puja. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Padyam, Argyam and Achamaniyam. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram while chanting the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padyachamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Naniyam, the sacred bath for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the water in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva as you chant the following mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastre Yagnopavita Uttariyabharanartham Akshatan Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhavasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Om Sharvasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Om Ishanasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha. Om Pashupate Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Om Ugrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhimasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Hater Devaya Namaha. Om Hatto Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of incense to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle some water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupam Aghrapayami. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of lamp, offering of the lit lamp for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Pate. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hamrdayaya Namaha. Now please take an udrini of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the udrini of water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of betel leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hamrdayaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpura Nirajanam Sandarishayami. Now please take a flower in your hands and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Rakshandharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, Durva grass and Akshata in your folded hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri mantra. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right hand and chant the Gayatri mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Mula Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands in Dodbhava Mudra and pour some Samanya Arghya water on your hand and let the water flow through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivabadasthasya Bhunkshakshabaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yadati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Svadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Dachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous...
Welcome to a journey of discovery, where ancient wisdom meets modern science. Today, we explore the profound impact of energy and consciousness on our lives. Through the insights of spiritual luminary, SPH Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and groundbreaking scientific research, we uncover the mysteries that shape our understanding of existence.
A simple thing you can try by yourself. Hold a pendulum and put your left hand under the pendulum. If your hands are free, the pendulum will run clockwise. If you just tense your hand, you will see the pendulum will go anti-clockwise. You may think it's a psychological effect. You hold the pendulum and close your eyes, let somebody else put their hand. If their hands are relaxed, you will see the pendulum will show clockwise. If their hands are tensed, you can do it by yourself and see. The pendulum will show anti-clockwise. Thoughts play a major role on the matter. Before the Einstein, matter and energy, they two are considered separate thing. But once Einstein has declared that whatever exists is energy, the gap between the thought and the energy has disappeared. So the gap between the mind and the body has disappeared.
Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. If you look at it, let me see there, like point. Okay, if you look at the top, it's not very active, not very red and yellow. You know, yellow and red being the most active front. It's not alert in the back where he was seeing visual cortex is alert. So as I was talking, where you see that is active in the back. That's the front, that's left, and that's right. Next. Okay, this is the first one, okay? The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. It's almost like it's got extra, so much energy going in there. It's a very clear-cut indication. From the previous picture, I'll show you again, previous picture. See how it is? And how the next one is. Okay. Can you see that? That's in the 30 minutes of deep meditation. Next, 60 minutes of deep meditation. See how one side quietens down and the other side remains very active. 60 minutes of deep meditation. There is something else happening right here in the middle. Right in the middle. Right here, in the frontal area. In the middle, it's called mesial frontal area. And here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. It's called mesial frontal area where both front lobes come and join together like that. Right. What's interesting was Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? lighting up right here in this area. So what's interesting is I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting.
SPH Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, a beacon of spiritual enlightenment, offers teachings that transcend time and culture. Join us as we dive into his enlightening discourse, recorded in Oklahoma, USA on May 2nd, 2007. Here, he addresses the essence of living in the present moment and unlocking the vibrancy of the soul.
Whatever exists is energy. But in our life, the more the time passes, the more the day passes, we only become less energetic. Here, one side, all the great mystics, they claim the more you get old, you are supposed to become more energetic. That is why in the East, we always worship the elderly people. We turn towards them for guidance, advice, and for everything. Youth is not worship. Only old, the elderly people are worshipped there. We turn towards to them. We turn and we look from them. We look to hear from them. When Rishi culture again and again says, whatever exists is energy, why are we not able to experience it? Where we are missing? There is a missing link. The missing link is you are caught with the past and the future, which is not existence, which is not reality, which is only imaginary level. Whether it is your past or the future, it's only imaginary level. What you perceive as the past or the future is not the reality. You are not perceiving the reality. Whatever you remember about as your past, whatever you remember as your past is only your remembrance. Please be very clear, it is not your past. It was not your past. We always remember, my childhood days are golden days. My college days are heaven. When I was in India, it was such a wonderful thing. But be honest, when you really lived that time, when you lived, was it great? No. When you lived, it was not. Now, your mind again and again projects, reminds you, it was great. Whatever you remember about your past is only your remembrance, your perception, not the reality. And the same way, whatever you remember about the future, all your worries, all your insecurity problem, all your fears, everything is only going to be your perception. It's not going to be real future. I've seen people continuously worrying. See, in the beginning, if you have some reason to worry, you worry. After some time, you worry you master the art of worrying. You don't need some reason. You don't need some special reason. You can just create some reason. And after that some time, even if you don't find any reason, you simply start worrying. You are just habituated for that. You are just living with worries. Nothing else. It is just a mental habit. Actually, I did a small research with a group of people. I collected some 50 people, told them to write whatever worries they have about their next 6 months. About the next 6 months, whatever fears, insecurity problem, worries you have, please pen it down. Actually, even according to psychologists, you can't visualize more than 6 months of your life. You may try to make a calendar for 1 year. You may try to visualize about after 4-5 years and all. They say the data which you have, with that you can process only next 6 months of your life. And now they say it is coming down because the changes are happening so much of changes in all the level, socially, politically, economically, in all the levels, so much of changes are happening. They say that is even coming down. 6 months is the time maximum you can visualize about the future. So I told them, whatever fears and insecurities you have, please pen it down. They penned it. And then, after 6 months, again we all met. And I collected those papers when they penned it down. After 6 months, all of us again met. I distributed that paper and asked them to tick how many of your worries have become reality. How many of your worries have become reality? You will be shocked to see the result. Hardly 3%. Actually only 3%. If there are 100 worries written by each person, only 3% is the maximum. I am telling about the maximum. Only 3%. Then can you imagine how much of mental energy is getting wasted? How much of your visualization capacity is getting wasted? How much of your power to create is getting wasted? The more you worry, the less you create. The more you are stressed, the less you are expressing. All your concept about future is only your concept. It is not going to be your future. Please be very clear. Feel relieved. You are not going to have the future which you are thinking. If at all God blesses you to have the future which you are thinking, you will be damaging yourself more than what you think. You will be damaging yourself very badly. You can be relieved. You will not have the future of what you are visualizing. Whatever you visualize, even if you visualize your future with all possible goodness, your visualization capacity itself is not enough to visualize all the dimensions of your future. So whether it is your perceptions about past or your ideas about the future, it is just your ideas. It is not the reality of what is. The reality is only the present moment, or the moments which you are having in your hand. The moment you relax into the present moment, the moment you relax into this moment, simply you will see your body and mind will have a new energy. I tell you, just for a few minutes, do this as an exercise. Just for a few minutes, close your doors and sit relaxed way and say, I accept my life as it is. My life, my comforts, my relationships, my body, my mind, I accept everything as it is now. Let me accept myself and the whole thing as it is now and come to the present moment. The moment you take a clear sankalpa, sankalpa means a conscious decision. The moment you take a conscious decision, very clearly come down to this present moment and start relaxing, you will be surprised, you can say you will be shocked to see the energy which happens to your being. Actually, only then you touch your inner being. Only then you touch your inner being, the source of your energy. As long as you are bothering about the future or thinking about the past, you will be away from the source of energy. The source of energy is always the present moment. When you come to the present moment, only then you are rejuvenated, you are fresh, you are alive, you start living. Physically, the concept of time makes you old, sick, uneasy. Mentally, the concept of time gives you stress, load and boredom. That's one more problem. Boredom is one of the important problems because of the concept of time.
If you are caught in the past, you are just a stone, a rock which can't be moved, dead, no energy. If you are caught in the future, yeah. If you are caught in the past, dead rock. If you are caught in the present, if you are centered in the present, you will be a flowing river, water. You will be just a flowing river. You will be just a flowing energy. Whoever is in the present moment, just swallowing the future and making it as a past consciously, will be overflowing, bubbling with energy. The Mahadeva, Shiva, who represents the rejuvenation process, are creating space for new things to happen. He is causeless auspiciousness. If you are centered in the present moment, you will be beyond fear, your Kundalini will be awakened, you will be radiating the causeless auspiciousness. The person who achieved that state, who is centered in the present, only he is worshipped. That is why in Vedic temples, behind every deity that arch will be there. Means he is in the present. You also be in the present. You also be like him. That is what is told. Symbolically, that is what is told to you. Be like him. Be in the causeless auspiciousness. Be a rejuvenator. In your mind you can see. You can decide whether you want to be a creator, means stuck in the past, Brahma. Whether you want to be in the past, means constantly brooding about the past, thinking that in that way things could have happened, this way it should have happened, I think I should have decided that, I think I should have done that, I think I should have done this. After a few years of marriage, always you think, I think. So getting married is like going to a restaurant and ordering what you want. After a few minutes, when you see what your friends are having, thinking that you should have ordered what they are having. It's the same thing. Always you feel, when you see what others are having, you feel, I should have ordered that. Constantly brooding about the past, or constantly thinking about the future. Both are not going to make you rich or energetic. If you just stay in the present, so much of energy, you can see very clearly how you are just swallowing the future and making it as a past. You are just there. Through you, the past moves and the future moves and becomes past. And you are there like a hollow bamboo, untouched by time. When you are in the present moment, letting future pass through you and becoming past, untouched by time, you are Kala Gala, Lord of death, beyond death. You can't die. You conquer death. Conquering death, a simple technique. Just be in the present, allow the time to flow through you, allow the time to penetrate you, allow the time to do its own activity through you. Do not bother. When the future comes inside you, don't be greedy, just don't catch it. Let it pass through you. Let it become past. Let it have its own course. Just be in the present. You will see you are living in eternity. What do I mean by the word eternity?
As we conclude our exploration, we invite you to reflect on the integration of energy and consciousness in your life. Whether through science or spirituality, may this journey inspire you to unlock your potential and embrace the infinite possibilities of the present moment.
Understand, let me share one of my experience, then you will be able to understand respect for whatever exists. After enlightenment, once one ashramite was working on a laptop. Suddenly it stopped working. And this guy brought to the other enlightened disciple for repairing. This enlightened guy, he said, he just touched. As usual, whenever things come to me, I touch and bless. It will become all right. Same way he put the hand. And understand, looks very funny. He put the hand and he said it will start working. And it started working. Not, you can say this is a coincidence. Okay, forget about it. This may be coincident. Not just that, even the trees which are practically dead, no leaf. He said that, Swamiji, I repeated your name and put the hand on the tree, and it came to life. Actually, I got the interest to study exactly what happens. I told him to heal some inanimate objects like a machine, TV, or the tape recorder, that kind of things. When I asked him to heal and I studied the energy flow, suddenly I understood everything. It was like a revelation. Everything exists is living energy, only different degree of life. Even Himalayas are growing. Even hills are living energy. Understand? Different frequency of life, but whatever exists is life, is energy. When you start respecting, when you start living with that respect, whatever exists is energy, suddenly you will see the whole nature reciprocates. The whole nature lives with you.
This is the subject. Actually, all the mystics, all the masters, all the saints, all the sages who walked on this planet Earth spoke about. Whatever they spoke about is nothing but this one single subject. Whatever words they might have used, whatever name you may give for that words, you may call that as Sermon on the Mount, or you may call that as a Bhagavad Gita, or you may call that as a Quran, or you may call that as a Saint Avesta, or Guru Granth Sahib, whatever name you may call, all words from all the masters talk only on this one subject, from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Not only religious masters, anybody who shared their wisdom, anybody who is intelligent, anybody who speaks some word about spirituality, leave out spirituality, anybody who gives a little bit of intelligence to anybody, they touch only this one subject, subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Life solutions or problems to whatever the solutions to the problems which you are facing in the life, anything related to intelligence is directly connected to this topic, from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Whenever your activities, your thoughts, your mental setup are subconscious, you directly go towards suffering. You travel towards mithya, means which is ephemeral. The moment your words or your deeds are with consciousness, you simply travel towards superconsciousness, nitya, the eternal or eternity. All our growth, if at all you consider that somebody is growing, it can be only in this direction, from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. If you are moving from subconsciousness to superconsciousness, only then you are growing. Otherwise, you are only getting aged, getting old. Getting old is not growing. Anubhava is not anubhuti. In Sanskrit we have two words, anubhava and anubhuti. Anubhava means just getting old. Anubhuti means learning from the experiences. Anubhava is getting experiences. Anubhuti means learning from that experiences. A simple example. There are people who learn from experiences. First they touch the cigar fire and then they understand, oh, cigar fire will burn. Then they touch the matchbox fire. They say, oh, matchbox fire burns. Then they touch the oven fire. Oh, oven fire burns. They touch one by one all fires. By the time they come to the conclusion, all fire burns, they will be old, their body will be ready to be burnt. This is anubhava. You learn from experiences. But we don't have enough time to learn from experiences. We don't have enough time to commit all the mistakes and learn. It's an old saying, learn from your mistakes. I say, learn from others' mistakes. You don't have enough time to do all the mistakes and learn. Anubhava, is the path of subconsciousness. Next, another one beautiful word, anubhuti, means learning straight away from one mistake. It's like when you touch one fire and it burns, immediately you realize all fire will burn. Coming to a clear understanding and conclusion, all fire will burn. Anubhuti is what I call superconscious state. Anubhuti is what I call a pure consciousness. Almost all the religions, all the rituals, all the techniques, all meditations are created only to drive man from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Whatever you do, whether praying in the church or doing puja in temple or doing namaz in the mosque or any other ritual, any other religious ritual is designed originally to lead man from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. But the problem is, when you don't know the science, only you do the act. When you do the act without knowing the science, again you make that as a ritual. Subconscious process. Anything done with the knowledge, with the wisdom, with the science of that whole action, whole activity, it becomes meditation. When the science is lost, only the action, activities remains, it becomes ritual. It becomes ritual. When the juice of wisdom is not there in the activity, it becomes just a ritual. They say a beautiful word, religious nuts and spiritual fruit. If the juice of wisdom is not there, you become a religious nut. When the juice of wisdom is added, a religious nut becomes a spiritual fruit. So, any ritual, any technique starts only as a technique to transform you from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. But when you don't know the science, why should it happen? What way it helps me? What way it is going to add more energy to my life, more clarity to my life, more intelligence to my life? When we don't know that, naturally, again we make the whole thing into subconscious process. If you know, even just sitting can become a superconscious technique. Even just sitting or simply inhaling and exhaling is more than enough to reach the superconscious state. With the intelligence and the right understanding, even a simple thing like inhaling and exhaling can put you into superconscious state. That is what is all about vipassana. Vipassana is one of the wonderful meditation techniques. I think the greatest gift given to the planet Earth by East is this vipassana technique. This vipassana technique is the greatest gift to the planet Earth from the East. Buddha's great contribution. According to me, thousands and thousands of people have become enlightened just because of this one single technique. This technique is all about inhaling and exhaling consciously, that's all. When you know the science, if you are conscious, even simple inhaling and exhaling can lead you to superconsciousness. When you are not aware, when you don't know the science, even the great rituals, big rituals can lead you to subconsciousness. Now I'll try to explain the science. What is subconscious and what is superconsciousness? How we receive the information from the world and how process of cognition happens in our system and how it becomes subconscious, how it can be transformed into superconsciousness. I'll explain based on Patanjali, a great master who happened in India. Based on his theory, I'll try to explain, then we'll analyze that theory with question answer, and that will help to internalize. Actually, a simple theory will not help much. When you analyze it with question answers, with a discussion, then it can be internalized in your system. So I'll try to propose that simple theory. You see, here is a small diagram. I'll try to explain how we receive the information from the outer world, how the process goes on in our being. I have used Sanskrit words. I'll try to give you the English explanation. For example, you are seeing something through the eye. You are seeing me. Let us take this example. The moment you see me, there is an energy called chakshu, which converts the information like a digital processing. If you want to process any information in the computer, you have to digitize it. It has to be converted. So the conversion happens by chakshu. Actually, chakshu only sees the whole thing. Whole information. Chakshu means the energy which sees. The energy which sees. Chakshu takes the information to manas. The moment the information is received, chakshu is like a file. In that the information is put, and it takes to manas. Immediately manas is the place, we can say, the first step of our being. Manas analyzes. Manas completely analyzes, and it starts classifying. It will first say, a broad outline will be given. And he is a man, or he is a human being. A broad outline will be given. Then that file will go to Chitta. Chitta immediately starts analyzing. Have I seen him somewhere? Have I seen him somewhere, here, there? You try to connect whatever you have experienced with this color, or with me, or some other Swami like me. All these memories will come up. You try to connect. You try to connect yourself with the information which you have received. Till this time, till the information comes to manas, it will be only analyzed in a general way. The moment it comes to chitta, you will start. Chitta is the memory. All the memories which you have collected is stored only in chitta. The chitta, with all the old memories, past memories, you connect. You start analyzing the Swamis whom you have met. If they have done some good thing for you, immediately you start associating me also with a good thing. If you had some bad experiences, then you start associating me also with that same bad experiences. So whatever process, whatever you know, with that you connect, and the file goes to buddhi. Now buddhi will decide whether to sit here or leave. The buddhi will decide whether to sit here or leave. And if the process goes like this logically, you are safe. You are safe. But it does not go always logically. It does not go always logically. Even though buddhi decides, the buddhi is not the authority to give command. He decides and the file is moved to ego. to ego. This is the mysterious zone. Still now medical field is not able to penetrate this zone. This zone is still in the hands of meditation and the masters. Still now this zone is in the hands of the mystics and the spiritual masters. The buddhi sends the file to ego, and ego decides. Ego decides. The decision again comes back. It is given to chitta, to manas, chakshu. Then the body starts working the decision. You get the decision from ego. Then ego says, all right, let us sit and see. Let us sit and watch. Then you sit. If the ego says, no, better let us leave, you simply walk. This is the way the information goes inside and comes out. First your eyes sees whatever you see, that is converted as a file, the form of a file on which through which they can do the process. That is done by chakshu. Then next it goes to manas. The manas gives a, you can say, view or an idea about what it is. Then the file goes to chitta. Chitta is the memories which you collected. See, in manas, you are no way associated. But in chitta, your memories are associated. Manas gives only from the collection. Manas never says right or wrong or anything. It just gives an overall view. Here is a human being with this cloth, with the turban. Just the idea is given to you. Then the chitta only starts analyzing. Oh, he is Swami. Already I have seen so many Swamis. These are my experiences. I think then what to do. Then that file goes to buddhi. Buddhi only decides. But the problem is buddhi doesn't have authority to give command. So the command can be given only by ego. For one shana, the whole file takes a quantum leap. From the ego, command comes. Your body executes that command. If whole thing happens logically, see, I said now a small example of seeing me. Seeing me, you see, and then the information is digitized and is brought to manas. Manas gives a broad view about he is a human being standing here. All these ideas are given. And then it is brought to chitta. Chitta says, oh, I have seen so many Swamis. Better, now let us go back and do our work. Then immediately your buddhi decides. The file goes to the buddhi. Buddhi says, I have seen so many Swamis. Let us go. Then you decide to go. You leave. If this process happens, no problem. If it happens logically like this, no problem. Things go safe and your things go smooth. But sometimes, till here, one type of logic works. For example, smoking. From the level of eyes you receive the information. It comes to chakshu, it comes to manas, it comes to chitta, it comes to buddhi. The whole file, when it is processed, your buddhi says, no, smoking is not good for health. I don't want. Already I had so many bad experiences about smoking. That is the end conclusion of the buddhi. But suddenly something happens when the file moves like this. When the file moves like this and it takes a quantum leap, suddenly something happens and you decide to smoke. Please understand, if things go logically, if your buddhi's decisions are executed immediately, as it is, you are not in any difficulty. Things are really beautiful, you are safe. But many times, your buddhi's decisions are not executed as it is. The process, your buddhi decides, no, I will not smoke, I should not smoke. Suddenly, You see the urge and you go for smoking. When the file goes to ego and comes back, the relation is changed. You send the file to the top authority with proper note. Finally, the decision comes opposite. You can't do anything. This processing area, actually, this whole thing I call it as TP, processing time. This is TQ, the quantum leap time. This is the time. The whole file takes a quantum leap. In this moment only, all your decisions are changing without your knowledge, without your control. Till this moment, the file goes logically. You analyze very clearly. First you see me, then it is digitized, then it is taken to Manas. Actually, if the chakshu is not there, you will not even see me. Many times you can see, you will be sitting and listening to music deeply. If somebody walks in front of you, you will not know. Or you will be watching movie. If somebody calls you, you will not know. Means that chakshu or the energy behind the sense is not associated with that sense. Only with the chakshu, the information is taken in. The whole file is digitized. When the file is digitized, it goes to Manas. Manas gives the overall view. Manas, only work of Manas is excluding all other things. The Manas will say, he is not animal, he is not plant, he is not, but all is not. That all will be eliminated. All the excluding will be done. And the file will be brought to Chitta. Then Chitta will start analyzing. Oh, he is Swami. I have seen so many Swamis. Or I have seen him earlier in Los Angeles. What is my experience with him? It's good. Okay. Then the idea, yes, it is good. I had a wonderful experience with him. That file will go to Buddhi. Then Buddhi will decide, oh, I had a wonderful experience with him last time. So naturally I will have a wonderful experience this time also. That file will be sent to ego. But ego only can decide, alright, sit and listen. Or get out and go. That decision will be done only by ego. The problem is, if the ego decides according to Buddhi, you are a Buddha. If ego decides against the Buddhi, you are a Buddha. That's all. Whole process, when the quantum leap process takes place, the whole decision changes. How it changes? Let us see. How it changes? Why it changes? For the informations to come to the sense and to reach the buddhi, it happens step by step. It takes its own time. So you have enough of awareness. Enough of awareness is there. Naturally, the process takes, with enough of awareness, it goes logically step by step. But this quantum leap happens in no moment. Actually, literally no time is taken for that quantum leap. Because there is no time, less awareness. Any decision taken with less awareness always leads to confusion. Here, the quantum leap happens with lot less awareness. If the TQ time is more than TP time, then you are a Buddha. You will take decisions with awareness. All your word, all your mental thinking, all your actions will be superconscious. If this TQ time is less than TP time, then you are working from subconsciousness. Your decisions are not logical. Your decisions are not clear. You are not tuned. You are not integrated with your buddhi. If you are integrated with your buddhi, you are called Buddha, awakened one. All we need to do is increase the TQ time, that's all. Now I give you a small equation. If TQ is less and TP is more, you are in subconsciousness. If TP is equal to TQ, you are in consciousness. If TP is less than TQ, if the TQ is more, you are in SuperConsciousness. Actually, when the TQ is less, it gives you a sort of a thrill and kick. Quickly deciding. Deciding quickly gives you a sort of a thrill. You feel you are very courageous. A small story. One Dhirananda, means a courageous guy, and his friends, they all decided to go for a bullfight. Before going, they all went to a bar and started drinking. One friend told Dhirananda, why don't you also drink? Why are you sitting? Drink, it will give you a lot of courage to go ahead and drink. The fellow said, that is what I am afraid. That is why I am not going to drink. If I drink, I may have the courage. Actually, when your TQ is less, you feel you are courageous. If you continuously decide without having the TQ or without taking time, you claim yourself as a bold person. You think yourself as a great person. The person who decides, that is what in the social way, if somebody continuously goes on making decision without thinking, what we say? We say he is a great courageous person. We say he can do so many things. He can achieve so many things. But anything great, not only anything great is achieved, satisfaction that I live is achieved only by more TQ. Only by more TQ. See, as long as this time is more than this time, you are in subconscious. Continuously you are in subconsciousness. Because the buddhi gives a different decision and ego gives different command. Tug of war goes on inside your being. Continuously the tug of war goes on. Continuously, the tug of war goes on inside your being. See, it is not getting recorded. The guilt, fighting with yourself, everything happens only in this spot. Buddhi gives one decision. Buddhi writes something in the file, and ego gives different command. If you understand this one thing little deeply, your whole life can be transformed. Because it's a basic key with which we receive the information, process it and pass the decisions. If you can understand this one thing, that's more than enough to transform your whole life. All we need to do is to increase the TQ time. Increase the TQ time. The file, when it goes to ego and process is done and the command is given to the buddhi, this time, if you can increase, if you can infuse spirit or awareness into this area, this TQ area, your whole life will be transformed. You will never make any wrong decision. Not only that, you will not make wrong decision. Any decision which you make, you will know the consequences. we destroy our senses, we overdo things, we exploit our body, we abuse our system when the TQ is less than TP. You can see in your life, till night 3 o'clock, you sit and watch the football match. Your eyes will be begging, please give me a little sleep. Your eyes will be begging. The moment advertisement comes, your eyes just closes by itself. But you don't leave your body. You just force. Again and again you abuse your body. We abuse our body because we don't have enough of TQ. We don't have enough of awareness in the decision making system. And anything, if you feel intellectually I am able to understand, but I am not able to practice, the problem is in the TQ. Intellectual understanding means till buddhi things are okay. But emotionally I am not able to experience, or in reality I am not able to practice means the TQ is not sufficient. Almost all our problems is only this subconsciousness. When the TP is more than TQ, you are working subconsciously. Even your inhaling and exhaling, if it is done subconsciously, you are not completely doing it. Please be aware. When you are not aware of your inhaling and exhaling, your lungs are not completely filled. Just this moment you can experience. Just become aware of your inhaling and exhaling. You will start doing deeply. You will feel your whole lungs. This moment, just become aware of your inhaling and exhaling. It will be at least 1.5 times more. You will be inhaling. The moment you infuse awareness, even your inhaling and exhaling, the quality of inhaling and exhaling transforms. The moment you bring awareness, your thinking system is under your control. Lot of times, without even our knowledge, continuously we bring negative words inside. You can see in your life, if you just analyze, if you can just sit for 20 minutes and write down whatever comes in your mind. Of course, you can't write down because the speed is too much. Do one simple experiment. Sit in front of a tape recorder and speak out whatever comes in your mind without editing. Let it be recorded for just 21 minutes and listen after that. Rewind it and listen. Then you will understand what's going on inside. Without even your awareness, without even your knowledge, continuously you are using a lot of negative terms, negative words, to abuse your own self, to abuse your being. Your logic continuously attacks you. Actually, it's like you have a sword and you are continuously torturing yourself with that sword. Same way, with your own inner chattering, you will be continuously torturing yourself without even your knowledge, because the TQ is less than TP. The time which is taken for processing becomes more than the time which is taken for decision making. Decision making happens in this area. Processing happens in that area. Decision making happens in this area. It's like the boss who is supposed to decide never comes to a factory and he sits somewhere, sees the file and never even bothers about the file. Just out of his ego, he says, do this. That's the same thing happens in this area. Here is the worker, supervisor, manager, general manager, CEO. All these guys, they make decision. And finally it goes to boss. But just boss writes something else in the file and sends the file back. You can't do anything. You can only execute what the boss says. This is the same process happening inside our system. When the decision making is not done with awareness, simply you torture yourself. the words which you use with yourself, the words which you use with others, the mental setup with which you work, and the activities or the actions which you are doing, everything is straight away connected to this TQ. To this TQ, because this is the zone where the decisions are made. This is the zone where you create an image about yourself, you create an image about the world, you create an idea about the society, you create an idea about persons. Everything is done only in this TQ zone. Infusing spirit in this TQ zone is what we call spirituality. Infusing spirit in this zone is what we call spirituality. Infusing consciousness in this zone only makes you super conscious. A simple inhaling and exhaling, infuse your awareness. You will start doing deeply. You will start doing deeply. And infusing awareness into your simple breathing can transform your breathing. Same way, if you can infuse the awareness into your thinking, it can totally transform your thinking. If you can infuse awareness into your activities, into your actions, simply you are transformed from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. A small example. One person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, I have the habit of smoking. I am not able to drop it. Please help me. I told him, please start smoking consciously. That's all. I didn't say drop. I just told him, please start smoking consciously. I told him, before smoking, just feel the cigarette and feel the touch. When you smoke, feel every puff. Feel it. What is happening inside your system? How you are experiencing it. How your mind reacts. What you feel. The whole thing. Be aware of it. Be conscious about the whole thing. I don't know how you will be able to believe. Simply, the fourth day he came and he said, Swamiji, I am not able to smoke. What have you done to me? I said, I have not done anything to you. It is not my presence which has changed you. It is your presence which has changed you. For your transformation, my presence is not necessary. Your presence is enough. Your presence is more than enough for the transformation. My presence is not necessary. You see, if you understand this one statement, you will be liberated from gurus. That's the ultimate liberation. I tell you, liberation from gurus is the ultimate liberation. If you can understand this one technique, for transformation, my presence is not necessary. Your presence is enough. This one word is more than enough. Just infuse consciousness in the TQ. Just infuse consciousness in every action, in every moment. If you can infuse consciousness into every moment, you will see simply your whole life is transformed. This guy says, when I started with awareness, then I understood actually smoking is nothing but escaping, trying to escape from some thoughts, some mental thinking setup. All your addictions, analyze all your addictions, whether it is coffee or tea or smoking or drinking, everything. At particular time, you come upon a particular mental setup, whether depression or low mood, or some mental setup you face, which you are not interested in facing. Either you feel that you don't have enough energy to face it, or you don't want to face it. Then what do? Immediately, you drink something and escape from that mood. You just wanted to escape from that mood immediately for time being. Only then you choose drinking some tea, coffee, or alcohol, or smoking. Any addiction, anything, it is nothing but trying to escape from that mental setup for that time, for that few moments. When you can't escape consciously, you choose unconscious methods, unconscious techniques. It's like a pig felt too much of smell, the drainage. In India, open drainage system. And finally, it was not able to bear that smell. It just put his nose into that mud or slush. Same way, when you want to escape from some suffering, you just make yourself unconscious and you think you escaped. The drinking or any addiction process is just the same thing. When you are not able to escape consciously from a particular mental setup, you wanted to escape, you use some outside things to make you unconscious. Alcohol or drinking or anything. Anything which makes you unconscious is dangerous for the TQ. For TQ, you will not be able to make right decisions. Anything which makes you unconscious will naturally lead you to more and more dullness. You will be abusing your body, your mind, and your whole system continuously. When you use methods and techniques to reduce the TQ, means putting yourself into unconsciousness, naturally you are traveling towards the path of suicide. It's like a slow suicide. Actually, in a big bar, one person from a missionary went there. From table to table, he was going and sitting and talking with people and trying to convince them how bad the drinking is. Table to table, he was going. One guy, young guy, he was trying his best to avoid eye contact with that missionary. He wants to escape. But exactly the person came and sat in front of him, in front of the young guy, started advising him. Don't you feel what you are drinking is a slow poison? The young guy immediately replied, yes, I know, because I am not in a hurry, I am taking this. I am taking this because I am not in a hurry. You can't drink if you are not in a hurry to die. It is just a slow suicide process. It can make you dull and the awareness rate will be brought down. You will be traveling towards subconsciousness. Not only drinking, please understand, not only drinking, there are so many things which makes you unconscious, which makes you subconscious. If you do something which you don't want to do from your heart, but out of desire or impulse or compulsion, if you do, again you are creating subconsciousness. Again, the depth of the subconscious is getting increased. You are getting caught. You are creating a mental setup which is more and more going to give or create trouble for you, which is going to be more and more unconscious. Your whole life structure needs to be flooded with this single idea, with this single understanding. If you flood your whole life, it will be simply transformed. If you can understand this one key sutra, this one key mantra, infusing awareness into your TQ zone, infusing awareness into the area in which you are making the decisions. If you can infuse awareness into the TQ zone, your whole life will be transformed from this moment. Transformation does not need years, months, not even weeks. Not even weeks. It is just a conscious choice, a simple decision. From today, I decide to transform my life. From today, I decide to transform my life. If you are in subconscious level, the moment you choose, you will move towards the conscious level. If you are in conscious level, the moment you choose, you will move towards the superconscious level. It's the ultimate technique, not only for the spiritual progress, even to live life happily. This is the master key. Today's subject is being such a miraculous. From the time immemorial, human beings are searching continuously what we call miracles, extraordinary happenings. Almost all the religions, all the spiritual groups, all the spiritual societies are answers for the great happenings in the planet Earth which can't be explained logically. There are so many thousands of things happening which is beyond logic. Whenever anybody tries to explain the things which is beyond logic, he creates a new religion. All our search, all our seeking, all our effort to find solution, to find answer for what is happening beyond our logic, what we call miracles. All our effort to demystify the miracles created new religions, different kinds of spiritual theories, different kind of understanding about these energies. First, let us understand the word miracle. There is nothing on this planet Earth which is miracle actually. Patanjali declares very clearly, the greatest spiritual navigator ever born on the planet Earth. Patanjali is a person who declared first time there is no such thing as miracle happens in the planet Earth. Whatever happens has got clear cause. Cause and effect. If you do not know the cause, then you think it is miracle. You think it is something extraordinary. If you know the cause, you understand its cause and effect. If you do not know the cause, you always think it is miracle. Patanjali is the great spiritual navigator master who declared everything has got cause
and there is nothing called miracle. He demystified the whole science, and in a way he made the whole spirituality as a science, which is possible in everyone's life. By nature, man has got inquisitiveness, the curiosity to search in extraordinary things. That is why, from the time immemorial, again and again, we are searching something extraordinary, something supernatural. We don't keep quiet, just living the basic life. We want something more, something more, something more. So we search what is happening, what is happening in the planet Earth, what is happening in the sky, what is happening beyond. The search for the miracles continues. Patanjali is the first rishi who declared to open all the secrets, to open all the truths. He makes it as a science. Which way, through which technique you can achieve which miraculous powers. First thing, he guides the people to achieve miracle powers. Next thing, he teaches whatever is happening is miracle. He gives a two kind of solutions for life. First, he gives the techniques to achieve all the miracles. Next, he teaches what the technique to see everything as miracle. According to me, there is only two kind of lifestyle. One is living as though nothing is miracle, or as though everything is miracle. There is only two kind of lifestyle. For both lifestyle, Patanjali gives methods. He illuminates a new path for human beings to travel. He shows a new way, and he demystifies whatever we call as miracles. Step by step, he explains the different kind of miracles and how those energies can be achieved, how you can penetrate. Now, I wanted to analyze one or two things. Search for miracles, is it going to help us? First, let us analyze. Searching for these miracles, is it going to help us in our practical day-to-day life? In a way, it can create inquisitiveness, it can create curiosity, it can give you the idea there is something beyond what you see with the five senses. It can give you an inspiration that there is something more than what you see on the planet Earth. As an inspiration to search the extraordinary thing, it is surely a big help. But just searching for miracles itself is no way going to help you. As a starting step, it can be a big inspiration to go towards the higher dimensions of life. That is what Patanjali says. When you start searching for miracles, when you start searching for extraordinary things, naturally you understand there is one more dimension for your life. There is something more in your life than what you understand. But slowly,
you come to a clear understanding, you come to a clarity, you come to a realization that even miracles are not enough. You need to go beyond the miracles. I always tell people, there are two things. One is Shakti to make your dreams into reality. That is what is miracle powers. Miracle power means you will have power to make your dreams into reality. That is Shakti. That's next thing. Buddhi means realizing whatever is reality is nothing but your dream. Making your dreams into reality is Shakti. Realizing that your reality is nothing but dream is Buddhi, intelligence. If your search for Shakti leads you to Buddhi, then it is right. If your search for miracles, if it leads you to experience whatever is happening is a miracle, then your search is right. But if your search stops just in few miracle powers, you miss the real miracle, which is universe, which is existence. The greatest miracle is realizing the whole universe in your being, or your being in the whole universe. When you travel in your search of the miracles, when you start in your path, step by step you come upon few miracle powers. If your energy is getting solidified, in the second step you get the power of intuition. Intuition means seeing the things before it happens. People ask me, Swamiji, how can we see the things before it happens? It is just against the logic. It is just against the logic. How can we see before things happen? It is not against the logic. Because whatever you think as past or future is nothing but the projection of present. Now there is a new thing which is going on among the physics scientists. New talk, parallel universe. If black hole happens in some place, in some other corner of the universe, Big Bang happens. Big Bang and black hole, they continuously happen parallelly. Continuously somewhere black hole is happening, and the parallel side of the universe, the other side, same way Big Bang is happening. If the Big Bangs are happening, black holes are happening. When you don't know the connection, you think it is a two independent incident. If you understand the connection, you will understand it is not two separate incidences. It is just cause and effect, that's all. They say even a single atom cannot move without creating effect in the other side of the universe. If an atom moves in a place, the other side, parallelly, another atom moves. If you understand this parallel universe theory, you will be able to understand your future and past are not two independent things. They are just deeply related with the present. Understand the time as a shaft. Actually, time is a shaft. One side is past incidences, other side is future incidences. Center present. You never touch the time shaft actually. You are always pulled in the past or by the future. You always live in the past or live in the future. You never touch the present moment. Present moment is the time through which you can touch this time shaft. Eternity is past, present and future. All the three is eternity. But you can touch the eternity only in the present moment. If you are in the present moment, only then you can touch the eternity. If you touch the eternity, you can understand the past and future are not different from present. They are just extensions of present. From the past moment, this moment is taking birth. From this moment, next moment is taking birth. If you have the glimpse at least once of the present moment, if you live even for one moment in the present moment, you will have a clear glimpse, clear idea about the future. Just yesterday in the Shakti Spurna program, one devotee questioned me, Swamiji, sometimes I feel when I am in a party, suddenly I feel the same party has happened in my life. I had been to the same house already once. And I feel suddenly the same incident is happening. And I feel in 5 minutes somebody is going to come. Or some incident is going to happen. Exactly in 5 minutes the same thing will happen. How this happens? Is it happening only in my life or in everybody's life? How I am feeling like this? Then I asked, there were 80 people. I asked, how many of you have experienced the same thing in some time of your life, one or other time of your life? You will be surprised. More than 70% of the people raise their hands. And they say, all of us had this experience in some time in our life. If you enter into some house, suddenly you feel, I came to the same house. And you know which side, which room is. And you straight go there. The same incident. Yesterday I was surprised, in the 80 people, majority of the people had this experience in their life at least more than once. When you experience the present moment at least once, by mistake, actually by mistake only we fall in the present. We never enter into present consciously. Because if you enter into present consciously, you will never move out of the present moment. By mistake, sometimes you suddenly fall into present moment. Your consciousness drops into present moment. You have nothing to bother, nothing to worry, or nothing to think. In those moments only, you feel the glimpse of the future, and you feel the same thing has happened already. In that moment, you touch the time shaft. You experience the glimpse of the time shaft. When you touch the time shaft, you experience the whole universe is nothing but the projection from present moment. Your past and your future is not two independent things. It is just deeply dependent on your present moment. You will understand the bridge between your past and future, but we always miss. We always miss. We always miss the present moment. And not only that, not only we miss the present moment, we miss actual problem. Why we miss the present moment? We never look into the present moment. We always we try to find solution to wrong method. A small story. One American guy was traveling in London with a British gentleman and
British lady. Both of them were sitting next to him in the train. The lady had a pet dog. Suddenly the dog jumped on him and pissed. Made the whole area mess, dirty. Instead of apologizing, this British lady, she started patting the dog. Oh, you have cold bladder. I should take care of you. I should do something to you. After a few minutes, this dog jumped again on that American guy and vomited. Again, this lady, instead of apologizing, she started patting the dog. Oh, I should take you to the doctor immediately. You have some serious stomach trouble. After 5 minutes, again the dog jumped on it, and now you know what it would have done. It has done whatever it can do. Again, this lady, instead of apologizing, she started patting the dog. Now it is too much. The American guy simply got up, picked the dog, threw it out of the window. Simply threw it out of the window. Till this moment, the gentleman, British gentleman, was keeping quiet. Now he started talking. You American guys drive in the wrong side, measure with the wrong scale, now threw the wrong bitch out of the window. You always throw the wrong bitch out of the window. We always try to find solutions by throwing the wrong bitch out of the window. In our life, whenever you find trouble in the past or in the future, you try to work by trying to alter the past or by trying to work, develop on the future. But you cannot do both because both are not in your hands. You can't do anything about the past. It's already over. You can't do anything about the future because it is not yet happened. You can do anything only in the present moment. But you never do anything related to the present moment. Doing something which is related to present moment is what I call meditation. Meditation does not mean you will close your eyes and sit silently, chant some mantra. No. That's also one kind of meditation. But if you try to touch the present moment by any method, that is meditation. Any technique, any method which brings you to the present moment is meditation. If eating can bring you to the present moment, if you can eat staying in the present moment, that can become meditation. Simply walking, if it can bring you to the present moment, if you can be in the present moment when you walk, walking is meditation. Just sitting, if you can bring yourself to the present moment, it is meditation. Anything which brings you to the present moment only can solve your problems. But we always throw wrong bitch out of the window. Again and again we miss the right pitch. In your life, when you fall into the present moment by mistake, you always fall in the present moment only by mistake. If you fall, you get the power of intuition. Whenever you feel, suddenly, same incident happens. Next, this is what is going to happen. And if it happens, be very clear. You touch the time shaft. You touched the time shaft. Actually, if you can touch the time shaft more than 21 shana. Shana means not second. It is not second. In Vedic system, time is calculated psychologically, not chronologically. There is two kinds of times. One is chronological time, what best follows.
Another one is psychological time, what east follows. Chana does not mean second, please be very clear. Chana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. Chana means gap between one thought and the other thought. Let me explain the difference between psychological time and chronological time. Sometimes when you sit with somebody whom you really love and whose company you enjoy, you do not even know that 5 hours is gone. You do not even know how the time is flying. If you sit with somebody, you feel bored or disturbed, who tortures you, even 10 minutes will not move. You will feel even 10 minutes is an eternity. People say the eternal hell. Why? Because in the hell never time moves. In the hell never time moves. The number of thoughts, if it becomes more, you feel time is not moving. If the number of thoughts becomes less, you will realize time is flying. So in the East, we always measure time based on the mental setup. Based on the mental setup. That is why we always tell, for the higher level jivas, for devatas, our 1 year is 1 day for them. The 1 year of human beings is 1 day for devatas. Means the number of thought is very less. If the number of thoughts are very less, you will be in heaven. Please be very clear, heaven and hell are not geographical. If it is geographical, we would have sent already satellite. No, it is not geographical, it is psychological. The more number of thoughts you are in hell, less number of thoughts you are in heaven. It is by number of thoughts we measure whether we are in hell or in heaven. It is the psychological time which decides whether you are in hell or heaven. If time flies, if you are enjoying, you are in heaven. If the time is not at all moving, it is just stagnant, you feel bored, then you are in hell. It is just a psychological setup, not chronological. If you can hold the time shaft just for 21 minutes, just for 21 Shana, not even minutes, 21 Shana. The word minute cannot be the right translation of word Shana, because the very meaning itself is different. If you can penetrate the time shaft consciously, 21 Shana, you will know your whole future. You will know your whole future. Just 21 Shana is more than enough to know the whole future, but we never penetrate the present moment. We never allow ourselves in the present moment. The morning, if you are brushing your teeth, you will be thinking of your office. If you are in the office, you will be thinking of evening going to the beach. If you are in the beach, you will be already planning of when to go back to the house. If you are in the house, again you will start planning about next day work. If you are here, you can be sure you are not here. If you are here, one thing is sure, you are not here. You always escape from the present moment. Even if you don't have any worries to worry, even if you can't get any reason to worry, you just start planning for future. And I have seen people, if they don't find any reason to worry, they try their best to catch some reason. And if they can't find, the next step is, today everything is going well, Swamiji, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. And we always believe very strongly, if today things go well, tomorrow something bad is going to happen. Something worse is going to happen. This very thought, tomorrow something worse is going to happen, you are waiting for the worst thing to happen. You are practically meditating for the worst thing to happen. You are literally waiting to get hurt. When you beg to get hurt, naturally God graces you. When you wait to get hurt, naturally, he graces you. No other way. Otherwise, you find some reason and hurt yourself. When you don't have any past things to worry, you start creating something in the future to worry, to create. You never touch the present moment. You never penetrate the time shaft. That is why you never get a glimpse of the past or the future. When you touch the present, you experience the intuition power. The next level, when your being becomes a little more solid, the next level of energy, you get a next power which we call Siddhi, which we call the next Siddhi. The next Siddhi is altering the future. Understand, the first level Siddhi is knowing the future. The first level Siddhi, you can only know the future. The next level experience, you get the power of altering the future. How this happens? How this happens? How can we change the future? Yesterday a devotee was asking, Swami, if there is a future, how can we change the future? If there is a free will, where is the destiny? If there is a destiny, where is the free will? Understand one example. There is a beautiful example by Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. He says, it's like a cow tied on a post. The rope length is 5 meters. Inside the 5 meter, cow has got free will. It can sit, stand, go around, do whatever it wants. But more than 5 meters, the cow cannot go. Beyond the 5 meter, it is destiny. But inside the 5 meter, it has got clear free will. If the cow behaves properly, if the cow doesn't do anything wrong, the cow lives properly, silently, not disturbing anybody, there is every chance the owner will extend the length of the rope or free the cow totally. Same way, the free will which is given to you, if it is handled properly, if it is used properly, if you don't use it to hurt others or to hurt yourself, please understand, not only hurting others, even hurting yourself is a sin. When you continuously worry, you are hurting yourself. There is Upanishad Sutra, Anandam Brahmedi Navyajanat. Ananda, the bliss is existence. Don't waste it. We are wasting our life without living the natural bliss, which is our nature. Every moment which you spend, which you live without being blissful, is wasting your life and a deep disrespect to your life. Life itself is just a bliss. The very nature of life is joy and bliss. Every moment you spend in suffering is a disrespect to the life. Please be very clear. A real puja, a real worship is living joyfully and blissfully. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, in my house there is no peace. Please give me some technique, some method to bring peace. I told her, first thing, all of you sit together, eat together, spend time, laugh, dance. Naturally you will see, you will have more understanding. This bliss, this joy will bring more and more peace. Don't find fault with each other continuously. Just try to be blissful. She said, no, Swamiji. Teach me some technique, some puja, which can help, which can bring peace in my house. Puja can bring, when it is done honestly and spiritually, that's true. She asked, no, teach me some puja. Should I do Saundari Lakshmi or Graha Lakshmi? Which puja? to bring peace. She is not ready to listen to the solution. Then I said, what generally you do when you go inside the puja room? You do puja to Lakshmi. When you come out, Archana to husband. How will the peace come? How will you have the peace? It is a life solution which you need to follow more than any other ritual. The greatest puja is how to be blissful, how to be more joyful. Every moment which you spend in worrying and suffering is disrespect to the life and God, because He is the person who gave you the life. If you disrespect a rose, the person who gave you the rose, you disrespect him also, naturally. When you disrespect a bunch of rose, naturally you disrespect a person who gave you the rose. So when you don't live with bliss, naturally you disrespect the divine. Life is too valuable to be spent in suffering and misunderstanding. When you don't hurt yourself and hurt others, there is every chance the rope length can be extended from 5 meters to 10, or you can be liberated. The persons who are liberated are only called as Jivan Muktas. When you actually live in the present moment, you can never hurt yourself or you can never hurt others. When you live in the present moment, your being feels so much filled with the life. You will be flowering, you will be overflowing with so much of energy. You can never hurt others. You can never hurt yourself. All disturbances to yourself, to others happens only in unconscious level. As long as you are unconscious, you will hurt others and you will hurt yourself. The moment you become conscious of what is happening inside your being, naturally you will stop hurting yourself and you will stop hurting others. Masochism and sadism is one and the same. If you hurt yourself, naturally you will hurt others. If you hurt others, naturally you will hurt yourself. Because you have only one mind, you don't have two minds. You have only one mind. It's like a double-edged sword. If you kill others, you will naturally commit suicide. If you try to commit suicide, you will naturally kill others. It is a double-edged sword. When you come to the present moment, when you start living in the present moment, you will see a new dimension of your being opens. You experience the new taste, new space of your being. When you experience the new space of your being, your past stops binding you. Your future starts listening to you. As long as your past binds you, your future will never listen to you. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I want to stop smoking. Please tell me something. I tell them, first thing you have to do is drop the guilt. They get surprised. They tell me, what is this, Swamiji? If I drop my guilt, I will start smoking more. What are you talking? You say, drop my guilt. No. Only when you drop your guilt, only when you are free from your past. Guilt is from past. Only when you are free from your past, you will have enough of energy to change your future. As long as you carry the guilt, you will project only your past into future. Understand? When you carry the guilt, you already decide you can't change your future. If you have the confidence that you can change your future, you will not carry the guilt. The moment you carry the guilt, you decide, you take it for granted, I can't change my future, I am going to go only in this way. That is why you carry the guilt. There is a beautiful character described in Ramayana, Vali. The story says, anybody who faces the Vali will lose half of their power and the half of the power will go to the Vali. If you stand in front of him to oppose him, half of your power will go to Bali. Same way, if you stand in front of your past to fight with him, half of your power will go to him. Your guilt will suck half of your energy. Understand? All your negativity has got only one power, which is supplied by you by having faith on that negativity. That's all. All your negativity has got only one power, that is supplied by you by having faith on that negativity. When you decide, I have to fight to drop my smoking, you give power to smoking to fight with you. You give half of your power, then you start fighting. It's almost like you fight with your shadow. You will never win. You will never win. Again and again and again you can see, the deeper the guilt, you will commit the same mistake again. The more strongly you take the vow, I will not become angry next time, more you will become mad. The more stronger the vow, more madness. The more strongly you decide, I will stop smoking, more quickly you will pick up in your hands. Because the thought is there continuously. You will project your past into the future continuously. As long as you try to fight with your past, you are in unconsciousness and you will project the same past into the future. Be very clear. More the guilt, same mistake. You can see by guilt you will never be able to overcome any mistake. Any mistake you can never overcome by guilt. Because when you are having the guilt, you are under the clutches of the past. So naturally, future will not listen to you. Future will not listen to you. Drop from the past. Come to the present moment. Come to the present moment. When you come to the present moment, naturally you will see your future is available to you.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Master, the Master Surgeon. Master is a person who removes the ultimate cancerous tumor which happens to us, which I call ego. Ego is the ultimate cancerous tumor which happens to our being. Master is the person who does surgery on that ultimate cancerous tumor. He never allows you to stuck or be comfortable with anything less than enlightened state. Usually, not only in the normal level, even when we start progressing spiritually, after some time, in some layers we get caught, we get stuck, we don't move further. Somewhere we will be caught, stuck, and we will not even know that we are stuck. In all these kind of situations, in all these kind of moments, again and again and again, Master helps us to awaken, or he pushes us. Go ahead. Don't stop. Go ahead. He is really a master surgeon. He transforms the whole life. Of course, whenever surgeon comes with a knife, we always feel he is going to cut us. He is going to hurt us. He is going to disturb us. But the knife of a surgeon is not for killing, it is for healing. It is not for killing, it is for healing. In the India, They worship the gods with big, big knife, sword, and all those weapons. People always ask me, why do you worship the gods with a big sword? Why do you worship gods with a big knife in their hand? Why gods need all these weapons? I tell them it is a symbol. Symbolically they represent that they are surgeons. They are going to straight away cut your ego. They are going to straight away remove the cancerous tumor. It's a metaphysical representation that they are the master surgeons. If you see the Kali's photo or a picture of Kali, you will see she will be standing with a big knife in one hand and the severed head in the other hand. The severed head is a representation of ego. The sword is a representation of knowledge or wisdom. Let me narrate an incident which explains deeply how the master takes care of the disciple, how he never allows the disciples to get stuck in some layer, in some level. Even if the disciples feel very cool, cozy, happy, settled, the masters shake and make you aware what you think as security is not allowed. You can't get stuck. You have to move further. You have to go ahead. This is one of the beautiful incident from Sri Ramakrishna's life. Sri Ramakrishna is a great spiritual master who happened in India in last century. He had a master. The master's name is Totapuri. Ramakrishna used to worship the form of goddess Kali. He used to meditate on a particular form. He had the darshan of that form. He used to live happily with that form. He was just living his life beautifully, happily with that form. Suddenly one day appeared new person, very elderly man, old monk, Totapuri. He said, don't meditate on the form, go beyond the form. Of course, naturally the Ramakrishna was shaken. He said, why? The form is so beautiful. I am so happy with it. I feel my whole life is this goddess Kali. I feel I am totally connected to her. Why should I go beyond this form? What is wrong with the form? Totapuri says, no. No form is eternal. Forms are always ephemeral. Only when you go beyond the forms, you will be able to experience the eternal bliss or the eternal consciousness. Ramakrishna was happy with that form. Actually, when you meditate on some form, you feel very comfortable, soothing. You can project all your ego on that form and feel satisfied. If you wanted to have a caring, loving mother, if you are missing a caring, loving father, you can always project that into that. Your God. You can always think your God is a loving, caring father. Your God is a loving, caring mother. And the more strongly you visualize, more strongly, naturally you are going to have a vision. Because the strong visualization will come to reality. That is the same thing happened in Ramakrishna's case. Ramakrishna felt what he was strongly visualizing is a reality. He was happy, but it is not ultimate truth. Here is Totapuri, who is not ready to allow the disciple to get stuck in any level. Almost it is nothing but his ego projection. It is nothing but his ego projection. So naturally, Totapuri inspires him, go beyond the form. And he advises him to cut the form visually in your meditation. Just visualize you are cutting that form, destroying it and going beyond the formless experience. Ramakrishna does that and reaches the ultimate bliss or the eternal bliss. Master again and again sees that you are reaching the ultimate. You are not stuck with anything. That is why in the Eastern mysticism or in Vedanta, so much of importance is given to the master. For the West, it is very difficult to understand the concept of master. West knows only the teachers. Here, the very idea of master doesn't exist. From the beginning, all you know is university, schools, colleges, your teachers. The idea of master doesn't exist. In the East, even the regular education is only from masters, not from teachers. Even the so-called regular education for your day-to-day life, for your profession, even that was received only from masters, not from teachers. Of course, today modern day it has become West. Again, the modern day universities, all these things have come, that is different. But in the original Eastern Gurukulam style, they always emphasized on master. The difference between master and the teacher is a person who knows intellectually, who has got the intellectual knowledge. Master is a person who knows experientially, who has experienced about what he is speaking, who has experienced the truth. The Indian education system is always dependent on masters. Even the professional education, if you are supposed to become a king, if you want to learn the archery, you have to go to only to the master. You may ask, how can an enlightened master teach me in archery? How can an enlightened master teach me agriculture? What do enlightened persons know about the agriculture or about the archery or about the business? You will be surprised. Not only the agriculture or archery or architect building structures, even the sex is taught only by enlightened masters. The Indian culture, you will be surprised, everything has got a sutra, aphorism. The wonderful system, at the age of 7, a person will be initiated into meditation. Till the age of 14 he has to practice. Before 14, if he achieves the first glimpse of spiritual experience, he will study the spiritual science, Brahma Sutra. If he doesn't, he will science the study of life. He will study the aphorisms of life, Kama Sutra. Person who studies Brahma Sutra will take sannyas. The person who studies Kama Sutra will take Grihastha life, marriage. Everything is taught, guided by the enlightened masters. That is the reason the society was so beautiful. Nobody feels they are in wrong place. Nobody experiences the idea that I am in a wrong place. I am not doing what I am supposed to do. Because the masters decide, the very young age, they very clearly decide what this person is supposed to do, what this person is supposed to achieve, what he will do, where he will go. Everything is clearly understood by the enlightened person, and he clearly guides the students. The difference between teacher and the master is teacher teaches verbally through his verbal language. Master teaches through his body language. And now in the modern day, everybody is accepting the field of psychology. You can never teach just through verbal language. All communication happens more than 90% only through body language. You can never learn through verbal language. It is always body language which teaches. I have seen people, how many video discourses they may see, DVDs they may see, but they don't understand unless they come and sit in front. When they come and sit in front, one discourse is enough to transform them. If they sit and watch the TV, the DVD, the recorded discourses, how many they may watch, but never the transformation happens. Transformation never happens. For transformation, the direct touch is necessary. Master is the person who can give the direct touch, who can radiate the presence, who can teach through body language. It is not even teaching, it's like awakening. He just awakens you by his presence, by his space. He creates such a wonderful space in which automatically you are awakened. Beautiful story from Vivekananda, a great enlightened master. Let me narrate that story. That will give you an idea how Master awakens the disciple just by his presence. There was a lioness in a forest. It was pregnant, about to give birth. One day it was searching for food. It was going around the forest, trying to catch some animal. It saw the sheep of flock and jumped, and it was trying to attack. It just gave birth to a lion and died there itself because the jumping is too much. It was not able to manage or maintain. Gave birth to a lion and died. The cub was left orphan. Nobody was there to attend. These goats, they somehow felt very friendly with this cub, and they took this cub. Cub started growing with these goats. It started drinking the goat's milk and started eating the grass, almost living like a goat. And actually, one more thing, the way in which you are brought up, that is the way you will have an idea about yourself. And don't think we are human beings just by birth. You walk with two legs because you are taught and you are brought up in that way. Otherwise, naturally, we will be still animals. This cub was brought up just among the goats, and it really felt it is a goat. And it used to eat the grass and drink the goat's milk and play with the goats, live like a goat and create sound just like a goat. After a few years, one day, one lion was again attacking that same group, and it saw a cub along with the goats, and it just attacked that cub, brought the cub out of the group, Cub started shouting, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I won't kill you, you are not a goat. Cub said, don't tell me all these things. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Just give me that assurance that you will not kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I will not kill you. It just left. The cub ran and his cub escaped and ran. Next day again, lion attacked the same group. Again it attacked the same cub and brought it out. Again the cub started shouting, crying, oh, don't kill me, don't kill me, leave me. Lion said, don't you understand? I am not catching you to kill you. Understand, you are not a goat, you are a lion. Again the cub started crying, no, I am lion, I am goat only. Don't kill me. Anyhow, lion tried its best to convince the cub. Cub is not ready to get convinced. Lion left the cub. All right, go. Third day, slowly the cub started feeling somehow connected with the lion. It started remembering the lion again and again. Why should he catch me? Twice he caught me. He could have killed me. He's not killing, or he's not ready to eat me. Why he should again and again catch me? And again he's advising me I am a lion. Why should you do that? He started contemplating on the lion. Something of that lion, some quality of that lion started attracting him. In the heart, without his knowledge, unconsciously, he started contemplating on the lion. Third day, when the flock crossed that area, the cub stood and watched whether the lion is coming or not. Fourth day, the cub started waiting in that same area to have a glimpse of lion. Now lion appeared again, came near the cub. This time it doesn't have to catch the cub. Cub just stood. Cub started trusting the lion. Just stood. Lion said, how are you? How you are doing? After a few words, lion called the cub. Why don't you come and spend some time with me? The moment cub heard this word, got frightened. You can see and spend few minutes, but he is not courageous enough to go with the lion. Again the cub escaped. After a few days, again the cub saw the lion. Now he has got some courage. And not only that, slowly he has developed a little bit attachment towards the lion. This time he brought a little bit of grass to the lion to offer. Sir, why don't you eat this? Lion also has to act as if it is a goat. It has to show to the cub that he is not somebody superior, he is not somebody away, he is not somebody different. So he acted as if he is eating the grass. Now slowly the cub has started trusting the lion. Now lion started acting. Instead of telling the cub that you are the lion, lion started acting as if it is goat, so that the trust can happen between the cub and lion. Slowly, cub started trusting the lion. One day cub was ready to go with lion to the nearby river, a picnic. Lion took the cub, both of them went near the river. When they were standing near the water, suddenly lion grabbed the face of the cub, head of the cub, neck, and said, look at the river. Cub said, yes, I am seeing. What you are seeing? Cub said, our faces. Do you see my face? Yes. I am a lion. Yes. Do you see your face? Yes, I am seeing. You are also a lion. Again, the fear came up. Cub said, no, 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 leave me, leave me. Started shouting. Now it is too much. The lion had little meat. It just took the meat and forcibly put inside the mouth of a cub. Cub slowly started chewing. The taste of the blood. And the cub started tasting the blood. Slowly he started feeling, yes, I could eat the meat. I am not just a goat. If I am a goat, how can I eat the meat? The first experience that I am the lion started happening. Of course, again the cub is not ready to be convinced. After a few minutes, just out of the old habit, he vomited the meat. Again started shouting, no, 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 don't try to brainwash me. Don't try to teach me. I am goat. He started running. After a few days, again somehow lion managed. The cub brought him to the river. This time he decided he has to realize. He has to experience. This time when he brought the cub, it showed him very clearly, look at your face, look at my face in the river. Both are one and the same. And eat this fresh meat. He gave him the fresh meat to eat, to taste. And naturally, taste of the blood made the cub to realize it is not a goat. It is lion. And he removed him. He removed the cub, left him in the forest. He didn't let him to stay with the goats. When he has to live in the forest, naturally, he has to search for his food. He has to hunt. He has to go around. He started hunting. He experienced completely who he is and started living as a lion. Beautiful story. I don't know how Vivekananda came up with this story. This is exactly the same thing happens between you and the master. Exactly same thing. When you see the master and when he says, you are not as you think, you are not human being with spiritual experience, you are a spiritual being with human experience. We always think we are a human being having a spiritual experience. Master says, no, you are a spiritual being having human experience. But you are not ready to believe. Not only you are not ready to believe, you felt little uncomfortable. You feel he is preaching his ideas or he is trying to convert you. You get frightened. You try to run away. And you go and be happy with your goats. And you are happy with your cozy life. You are stuck with your regular life. After some time, again, the master tries to infuse the same idea into your being. With a little force, he catches you and tries to give you the same idea. This time, you stop resisting, but you are not ready to welcome. You just, okay. But after one or two times, beyond your understanding, your unconscious is slowly attracted. you start remembering him. The charisma or the grace or the energy of the master just pulls you. You start remembering him in the daytime, in the night time, in your dreams. Automatically he starts appearing in your dreams. Automatically he becomes part of your being. Even then you are not ready to accept whatever he says. You only play the game of hide and seek. You go a little front and escape. Somehow, at some time, when you are ready to trust him and go with him, he catches you and says, look at your face, look at my face. Both are one and the same. You are me. Again we get frightened. No, leave me. I am not lion. Then lion tries to act like a goat. Master tries to act as you want. He talks good words as you want, and he behaves almost like child as you want. He allows you to think that he is one among yourself, one among your group. He makes you feel comfortable by giving an idea. He is also a goat. He is also one among your species. Once you feel really comfortable, once you feel you are able to relate with him, once you start trusting him, again he waits for the right chance. The moment he gets the right chance, he grabs you. Again, takes you to the river to show, see your face, see my face. You and me are one and the same. And he forces meat into your mouth. That's what I call the initiation or the first experience, energy darshan. He forces you to experience that you are lion. But even after that experience, even though you feel good about it, people try to escape and say no. After a long time, or after the much work, somehow master manages to convince you, to make you experience your true nature and gives you the ultimate freedom. Then naturally you start experiencing that you are a lion from the beginning. You don't have to transform your life. You don't have to become something new. All you need to do is just wake up and realize what you are and what is your true nature. Master never allows you to stop or get stuck with any forms or any steps. Again and again he inspires you. Again and again he takes you to the higher and higher level conscious experiences till you realize you are that, till you realize your true potentiality, till you realize your ultimate truth. If you know how to be aware of the gaps, silence, you will have my presence. I am here, or you are here only to have the presence, not to have communication. If I don't speak, your mind will start speaking to yourself. That is the only reason I speak. So that if I speak, at least your mind will relax. You will stop speaking. If you really stop speaking and start listening,
you will start, not only you will start listening, you will see something more will be happening in you. It is the presence of the Master that is important. If you think you are learning, you are missing. If you understand, there is nothing to be learned, there is nothing to be known. If you attend 2-3 satsangs, then you will understand. I am speaking the same thing. I am telling the same thing in different words. Just I am changing the words. Just I am changing the cloth, overcoat, not even cloth, overcoat. Today one color coat, tomorrow different color coat, day after tomorrow different color coat. But the main message is the same. Of course, main message can never change. The same thing I am speaking. Why I am speaking every day? So that I can make you silent. My speaking is more or less like a technique. It is not philosophy. It is not talking. It is not teaching. Actually, I don't want to teach you anything. If we can do something to forget whatever you have learned, that is the best thing. Because in the process of learning, we have lost much. If you understand this one thing, it will be nice. Till the age of 7, children think by visualization, not by verbalization. You need to understand that visualization and verbalization. Till the age of 7, when you say something, children immediately see the scenes. They just visualize and then they process. But once you put them into the school, the visualization is reduced to verbalization. Visualization is just killed, destroyed to verbalization. The intuition is reduced to intellect. There was a great mathematician from India. If you have heard of his name, I don't know, Paramashivoham. A great mathematician. In his time, nobody else could even come near him. Ordinarily, other senior mathematicians, if they take half an hour for one problem, this man, this Ramanujan, will give the solution just by a second. You tell the problem, there is a solution. Simply solution is there. The poor man doesn't know how he arrived for solution. People used to ask him, please give me the way. He says, no, I do not know. Because I think in visualization. Just I see the problem, next vision is solution, over. The thinking is more like intuitive, not intellectual. He just sees the problem, the next slide, the solution is there. Every kid, not only Ramanujam, everybody, when we came to this earth, we had the capacity of visualization. That is why the eyes of the kids are so alive, so vibrant. If you look at the eyes of the kids, that's a great meditation. Below the age of 7, if you just look at their eyes, that's a great meditation. That is why they say the eyes are the index of the mind. Not only index of the mind, index of the being. Whatever is inside will be shown by the eyes. We never look into each other's eyes. Why? Even if somebody looks into your eyes, after a few seconds you just turn away. Because you are afraid he may find out what is inside. In the mouth you show a big smile, but inside You think, let me take care of you later on. Not now. Especially when somebody dies, when you go there to inquire, you can always see people have got a line of violence or vengeance inside. In their mouth they will be telling, oh, he has gone, it is too bad, I feel sorry for you. Inside, oh, he has gone, good, let him go. I was thinking how much he was troubling us. It is good that he has gone. You think one thing, you can speak one thing. In words, you can cheat. In words, we can play. We can think one thing, we can say another one thing. But in eyes, you cannot play. In visualization, you cannot play. You cannot play in visualization. Your eyes will show who you are. Your eyes will clearly express what you think. That is why we never let anybody to see our eyes. If somebody looks into your eye deeply, you just turn your eyes. You can find out whether that guy speaks truth or not by looking at his eyes. If he is courageous, then he will again look at he will just gaze your eyes. If he doesn't have enough of courage, you can always see, he will turn his eyes. With kids, they just visualize, they don't verbalize. But when you put them in the school, then whole visualization capacity becomes verbalization. They are taught how to read, how to write by force. At least till the age of 7, kids should not be put in the school. Till the age of 7, they should be allowed to learn with the nature. They have their own inbuilt mechanism to learn. They learn from the trees, learn from the nature, learn from the father, learn from the mother. They have their own method to learn. If we let them learn till the age of 7, the visualization will never become verbalization. The capacity to have the intuition will be retained. But when we put them in the school, the visualization turns into verbalization. Then they start thinking in words. The mind starts working with words. With words, you take long time. With words, you take too much of time to come to any solution. That is the difference between Ramanujam and other mathematicians. Ramanujam thought in visualization. The other persons thought in verbalization. The greatness of Ramanujam is he never went to school. Actually, he had never been to formal school. So that he could retain his visualization capacity, his innocence. When that visualization becomes verbalization, you can understand, instead of eyes being vibrant, tongue will become vibrant. Then visualization is turned to verbalization. It is almost like a psychological castration. I'm using a strong word, but it is truth. Psychologically, the man is castrated. The being is castrated. Because with visualization, any problem, you will have immediate solution. With verbalization, you have to go through a long process to come to a conclusion. Verbalization belongs to logic. Verbalization belongs to head. It is easy to have, but visualization is difficult to handle. A man who has got the visualizing capacity will have the tremendous freedom. He will be so ecstatic, joyful, you cannot put up with him. That is why, from the time immemorial, all the enlightened masters are poisoned, crucified, the stones are thrown, they've been thrown out of the country start from Shankara, Buddha, Jesus, Krishna, every master. Of course, when the disciples write the history, they try to change. But if you see the truth, you cannot tolerate a more intelligent person among your society, amidst us. We feel too small in front of them. That is why we even reduce the visualization capacity of the kids to verbalization. Once they become just like us, buffaloes, we feel comfortable. Till we make them buffaloes, we don't feel comfortable. No parents feel comfortable with the energy of the kids. They roll this side, that side, do this, do that. You always feel uneasy. You try your best to control them. You try your best to suppress them. Once you make them silent, dull, dead, just like you, then you feel, now you have your son or your daughter. Visualization is reduced to verbalization. Philosophy is always oriented on verbalization. Mysticism is always oriented on visualization. That is why for meditation you need visualization. For philosophy you need verbalization. How philosophy deals your 3 layers of problems. How mysticism deals your 3 layers of problems. Physical illness. All the medicine system, healing system, born out of philosophy, treats the symptom. If you have problem in the lungs, only the lungs are attended. Only that portion is attended by some chemical or by some operation or by some injection. That portion is attended. But we forget to understand by giving medicine only to that portion. If you have headache, you are given medicine. What happens? Headache becomes stomach pain. Then immediately some more medicine, that becomes knee pain. Then give some more medicine, that becomes psychological depression. When you attend only the symptom or partly, because according to logic, if you attend that portion, it is more than enough. According to philosophy, if you attend that portion, that's more than enough. Because philosophy continuously cuts into pieces and analyzes. So all the system born out of intellect and philosophy touches only the symptom or that portion. We forget body and mind is one system. The healing system which are given birth by philosophy, by intellect, says body is a biomechanism. But the healing systems which are given birth by the mystics always say body is the covering or the sheath of the soul or energy. These two concepts need to be understood. When you say body is a biomechanism, you can handle the body just like a machine. If one part of the machine is disturbed, you remove that portion, replace it with the same part. That's enough. In a machine, in a lathe machine, if one screw is gone, you just replace that screw. That's enough. With machine, it is perfectly all right. When you say body is a biomechanic, biomachine, you use the same attitude You handle the body also with the same mind, with the same way. But unfortunately, body is not a biomechanism. Body is something more. And according to the philosophical healing systems, logical healing systems, body is separate, mind is separate. Unfortunately, again, that is wrong. That is why, whenever you treat the symptom or only that portion, disease is only transferred or postponed, never cured. Whenever you take medication for symptom or only that particular disease, you can be sure the headache will be, you will see the headache will disappear. But either today or tomorrow it is going to come as a stomach pain. The time which is taken for the headache to become stomach pain, that period only you call it as a period of health. That's all. That gap you think as a healthy time. Either today or tomorrow the process is going to happen. One more thing, a simple thing. Body continuously is circulated or flooded with the same energy. You cannot say, if you have a problem in the lungs, only lungs has got separate energy and whole other body has got separate energy. No. Even in the physical level, physical plane, you cannot say here separate blood is flowing and there everywhere else separate some other blood is flowing. No. So the medicine healing systems which are born out of intellect or the logic or the philosophy cuts and analyzes, treats only the symptom or that portion. The healing system which are born out of mysticism, especially Ayurveda and the meditation healing, they go to the root of the disease. They say there is no different names for disease. No different names for disease. Only two things, either disease or health, that's all. People come and ask me, Swamiji, what all the disease you can heal? I tell them, what do I know? I do not know anything about anatomy. I can heal the disease which you can name and diseases which you can't name. That's all, that much only I can say. Because according to me, according to the meditation healing, only two things. Low energy, high energy. Disease, health, that's all. The root is only one thing, either low energy or high energy. We do not look at the man. The mystics do not look at the man as the biomechanism. They look at him as something more than biomechanism. It is the root which needs to be healed. It is the being which needs to be healed, not the part or the symptom. If you try to cut the trees to destroy if you try to cut the branches and leaves to destroy a tree, can you successful? If you try to cut only the leaves and the branches to kill a tree, you can never be successful. Now they say if you prune a tree, it grows much better way, in a much more quick way. So by treating the symptom, by treating the outer layer, you will not be touching the disease. In the language of the mystics, they touch the root. Go to the very root of the disease. Go from where disease starts, where your being and mind is not easy with each other. The root of the disease is the uneasiness between your mind and your being. The uneasiness only creates diseaseness in you. The diseaseness only becomes disease. The healing system which are given birth by the mystics looks at the being as a whole. Whenever you are whole, you are holy. Understand this thing. Whenever you are whole, you are holy. They look at the very being, at the very root from where the basic disease is appearing, from where the cure can happen, from where the root is coming out, from which point you can remove the very root. The approach to the body or to the human being itself is totally different from the language of mystics. That is why for any disease, the same healing. You may think how the same healing can work on any disease. Because there is no too many names. How many names you make, it is only one thing. Low energy, high energy, that's all. When the energy is attended, many people come to me for healing. They would have come to get healed, some problem in the heart. But after 2-3 days, they come and report to me, Swamiji, my stomach pain has disappeared. I had a tumor in the hip that has disappeared. How it is? I didn't tell you about that. I always tell them, never think disease are separate. You have 2-3 disease. Never think you have 2-3 disease. Disease means it is only one. It is only one. Low energy, that's all. The whole thing can be classified under one category, under one thing. So when you touch the root, you heal the disease. Whenever you touch the symptom or the part, you only transfer or postpone the disease. When you touch the root, only then you heal it, you cure it. So the mystic's approach towards the body has given birth to the Ayurveda and meditation healing. Whenever it is necessary, some chemicals to be supplied from outside, they give the Ayurveda medicine. Whenever it is necessary, some negativity to be removed from inside, they give the meditation. So the meditation and the medication both are the root of holistic idea or holiness, wholeness. The mystics look at the mind, look at the man in a different way. Philosophers look at the body, look at the mind in a different way. Next, in the mental level, the level of education or information, how the mind is looked by the philosophers. According to philosophy, you are a matured man if you know the informations. According to philosophy, you are a man who has got your own position or social status if you know the facts and figures. You don't need to do anything more. Just a fact is more than enough. Just figures are more than enough. Just if your mind is alive, active, if your mind has got enough of information, that is enough. That is why all the schools, all the universities, all the mental education centers, mental training centers created by philosophers, created by logicians, helps you to improve your concentration. They speak only on concentration. They speak only on collecting information. They speak only on processing the information. Collecting and processing the information, nothing else. If you know that, that is more than enough. That is why all the schools, universities, they train only on the facts and informations. They make your head too big. Your whole energy is just sucked by the head. And you should know a fact. Just a few months ago I read in a poll survey. In every university, when a person leaves the university with a gold medal, especially gold medalist, every university, at least some 50 to 60 people leave the university every year with a gold medal. Every department will be having a gold medalist. They took a survey. After 10 years, how the gold medalists are living. What is their life? They say more than 70% of the gold medalists live in a poverty land, in a poverty way, and broken relationship. Their lives are just hell. It's not small number, more than 70%. It is true. What I am giving you is a fact from a poll survey. I read in a magazine. More than 70% either they live under the poverty line, below poverty line. And not only that, broken relationship. The life has become just hell. Why? Too much of energy when it is sucked by the head. You do not know how to forget your head. That's the problem. No, really. You can never live with a philosopher. You can never marry and have a good life with a lecturer or a professor. I tell you, especially philosophy professors. Because even in the house they will be like a teacher. They will be like a professor. See, your doctor, when he comes back to the house, he knows how to remove the stethoscope and keep. How to remove his overcoat and keep. Even a lawyer can keep some of his coat outside. But what will happen to professor? What can he do? He has to keep only his mouth shut, which is impossible. Almost impossible. It is very difficult to live with philosophers. It is really. If you have experience, you can understand. It's very difficult to live with philosophers. Because their way of thinking itself is totally different. They have gone so much away from the reality. They are actually in their own world. They live actually in their own world. That is why almost all the philosophy you can see, they will have a frustrated death. Last phase of their life will be filled with frustration. Because philosophy is like running into the future. They do not know how to live in the reality. One philosopher, and one more thing, philosophers are the people who will never have pet animals. You can see these are all few things. Philosophers can never put up with pet animals. Because they want everything perfect. They will have not much time to play with pet animals. And you can see them. The philosophers cannot spend much time with kids. Because they need too much of perfection. The idea of perfection is nothing but idea of madness. You can see with philosophers, a continuous idea of perfection will be there. For everything, they want the perfection. They know how to cut things. There are too many symptoms. There are many symptoms to find out whether you are a philosopher or not. Philosophers can never laugh. Even if they laugh, at the most they can smile. At the most, not much. At the most, they can smile. Because laughing means you need to forget your head. Actually, laughing means you need to forget your head. You need to forget you know too much. Even if you tell a joke, philosopher, I heard about this joke 10 times ago. 10 times I heard this joke. 10 years ago I read this joke. But even first time you would not have laughed. Because as soon as you read the joke, you will think, oh, it is from like that joke. Okay. It must be from that book. Or you will be thinking, I think this is from my book he has stolen. Intellectual property. You can always see philosophers can never laugh. Because to laugh, you need to have a little bit of innocence. The life of the philosophers, but one thing is great about philosophers, they will never go to hell after death. Why? They are already living. They can be sure of one thing, they will not go to hell after death. You can be sure of one thing. The life of philosophers is such, they are totally disconnected from the reality. They are totally disconnected from practicality. One philosopher somehow, by mistake, had a cat. It is not that he is bringing up, must be his wife. The cat has given birth to a kitten. Every night the cat used to come and stand outside the house and make noise to open the door. He is totally bored or disturbed to come and open the door. And you can see laziness is always great quality of philosophers. That's one more thing. Because so much of energy is sucked by the head, the body will not have energy. Even when they walk, you can understand, it will be very regularized walking. It will not be like a floating. When a mystic walks, you can see it will be like a floating. When a philosopher walks, you can see it is like a steady, controlled walking. Steady, controlled walking. Philosopher does not mean only a man who has studied philosophy. Even amongst you, there are so many philosophers. Amongst you, there are so many philosophers. The person lives with a tightness. You can always see he will be philosopher, intellectual. He may be in other field. Even in the field of art, poetry, painting, dancing, there are many philosophers. Somehow they enter into this field. They enter into this field. It is not that just because you are a doctor, you are not a philosopher. Just because you are a lawyer, you are not a philosopher. When I say word philosopher, I mean persons who are oriented too much on head. Too much on the head. Too much of idea of perfectionism. Too much of conditioning. Too much of ego. When a mystic walks, you can see it will be like a flower. Flower flowing. It will be more like a floating. It will be more like a floating. When the philosopher walks, you can see it will be very straight, more or less like an army man. So this man, someone wants to get rid of this cat. So he called a plumber and told him, make 2 holes, one for cat, one more for kitten. Wife said, why? 1 hole is more than enough. In that itself, cat and kitten both will come. Philosopher said, keep quiet. What logic you know? You do not know anything about logic. I am a philosopher. When I say do it. Yes, philosophers knows the logic. For cat, 1 is necessary. For kitten, 1 more is necessary. But only practical people knows. Plumber knows practicality. 1 is more than enough. The person who is head-oriented will be so much away from the reality. That is why the gold medalist, all the university gold medalists, after 10 years, 70% of them live in poverty, broken relationship. Broken relationship. To relate, you need your being, not only head. I have seen many people coming and talking to me. Swamiji, my husband is such a great philosopher, it is so difficult to relate with him. And male come and complain to me, my wife is such a person of perfectionism, it is very difficult to live with her. Whenever someone is philosopher, you can be sure the house which is supposed to be a Dharma Kshetra will become Guru Kshetra. Dharma Kshetra will become Guru Kshetra. Because the philosophy makes you move from the reality. With philosophy, your energy is just sucked by the head. Only head, nothing but head. Just head, head, head. Nothing else but head. With mystics, the training of the mystics, the mystical education centers, ashrams. Ashrams are the mystical education centers. The philosophical education centers are schools and universities. Education centers for mysticism and mysteries, ashrams. Ashrams are the mystics. They always train a man not to make his logic or the head too big. They always teach him how to switch off and on the mind. Here, in philosophy, how to collect more and more information is taught. With mystics, how to switch off and switch on, how to use your mind is taught. Here, how to expand your mind is taught. With mystics, how to use your mind is taught. That is why in philosophy, nothing more than mind exists. The ultimate thing according to philosophy is mind, that's all. But according to mystics, ultimate thing is something beyond mind. They call it spirit or the self. They say there is something more than mind exists. Mind is nothing but one more component of your being. Just like you can handle the body, you will be able to handle the mind also. Mystics always teach how to handle the mind. Philosophers always teach how to expand the mind. Expansion of the mind needs concentration. Handling the mind needs meditation. That is why in all the philosophical education centers, the concentration is given importance. Mystical education centers, the mystical training centers, meditation is given importance. Here, awareness, there, concentration. Philosophy gives importance to concentration. Mystics give importance to meditation. With meditation, you know how to handle your mind. It is more or less like one more component, one more part of your system. When you want, you can remove, clear it and reuse it. When you don't want, you can switch it off, keep it aside. According to philosophy, mind is ultimate. According to mystics, mind is only second layer. There's something more in it. That is why in the world of mystics, they are always free from mind. Wherever the mystical education centers prevail, you can see depression has never attacked those parts of the world. In America, only in 2003, last year alone, 103 million depression medication prescriptions are issued. Only in 2003. I thought 103 million is too much. But one of our devotees who is in San Diego, he is a person who is doing research on this. He gave me the clear research survey. 103 million depression medication prescriptions are issued only in America. Why? Because according to philosophy, mind is everything. You do not know, we do not learn how to handle the mind. We learn only how to expand the mind. It's like a purchasing car without knowing how to use the brake. You got a new big car, got into the car, started driving in a freeway. Finally, you have come to your house, but you do not know how to stop the car. What will happen? It means, somebody told me, it means we are not driving the car, Swamiji, car is driving us. That is what is true. When you do not know how to stop the car, you are not driving the car. Car is driving you. Whenever you expand the mind without knowing how to stop the mind, be sure you are heading towards depression. It is inevitable you are heading towards depression. Depression is nothing. It is just too much of energy is sucked by the head. You do not have any more energy left in your being. So the whole being just falls into low energy. That is what is called depression. Depression is nothing but too much of head. Here, so much of training to expand the head, expand the intellect is given, but they forgot a major thing, a very major thing. When you purchase a car, you should read the manual how to put the brake. Philosophers gave importance to expand the mind. Mystics gave importance to switch off the mind. Once you know how to switch off and switch on, you will know how to handle the car. Once you know how to put brake, you will know how to use it. The third layer, the problems of the spirit, or problems of the being. How philosophers handle it. Strange thing. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, is there anything essential missing in psychoanalysis? Why? Even after so many years and years and years of analysis, we are not able to find any result. Somebody came and asked me about a psychoanalysis. One psychoanalyst, actually. I told her, not something essential. The very essential is missing in psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is the solution for the problems of the being from the philosophical mind, at the philosophical level. What actually psychoanalysis does? What actually psychoanalysis does? Continuously analyzing. That's all. You will be speaking your problems, and the psychoanalyst will be listening to the problems. After a year, he becomes patient, you are freed. And you should know a strange truth. Again, a truth actually. They took a survey in which field people became mad. Architect, or lawyer, or engineer, or contractor, or doctor, or psychoanalyst. They took survey in all the fields. The result says psychoanalyst, psychologists, psychoanalyst doctors are the people only in that profession. Too many people become mad. Why? Continuously listening. Everybody vomits on their head. What will happen? They start eating the others' negativities. Not only that, continuously talking, how can you find solution? You'll be only analyzing. Going to the psychoanalyst is a fashion, I think. If you go to a bigger psychoanalyst, you are a rich man. It is nothing but a fashion. You can never get a solution. Except solution, you can get everything. I have not seen a single man who underwent psychoanalysis and got healed. There is a small story. In India, to make the kids sleep, they will put the kid in the cradle and mother will start singing. Once there is a kid, as soon as he was put in the cradle, he will just close his eyes and start sleeping. One day mother asked, "What is this? All the kids make their mother sing, but for you, as soon as I put you in the cradle, you start sleeping." The kid said, "The first day when I listened to your song, immediately I decided, from tomorrow onwards, just I'm going to go to the sleep as soon as you put me in the bed." Out of fear of mother singing or being bored, the kid goes to sleep. In that way, in some cases, rarely, out of fear of going to the psychoanalyst and analyst and talking the same thing again and again, you may become alright. You may get well out of the fear of sheer boredom, going to the same person, telling the same problem. I have seen sometimes, and especially the Freudian system, they will have a screen between the patient and the doctor. And you know that sometimes doctors have to attend 2-3 patients. So they record a voice. Yes, tell me. They just record and keep the tape recorder and go away to attend the next patient. No, really it happens. The patient is sitting other side of the screen and telling same thing. And the strange thing is, patient also knows there is no doctor at the other side. The other side only, the tape recorder is listening. But just by telling, they feel alright. There is some, at least, they are able to tell. Psychoanalysis is nothing but a place to catharsis. Especially in the modern culture, you have no place to speak out. There is nobody to listen. Everybody is busy. Or everybody wants to speak. Even in your conversation, when you speak with your friends, you listen so that when you speak, he will listen. That's all. When he speaks, immediately you are ready to reply. You are just preparing your conversation. Why you keep quiet? Out of simple politeness, so that he will listen when you speak. It's more or less like a contract. Please listen when I speak. I will listen when you speak. Otherwise, nobody wants to listen to the others. Everybody wants only to speak. It's more or less like a catharsis. Because so much is there in the head. You do not even know how to switch it off. What to do? You just vomit out. You want somebody on whom you can vomit out. You pay psychoanalyst just to listen to you, nothing else. So that you can continuously vomit. Poor fellow has to sit and listen. If any of you are psychoanalyst, be very clear. Either meditate or mad, that's all. No other way. You have no other option. Either meditation, I saw a board in the road, either picket or ticket. Somewhere where the parking things are there, picket or ticket. This is the only choice. Meditate or mad. Nothing else, no other way. Because continuously people are vomiting on you. What will you do? Psychoanalysis is the solution given to the levels of the problems of the beings by the philosophers. But the solution never works. If you are bored, totally, if you are tired of going to the same psychoanalysis, if you yourself decide that I have become alright, then you are alright, that's all. There is no other way of solving it. Enlightenment is the solution for the being level problems by the mystics. Philosophers give the solution of psychoanalysis. Mystics give the solution of enlightenment. Enlightenment means not analyzing, just throwing away. Analyzing your dustbin, is it going to help you? Analyzing your dustbin, is it going to clear you? Analyzing your dustbin is not going to make to solve the issues. If you want to clean your house, if you put everything from the dustbin, start analyzing it. Is it going to clear your house? Is your house is going to become clean? No. Only by throwing the things totally away, merging into the ananda, ecstasy, the problems are going to be solved. Three things. For a physical problem, they make the energy to come from inside. For mental problem, they teach you how to switch it off. For the being level problem, they put you in the ecstasy or the bliss. The solution from the mystics is total. Solutions from philosophers is intellectual. But for the logical mind, if you look superficially, the healing system born out of logical things feels like good. The education system born out of logical mind feels like good. The solution for the being level problems, psychoanalysis, feels very good because they are the established systems. Mediocre things always flourish because mass is always mediocre. The mystical things are never for mass, it is only for very few intelligent people. For mystical things, you need to have little patience. You need to go through it. You need to allow the process to happen. You cannot just jump. But mind is monkey. Mind is totally restless. It wants instant. A small story. 3 monkeys. They got one mango. All the 3 wants to share the mango. How can one mango be shared by 3 monkeys? They went to a master for solution. Master said, all right, all the 3 of you, plant this mango. Once the mango tree comes, you will have lot of mangoes. You can satisfy your whole life by eating the mangoes. These 3 monkeys thought, all right. They planted. One monkey took the responsibility of pouring water. The other monkey putting the manure. Third monkey, security. 6 months, they did their job religiously. But unfortunately, the seed has never sprouted. The tree has never happened. They went to the master to complain. What did you teach? What has happened? We have lost even that one mango. Why did he give such an idea for us? The master called all the 3 of them, started inquiring what has happened. First monkey said, every day religiously I poured water morning 6 o'clock. I stopped even going for a morning walk, but I poured water religiously. Second monkey, every day evening 4 o'clock I put the manure. I stopped even going to the gym. Doing this religiously I did. I do not know what has happened. Third monkey. 24 hours I was standing there as a security. I never even went for my dating. I was there as a security. Not only I was standing there as a security, every day at least once I digged out and saw whether it is sprouted or not. You need to give little space for the mango to sprout. Not only water or the manure, a little bit of space for the mango to sprout. Your very urgency, your very restlessness will not let the mango to sprout. With mystics, you need to give little bit of space, little bit of time to let the meditation work in you, to let their presence work in you. If you want the plastic rose, it will be available ready-made. But if you want the original rose, you need to wait for a few days so that it can flower. If you get from the market cut rose, don't think it's the original rose. When I say original rose, I say the rose with the plant. You need to wait for a few days. So you need to wait. But mind is such, we are not ready to wait. The restlessness, that is why we take the solutions given by philosophers. We take the solutions given by logic mind. When you take the solutions of the logic mind, the philosophy, you solve it only superficially. When you take the solutions given by the mystics, not only you solve it, you dissolve it. Your very personality transforms. Your very being undergoes a new alchemy. Man becomes divine. Man just reaches the ultimate flowering. Just you became enlightened. Your consciousness takes a new dimension. You reach a different space. With philosophy, you will be solving your problems every day. With mysticism, you will be dissolving your problems once for all. So, it is up to us to decide philosophy or mysticism. Let you understand this. Let this understanding lead you to be in, became one with the eternal bliss. Let your being be in, one with the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Few questions can be answered, or your answers can be questioned. Because with a philosopher, your questions will be answered. With a mystic, your answers will be questioned. Your basic question, your basic answers will be questioned. Oh, we have so much of questions. Nice. It means people are shy to ask. We have so many deities and rituals. Is it necessary to follow all this? In the starting time, you don't feel confident on one deity. You don't feel confident on one ritual. You don't feel confident on one technique. You think if he is on leave, he may come and help. Ganesha is on vacation, at least Kartikeya will come and help. If Kartikeya has gone for dating, at least Muruga will, at least Shiva will come and help. That is why you have so many deities and so many forms. I tell you, if you trust one form, one technique is more than enough. One form and one technique is more than enough. But you need a little bit of maturity to understand one form and one technique. So, if you really want to grow spiritually, If you really want to have the fruit, I tell you, one form and one technique is the right method. If you want to dig a well, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet in 10 places, if you dig a well, will you get water? In one place, if you dig 20 feet, you will see water. So, it is always good to hold on to one form, to hold on to one technique. Understand that same form only is all the form. It is not that by holding on one form you do disrespect the other forms. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, can I keep your photograph to all the gurus? I tell them there is no need. Your guru is more than enough. That form is more than enough. If just because you have seen me today, it is not necessary you should worship my form. You should bring my form into your picture, your life. There is no need. The very form which you are worshipping already is more than enough. The very form on which you are meditating already is more than enough. Just have clarity in your mind. Don't have conflict in your mind. Same energy is helping us through so many forms. Any one form, if you worship even a stone with a trust, it will become God. If you read the life of Ramakrishna, he says he used to keep a small thread near the nose of the Kali statue. He was worshipping a Kali statue. He used to keep a small thread near the nose of the Kali to feel whether she is alive or not. He says that the thread used to move. She used to breathe. She used to breathe. With trust, even the stone becomes God. Somebody was coming and telling me, Swamiji, when I used to meditate on the Gangadhara farm, Balaji's farm, I used to feel a light, white light. But I am frightened. I stopped doing it. Actually, it is a great experience. The God shows you is energy. He is not only in one form. So any one form which you are worshipping or towards which your heart is pulled, that one form is more than enough. That one thing is more than enough. Just worship it with more love and more dedication. You will see you grow spiritually. That one form, one technique is more than enough. There is no need to have a conflict, or there is no need to have so many forms, so many deities, so many rituals. One is more than enough. Thank you. Are people close to you physically more blessed and more loved by you? Can we feel close to you being physically away? A beautiful question. I tell you, mark my words. This is a statement I have put in my ashram. Whenever you come and serve me in my room, whenever you take care of me physically, you are near me. Whenever you clean the bathroom of the ashram, whenever you do the ashram work, my mission, I am near you. What you want to decide. When you serve me physically, you are near me. When you take care of my mission, or when you meditate, when you do your spiritual practices, I am near you. What you want, you can decide. Whether you want to be near me, or whether I should be near you. A small example. The bee என்ன வார்த்தை? The fly will go and sit. இந்த மாட்டு மடிக்கு என்ன சொல்றீங்க? No. Will go, மாட்டோட மடி, பால் வருதுல? Cow? Udder. The fly or the bee will go and sit in the cow udder, but it will drink only the blood, never the milk. 24 hours the bee will be sitting in the cow udder. It will drink only the blood. But the calf will go near the cow only 10 minutes. But the calf will drink the milk. So physically being near me or being away is no way related to the spirituality or being loved by me. You should understand, in the chariot, somebody has to be a wheel, somebody has to be a flag. If the flag thinks, I am not given the opportunity of being near a wheel, being a wheel, then flag did not understand a small thing. You should understand this. Once the Vishnu, he went to Vaikuntha. He entered, before entering into his room, he left the sandals, his shoes outside the room and went inside the room. Then the conch and the Sangha chakra, you can see, the conch and the disc, both of them laughed at the Padri, at the sandals, telling, hey, how much you serve the Lord, how much you put your energy to hold the Lord's feet. You see, when he goes to his room, you are left outside, you are away, you are not taken inside. Only we can go to his room, only we can be with him in his bed. You see, you are there, we are only going with him. You cannot be physically near him. Then the Padri asked the Lord, oh Lord, is it true? Then Vishnu says, by touching the Paduka, people can become enlightened, but never touching the Shankar chakra. Not only that, Vishnu says, oh, this constant discuss told like that. First thing, they did not understand the importance. And next thing, they did not understand the truth. So just for this sake, let them take birth as a Bharata and Shatrugna and worship you for 14 years. He cursed them. Shanga and Chakra only took birth as a Bharata and Shatrugna. 14 years they have to worship that Bharata for this one word. In Ramavatar, the Vaikuntha, when it happened, Vishnu says, both of you take in the next incarnation, let you both take the form of Bharata and Shatrugna and worship the Paduka. And not only that, that is why in Ramavatara, Bharata and Shatrugna has to be away from Rama for 14 years. Only Lakshmana was with him. So never the physical nearness means I accept. If you understand one more thing, I have only one body, how many can serve me? There are so many everywhere. And you see, when I am in America, all Indian disciples feel they are missing me. When I am in India, all American disciples feel they are missing me. Physically being near me has nothing to do with the idea that I love you or I don't love you. My love is above the physical presence. And one more thing. It's a little sharp, but a truth. Bhagavata, there's a question asked by Sukha to Krishna. To Krishna, the question is put. What is the difference between you having 10,000 wives and Sisubala having 10,000 wives? Sisubala was also having 10,000 wives. And Krishna was also having 10,000 wives. As far as it is a Krishna, it is always said, oh, gopis, prema, the spiritual. When it is Sisubala, it is always told prostitution and immorality. Why it is with the case of Sisubala and why it is the case with you? Then Krishna replies, as far as me concerned, whomsoever is near me and whomsoever is away from me, for me both are one and the same. That is why being near me or not being near me is not at all a thing. So the physical presence does not mean anything. That is why it is called spiritual. In Sisubala's case, The people who are physically near him, they are treated in one way. The people who are physically away from him are treated in another way. That is why in his case it is prostitution. In Krishna's case it is a prema bhakti. So being near me or being away from me is no way related to the spirituality. All of you be very clear once for all. And one more thing, sometimes I make you a flag. Each one's attitude, I give them according to the post or the place to live around me, to be around me. You see, some of my disciples, I never tell them to meditate. If you ask, there are few people who live with me, they never know how to close their eyes. Still now they do not know how to heal. People who are very close to me, but I always tell them, no, meditation is not for you. Keep quiet. Do my work, that is enough. But for somebody, I always tell them, meditate, meditate, meditate. So Master gives for each one their place, their technique, their method to grow. Whenever somebody comes near me, I always tell them, to be around me, you need to understand one thing. For everybody, I give a different attitude, different way of approach. There is a beautiful word called bhavana. For everyone, I have a special bhavana. With everyone, I relate with a special bhavana. The bhavana does not mean I love somebody more, I love somebody less. Being physically near me does not mean I love somebody more or I love somebody less. It is just the spiritual closeness. That is only counts. Nothing else. So understand, just because the Padagai, the sandals could not enter the room of the Vishnu, it is not that it is some way less. Just because the conch and the disc is entering into the master's room, it is not that some way they are high. If you understand this one story, that's enough. The conch and disc are just told by Vishnu, go and take Bharata and Shatrugna and worship the feet. Worship the Padri for 14 years. Okay. How long can take? I think it is 9 o'clock. I'll answer one or two questions. Other questions tomorrow. When criticism or negativity is given to you and you react in your mind, what thought process should happen in order to get to a point in your mind where you do not react at all? Understand. It is you who choose to get hurt. Precise. Why are you so much bothered? You do not know about yourself. You don't have self-respect. That is why you are shaken by somebody else's opinion. If somebody says you are a dog, you just bark at him. If somebody says mad, just yell at him. You prove that you are dog. You prove you are mad. Because you don't have self-respect. You just give respect for their words.
In Zen Buddhism, there is a beautiful story. Zen masters are the real master surgeons. And they are really wild people. To give enlightenment, they will go to any extreme. Let me narrate few Zen stories. How they forced the meat into the mouth of a cub. How they forced the first experience into the disciples. It's a strange, but very nice to hear those stories. One disciple, young guy, who grew up with the master from the young age, he used to imitate the master continuously. Master had a habit of, after saying everything, he will show like this. He has got the habit. The disciple also will do the same thing. He will stand behind, and whenever master gives a discourse, he will imitate the master. He will repeat. He will do the same thing. One day suddenly, master just removed his sword. The Zen master used to have a sword. He just removed his sword and cut the hand. Just chop the hand. The disciple had so much of trust and he was so much connected to the master. Immediately, without a second thought, he felt, if master does, there must be something good. He must be doing only for my good. The trust, actually, when you enter into the ultimate fear, deep fear, if you are conscious and aware, you enter into the enlightened zone. If you are moved, if you are unconscious, if you are shaken away, if you are taken away by your emotions, you fall into the lower level conscious or lower level spaces. If you are aware in the peak moods, you enter into the higher level consciousness. This guy had such a deep trust towards the master. Even when his hand was cut, he knew for sure, he was very clear, something is good. If master does, it must be something good for him. And that very trust transported him to the higher level consciousness, suddenly experienced the enlightenment. Story says he became enlightened. Now other disciples, they took care of him. They did some whatever has to be done, the first aid or whatever possible help. Once he got healed, some disciples asked Master, it's nice, he became enlightened, but he lost few fingers. Why should he lose few fingers for enlightenment? Master says, people lose lives, thousands of lives for enlightenment. Few fingers are okay, leave it. Good bargain. It's something not bad. Another beautiful incident of same kind. One person went to the master asking for enlightenment. The master was walking on the third floor of the building. The disciple was walking behind him. Master, please help me, guide me, give me enlightenment. Suddenly the master turned and pushed the disciple from the third floor. Just he pushed. Again, the disciple was so deeply connected. Of course, Zen masters don't do this type of techniques unless a disciple is very deeply connected. Only to ripe disciples, this type of techniques are used, because these are instant techniques to give enlightenment. Straight techniques. Again, the disciple was so connected, so deeply connected. He felt when master does, there is something good. And when he fell, he was just floating in the air and fell like a flower. The story says, the moment he touched the ground, he touched the heaven. When he touched the ground, he touched the heaven. He became enlightened. The deep trust, whatever master says is good for me, whatever master does is good for me, that very trust has made him enlightened. Master never allows anybody to get stuck with the ordinary experiences. Even though you call them as spiritual experiences, no experience is spiritual unless you stop experiencing things. Stopping experiencing anything, only when you stop experiencing anything, you enter into the spiritual experience. Spiritual experience is something in that the experiencer experienced and the experience, all the three disappears. All the three just disappears. In that only you remain. Even the word you can't be used only you are there. If there are two persons, then you and I can be used. If there are no two persons, neither the word you nor the word I is meaningful. Both loses its boundaries. When the boundaries are lost, the word you or the word I cannot be used. Unless that experience of Tattvamasi, that art thou happens, Master never rests. Master is the ultimate master surgeon to remove the ego in all the level. The level of ordinary world or in the level of spiritual. People get even the spiritual ego. They think they become more holy, holier than you. When that attitude happens, again you are stuck. Master will never allow you to get stuck even in that region, even in that area. Till you realize, till you experience the ultimate, till you experience the truth of yourself, he never rests. He continues to do his surgery on your being. The more you allow his surgery, the more you realize the truth. There are few people who try to run away from the operation table between the surgery. That is very dangerous. That's why I always tell people, before surrendering, do all your checking, verifying, window shopping, everything. Do everything before you surrender. Once you surrender, allow him to work on you. If you try to escape between the surgery, it's very dangerous. Very dangerous. Let us request and pray to this ultimate master, the divine existence, the cosmic energy, to do the master's surgery on us and give the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. If you have any question, I'll spend a few minutes with your questions. Yes.
The environment of our physical environment, our streets, our roads, our buildings, our farms.
The way in which an ordinary man reacts, the same way only enlightened master reacts. There's a beautiful story. Before enlightenment, mountain is a mountain, tree is a tree, river is a river. At the time of seeking, mountain is not a mountain, river is not a river, tree is not a tree. Everything is confused. After enlightenment, again, mountain is a mountain, tree is a tree, river is a river. And surely he reacts the same normal way, but he never sees in a normal way. Reacting is in a very normal way, but he never sees in a normal way. He sees from a totally different plane. He experiences from totally different plane. Surely he sees in a much more deeper way. Actually, a normal person or an unenlightened person can never see things normally. He can see only in a distorted way, as he wants. Let me tell a small story. One villager went to a nearby village for some job. He was coming back to his native village. From long distance he saw his house is under fire. Fell on the ground and started rolling and weeping. Oh, my house is under fire, save me, who will help me, I don't know. Suddenly one of his sons ran towards him and told, Father, don't weep, don't worry. Yesterday we sold that house, it is not ours anymore. The guy got up, oh, then it's okay, then. He started enjoying. After a few minutes, the next son came. Father, we sold, that is true, but we have not yet got the money. You have not yet got the money. Again he started rolling on the ground and weeping, oh, my house is on the fire, my house is on the fire. Save me, please help me. After a few minutes, the wife came. She said, don't worry, today morning we got the money. It is in the bank. Money is transferred. It is not our house anymore. This guy got up and said, oh, it's okay. Then okay. Started enjoying. Same scene, same person, same situation. See the different reactions. The moment he sees it is his, the reaction is different. The moment he thinks it is somebody else's, the reaction is different. So normal person never see things in a normal way. We perceive only according to our judgment or according to our understanding, according to our perception. With an enlightened person, he sees things very normally, as it is, flat. Neither hatred nor attachment. Any other question? Yes.
This one. What is the distinction between dropping, letting life flow, and laziness?
In laziness, you will always be tired. You see, understand important thing, tired of taking rest. The more you rest, more you will be tired. Be very clear. You see your own life. The more you rest, more you will be tired. Laziness will always have tired of taking rest. Letting go, you will be again and again fresh and alive. You will be just bubbling, radiating. If you are bubbling, radiating, alive 24 hours, you are letting go. You are allowing the life energy to penetrate you and live through you, express through you. If you are 24 hours tired, you are lazy. Verily, by your experience, you can understand. See, a person who allows the life to penetrate him, who just lets go the things, who just surrenders. The person who surrenders, he will never have a doubts or confusions. The person who is in laziness, again and again will have a confusion. What am I doing? Is it right? Am I doing right thing? If you are having confusion, please be very clear, you are in laziness. The moment you surrender, this confusion will disappear. You will be in ecstasy. That's only difference. Next. Here the question says, we the untouchables ever find enlightenment? As long as you have an idea that you are an untouchable, you can't find enlightenment. The moment you drop that idea that I am untouchable, you are enlightened. There is nobody who is untouchable. No, the very idea that untouchables is something wrong. I think the very idea is maybe because of some inferiority complex. Nobody is untouchable on the planet Earth, except the person claims, I am holier than you. He is the only untouchable, you can't touch him. If somebody claims, I am holier than you, you can't touch him. He is the only untouchable. He will not allow you to touch. Except that person, everybody can become enlightened. The person who thinks he is holier than somebody, except him, everybody is touchable. Everybody is capable of having enlightenment. Only he can't, because he is untouchable. He will not allow you to touch him. Next. Yes.
Swamiji, do you know how you became enlightened?
Oh. The moment you become enlightened, the very doubt disappears, whether you are enlightened or not. The very doubt disappears. And you are just clear. Do you know you are seeing me? Are you clear about that? Same way. How you don't have any doubt about you are seeing me or not? Same way I have no doubt. It is just a clear-cut vision or experience. Straight away you see it. You experience it. So the question simply disappears. As long as you have the question that whether you are enlightened or not, you are not. Please be very clear. As long as the question is there, you are not. Once you are, the question disappears. Yes.
You said master is the guru that we know, or is the self of ourselves, that self-consciousness is also a guru, our own guru.
Consciousness is guru, conscience is not. We always mistake conscience as a consciousness. Conscience means it will tell you, do this, don't do this. Do this, don't do this. These do's and don'ts will be given to you by conscience. You will always be fighting with conscience. The more the conscience you have, more your life will be dead. More you will be schizophrenia. More you will be a split personality. With consciousness, you will never have a doubt, should I do this, should I do that? You will just be very clear. You will just do what has to be done. So with conscience, you will have a continuous fight. Please be very clear, if you are having conscience, don't think it is your guru. No. If you are having consciousness, then it is your guru. Yes.
How we can enlighten us and what can help us to enlighten?
It is as simple as 1, 2, 3. 1. Start meditating. 2. Continue meditating. 3. Continue meditating. Meditation is the only key to experience that you are enlightened. Just enter into the meditation, of course, which is your natural state. Start with some meditation technique. Enter. Surely you will see that, you will experience that ultimate truth, which is your being. Even though you don't believe you are a lion, you are lion. Yes.
Don't we have to do specific practices like in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, the yamas and niyamas, brahmacharya?
And I tell you, the yama, niyama, even after death you will not be convinced that you have done perfectly. The yama, niyama is a nice technique to escape for you and for the master. If you press the master, why still I am not enlightened? He can always quote, you are not practicing yama, niyama properly. And you can convince yourself, I have not done that properly, that's why I am not becoming enlightened. Yama, niyama is a nice method to postpone. According to my experience, I tell you, yama, niyama happens after you enlightened. After you get enlightened. Never before you get enlightened. You can never be completely, honestly truthful. Tell me. The first rule is ahimsa. Asteya. Ahimsa means that non-violence. And then satya means truth. Then brahmacharya, celibacy. Then comes the asteya, aparigraha, means living with minimum things. All these things will happen after enlightenment. It can never be done before enlightenment. If you try to do before enlightenment, it will be like a plastic flower, plastic rose. It will not be like a real rose. I tell you, straight away start working for meditation. Work towards the enlightenment. Let the enlightenment happen, then all these things will follow. At least in my experience, I tell you, I have seen thousands of yogis. I have not seen a single yogi who accomplished all these things and then went to meditation. No. It is not even 8 steps, it is 8 parts. All the 8 should be at a time practiced. All the 8 should be practiced at a time. It's not that you will go step by step. No. It is not Ashtapadi, it is Ashtanga. Anga means part. The word Sanskrit word you should understand, when Patanjali says Ashtanga Yoga, means 8 part of the yoga, not 8 steps of the yoga. 8 step means first step you will finish, then you will go to second step, then you will go to third step. That's the way. But here it is not 8 steps, it is 8 parts. So 8 part, all the 8 should be practiced at a time. Only then you will be able to realize. Never think you will do first one, second one, third one. No. The first one itself will never be completed unless you experience the enlightenment. Yes. Yes.
How do you release doubt?
How do you?
How do you release doubt?
Doubt. That's a nice question. Just surrender. Tell the divine, you are the person who gave the faith. You are the person who gave the doubt. Have both. Leave me.
Doubt about yourself.
And again, that's what. You see, of course, you can surrender to the divine. You can say, again and again I am having doubt about myself. There is some part believing in me, some part doubting me. Please just take both and leave me. You can surrender the doubt and faith both. As somehow you wanted to keep the faith and you wanted to relieve only the doubt. That's where the trouble starts. Drop both, then you will go beyond.
Referring to the conscience of, do this, do that, having to eliminate that to enlightenment. The sociopath, serial killer has no conscience, no doubts. How do you throw the baby out with the wash?
That's wonderful thing. Wonderful question. A real man who is with conscious will never hurt others. He can't hurt others. He can't disturb others. He feels the other being also himself. He can't kill others. He can't do anything wrong. The person with conscience, even if he does not do wrong, he will be violence in his being. A person with conscience, he may not kill with a knife, but he will be killing the people with his words. He may not use the sword, he will be using the word, because his being will be very violent. So with conscience, even if you are non-violent socially, it's not okay. But with consciousness, you can never be violent. And according to me, morality should be based on consciousness, not on conscience. This whole NSP, this weekend workshop which I am doing is all about this conscience and consciousness. The conscience is a poor substitute for consciousness. Because we are not able to experience the consciousness, we cut hold of the conscience, we start living based on that. This whole NSP, these 2 days, I am helping, or I am trying to see that people reach at least one glimpse of consciousness. They experience at least one glimpse of consciousness. So that they start living with consciousness instead of conscience. I always tell people in that whole program, the conscience is just a mask or anything based on conscience is only skin deep. You know how deep the skin is. It is not going to be eternal. Anything based on consciousness will be eternal. Surely we should work for conscious experience. Just because we don't have conscious experience, we should not compromise with conscience. We should not compromise with conscience. Our morality, our understanding, lifestyle, everything should be based on consciousness, not on conscience. See one thing, when it is based on conscience, it is naturally based on fear and greed. See, when the idea that you should not speed up, if it is based on the fear, naturally when you don't see the cop's car, you will raise the speed. Automatically you raise the speed. And it's little tasty also. To break some law, you feel it becomes very taste. And you feel very good about it. Or you feel that you have become very courageous. Or you think you have become a very big person. Anything based on conscience or fear and greed will only misguide you. Or you will be just waiting for the chance to break that rule, to go beyond it. That is why you can see the kids. Whatever you say simply, they will say no. Saying no to the father, mother, it gives them a sort of a courage. And they feel only when they say no, they become adult. So they just wanted to prove themselves. Same way, any discipline based on, any morality based on conscience, you just try to violate it, violate that rule, violate that law to prove that you are somebody great. I tell you, directly or indirectly, you will be continuously doing something wrong if your morality is based on conscience. So it is better to go for a conscious experience than living based on conscience. Pray to the ultimate energy to give us all the ultimate conscious experience, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Let us start the Nitya Kriya for cure for vertigo problem. First, Koraka Jali Asanam. Koraka Jali Asanam. Please understand. The father of Hatha Yoga, Goraknatha, in his name this asana is said. Yes. Usually he always sits only in this posture. Actually I am making a murti of Goraknatha, Dattatreya, Vaschendranatha, all of them to be placed in our ashram all over the campus. This is the posture. Be seated in a squatting position. Insert the hands in between the thighs and the calf muscles. Interlock the fingers. Rest the palm on the navel. Fix the gaze at the tip of the nose for 30 seconds. Posture, Prakriti Kumbhaka. Let me give the instruction for Prakriti Kumbhaka. As you chant the Bija Mantra, Va, loudly suck the air in through nostrils and mouth. Then when you are full, hold as long as you can. Then slowly exhale normally. blinking the eyes. Concentrate on your nose as strongly as you can. Tip of the nose for 2 minutes. Next step, change the asana. Kanipava asana. Rest the hands on the ground with comfortable distance between them. Bend the elbows. Raise the legs off the ground. Let the knees touch the respective elbows. Balance the whole body. 30 seconds. Now, in this posture, Gada Kumbhaka. Gada Kumbhaka is inhale through both the nostrils, hold the breath, exhale through right nostril. Please understand, inhale through both, hold the breath and exhale through right. Next step is Vamavarta Chakrakumbhaka. Let me give you the instruction, please understand. Inhale through left, hold as long as you can judiciously, exhale through right, again inhale through left and stop and relax. The whole pranayama gets completed with the 4 action. Inhaling left, holding, exhaling through right, and again inhaling through left. Then you can relax. Do this 21 times with this 4 action. Next step, Dakshinavarta Kumbhaka. Now please understand. Inhale through right nostril, hold as long as you can judiciously, exhale through left nostril. Inhale through right, hold and exhale through left. Repeat 21 times. let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
We have a general concept. Mysticism means it is only East. Philosophy means only it is West. It's not true. There are many enlightened persons, great mystics who are born in the West. There are many dull philosophers, dry intellectuals who are born in the East. So both has contributed for mysticism and the philosophy. So we will reduce the title to mysticism and philosophy. What is mysticism and what is philosophy? Philosophy is intellectual, the knowledge, the informations, verbalizations of experiences, memories of the past, assumptions about the future. These are all philosophy. It is more based on logic, collecting the information, analyzing them, coming to conclusion. Mysticism is more like transforming your life. It is the alchemy which happens in your being. The word alchemy you need to understand. Alchemy is the science through which they used to make lower metals to the higher metals. Copper can be transformed as a gold. Mercury can be solidified. The lower level metals will be raised to the higher level metals. Alchemy is the process which makes metals pure. The transformation of the inner being, I call it as ultimate alchemy. Alchemy which happens inside your being. A man becoming God, devil becoming divine. The words becoming realization. This process I call it as alchemy. Mysticism is more to do with alchemy. If you have a problem, physically, mentally, or spiritually, how philosophy deals it and how mysticism deals it. If we understand, then we will be able to have a clear view about philosophy and mysticism. The angle of philosophy, the angle of mysticism. Enlightened people always called their philosophy as darshanas. Darshana means you need to understand, darshana does not mean philosophy. Darshana means whatever is seen. Whatever is seen, they are recorded. Those things are always called philosia. New word. Philosia, not philosophy. Philosophy is born out of mind. Philosia, mysticism, is born out of no mind. Philosophy is born out of matter. Mind is nothing but a matter. Mind is nothing but a biocomputer. Philosophy is born out of biocomputer. Mysticism is born out of bioenergy. Mysticism is outcome of enlightenment. Philosophy is the outcome of intellect. Philosophy comes from intellect. Mysticism comes from intuition. Philosophy has got only 120-degree vision. Mysticism sees in 360-degree. That is why the mystics are always represented. The statues or the photographs of mystics is represented always with the third eye. Buddha, Krishna, Shiva, all the mystics, you can see there will be a diagram. The third eye will be there. Third eye means the vision of 360 degree. All the sides they will be able to see beyond these two eyes. With intellect, you can touch only the level of head. Intellect is like a communication. Philosophy is a communication between teacher and a disciple, teacher and a student. Mysticism is a communion between master and disciple. Philosophy is the communication between teacher and student. Mysticism is a communion between master and disciple. To learn philosophy, just your head is more than enough. If you are a little bit attentive, that is more than enough. Nothing else is necessary. If your logic is sharp, you can learn philosophy. But to learn mysticism, it is not even learning, it is picking up. To have the mystical experience, you need to put your whole being. Whole being is necessary. Just an intellectual understanding is not enough. If you are in conflict, if you are in confusion, be very clear, still you are intellectual or philosophical, not mystical. The danger is people think themselves as mystics or they are in mysticism, but they are in intellectual or philosophical level. As long as you have confusion, as long as you are in conflict, be very sure you are only philosophical. Once I spoke on the different meditation techniques for intellectual people and emotional people. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, how can I find out whether I am intellectual or emotional? I told him, the very question shows you are intellectual, don't worry. The very doubt shows you are intellectual, because only intellectual people get the doubts. Emotional people will never have any doubt. They are very clear from the first day one. So you can be sure, if you have the doubt whether I am mystical or intellectual, be sure you are intellectual. Any conflict, because philosophy is the outcome of conflict. Mysticism is outcome of love. Philosophy cuts and analyzes. Mysticism unites and heals. That is why mysticism is always represented by the word yoga. Yoga means union. Yoga means union. Again and again unites and heals. Of course, philosophy has got its own use, utility. That is why we let the philosophy be alive. In the outer world, philosophy is the language. Doubt is the language. Logic is the language which can win, which can bring you bread and butter. But unfortunately, man cannot live only with bread and butter. If man can live only with bread and butter, we don't need mysticism.
philosophy is more than enough. Unfortunately, man cannot live only with bread and butter. We need something more than philosophy. If philosophy can satisfy, libraries are more than enough. There is no need for anything more. No need for churches, temples, mosques, or the monasteries. If philosophy is sufficient, libraries are more than enough. But philosophy doesn't satisfy. The language of outer world is philosophy. In the outer world, if you want success, you should know the philosophy, logic, how to doubt, how to question, how to analyze, how to cut. In the inner world, the very language is different. For the inner world, you need only mysticism or the help of a mystic. If you try to test a rose flower with that stone, what will happen? There was a man who is a goldsmith, went to his friend's house. The friend showed, see such beautiful roses, how nice they are all. This man asked, I wanted to test whether they are original roses or plastic roses. This man said, go and touch and feel. You can understand whether it's original or rose or plastic. Goldsmith said, no. According to our profession, we test only through touchstone, never through, just by touching. So he started plucking the roses and rubbing it against the touchstone. Using the touchstone, can you find out whether it's original rose or not? No. Touchstone is useful to find out the gold, to find out the originality of the gold, to work with the gold, but not with the roses. Philosophy, logic is like touchstone. It is useful in the outer world with gold, but never with the inner world, the inner lotus. With the inner lotus, the touchstone cannot do. The language is totally different. The life has to be totally different. If you want to learn philosophy, you can learn just by words. Verbal language is enough. But mysticism can be learned only by body language. That is why the mystery schools, they call it in Sanskrit, Gurukula. In mystery schools, always it is recommended the disciple should stay with the master. Disciple should stay with the master throughout the day. From morning till evening, disciples are requested to stay with the master. If you want to learn something verbally, you don't need to stay. The concept of school and concept of Gurukulam is totally different. In school, you learn philosophy, you learn words from teacher. Whatever may be the teacher's character, you don't need to bother about it. Whatever way teacher may live, you don't have to worry about it. If teacher can repeat what is in the books, that is more than enough. You don't need to bother anything else about the teacher or the teacher's life. Just if he or she repeats what is in the book, over, you will learn, come away. That is why schools are always part-time. But the mystery schools, when you want to learn something mystical, mysticism, you always need to be with the master. Here, verbal language is not useful. Here, from body language you learn. It is more by his presence than by his words. It is more through communion than by communication. Communication became useless in the presence of the Master. I tell you, whenever you feel you have understood something from Master's words, be very clear, be sure you have misunderstood. Whenever you feel the satisfaction, oh, I am learning so much from Swamiji's discourses, be very clear you are not learning anything. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I do not know English, can I come to your class discourses? I told him, you are the right person to come and sit there. At least you know, you don't know. People who know the language, they think they know, but they don't know. That's really, it's a pathetic condition. If you know, at least you don't know. You know you don't know. If you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. Most of the time, if you think you are learning something from me, you are getting something by attending these discourses, be clear you miss much. The importance of being here is not to listen to my words, but to listen to my silence. Not to listen to my words. If you listen to my words, you will miss the greatest thing which you can have from me. If you have the communication, you will miss the communion. You may ask, then why I am speaking? If I don't speak, you will start speaking within yourself. That is the reason I continue to speak. But if you observe, you can see many times I will be giving unnecessary gaps. For no reason, there will be gap. Those gaps are just to create vacuum inside your mind. Your mind will be just waiting. What is the next word? What is the next word? I give just unnecessary gap. If you listen my tapes, you can understand. There will be many places unnecessarily vacuum, empty. People may think Swami is searching for words. A real orator will not give gap. According to the rules of orator, a good orator will never give you gap. But I am not here to orate something or teach you something. I am here to give you something. Teaching is different. Giving is something. Giving is different. If you know how to be aware of the gaps, silence, you will have my presence. I am here, or you are here, only to have the presence, not to have communication. If I don't speak, your mind will start speaking to yourself. That is the only reason I speak. So that if I speak, at least your mind will relax. You will stop speaking. If you really stop speaking and start listening, you will start, not only you will start listening, you will see something more will be happening in you. It is the presence of the Master that is important. If you think you are learning, you are missing. If you understand, there is nothing to be learned, there is nothing to be known. If you attend 2-3 satsangs, then you will understand. I am speaking the same thing. I am telling the same thing in different words. Just I am changing the words. Just I am changing the cloth, overcoat, not even cloth, overcoat. Today one color coat, tomorrow different color coat, day after tomorrow different color coat. But the
the main message is the same. Of course, main message can never change. The same thing I'm speaking. Why I'm speaking every day? So that I can make you silent. My speaking is more or less like a technique. It is not philosophy. It is not talking. It is not teaching. Actually, I don't want to teach you anything. If we can do something to forget whatever you have learned, that is the best thing. Because in the process of learning, we have lost much. If you understand this one thing, it will be nice. Till the age of 7, children think by visualization, not by verbalization. You need to understand that visualization and verbalization. Till the age of 7, when you say something, children immediately see the scenes. They just visualize and then they process. But once you put them into the school, the visualization is reduced to verbalization. Visualization is just killed, destroyed to verbalization. The intuition is reduced to intellect. There was a great mathematician from India. If you have heard of his name, I don't know, Paramashivoham. A great mathematician. In his time, nobody else would even come near him. Ordinarily, other senior mathematicians, if they take half an hour for one problem, this man, this Ramanujan, will give the solution just by a second. Tell the problem, there is a solution. Simply solution is there. But the poor man doesn't know how he arrived for solution. People used to ask him, please give me the way. He says, no, I do not know. Because I think in visualization. Just I see the problem, next vision is solution, over. The thinking is more like intuitive, not intellectual. He just sees the problem, the next slide, the solution is there. Every kid, not only Ramanujan, everybody, when we came to this earth, we had the capacity of visualization. That is why the eyes of the kids are so alive, so vibrant. If you look at the eyes of the kids, that's a great meditation. Below the age of 7, if you just look at their eyes, that's a great meditation. That is why they say the eyes are the index of the mind. Not only index of the mind, index of the being. Whatever is inside will be shown by the eyes. We never look into each other's eyes. Why? Even if somebody looks into your eyes, after a few seconds you just turn away. Because you are afraid he may find out what is inside. In the mouth, you show a big smile. But inside, you think, let me take care of you later on. Not now. Especially when somebody dies, when you go there to inquire, you can always see people have got a line of violence or vengeance inside. In their mouth, they will be telling, oh, he has gone, it is too bad, I feel sorry for you. Inside, oh, he has gone, good, let him go. I was thinking how much he was troubling us. It is good that he has gone. You think one thing, you can speak one thing. In words, you can cheat. In words, we can play. We can think one thing, we can say another thing.
But in eyes, you cannot play. In visualization, you cannot play. You cannot play in visualization. Your eyes will show who you are. Your eyes will clearly express what you think. That is why we never let anybody to see our eyes. If somebody looks into your eye deeply, you just turn your eyes. You can find out whether that guy speaks truth or not by looking at his eyes. If he is courageous, then he will again look at he will just gaze your eyes. If he doesn't have enough of courage, you can always see, he will turn his eyes. With kids, they just visualize, they don't verbalize. But when you put them in the school, then whole visualization capacity becomes verbalization. They are taught how to read, how to write by force. At least till the age of 7, kids should not be put in the school. Till the age of 7, they should be allowed to learn with the nature. They have their own inbuilt mechanism to learn. They learn from the trees, learn from the nature, learn from the father, learn from the mother. They have their own method to learn. If we let them learn till the age of 7, the visualization will never become verbalization. The capacity to have the intuition will be retained. But when we put them in the school, the visualization turns into verbalization. Then they start thinking in words. The mind starts working with words. With words, you take long time. With words, you take too much of time to come to any solution. That is the difference between Ramanujam and other mathematicians. Ramanujam thought in visualization. The other persons thought in verbalization. The greatness of Ramanujam is he never went to school. Actually, he had never been to formology school. So that he could retain his visualization capacity, his innocence. When the visualization becomes verbalization, you can understand, instead of eyes being vibrant, tongue will become vibrant. Then visualization is turned to verbalization. It is almost like a psychological castration. I'm using a strong word, but it is truth. Psychologically, the man is castrated. The being is castrated. Because with visualization, any problem, you will have immediate solution. With verbalization, you have to go through a long process to come to a conclusion. Verbalization belongs to logic. Verbalization belongs to head. It is easy to have, but visualization is difficult to handle. A man who has got the visualizing capacity will have the tremendous freedom. He will be so ecstatic, joyful, you cannot put up with him. That is why, from the time immemorial, all the enlightened masters are poisoned, crucified, thrown, the stones are thrown, they were thrown out of the country. Start from Shankara, Buddha, Jesus, Krishna, every master. Of course, when the disciples write the history, they try to change. But if you see the truth, you cannot tolerate a more intelligent person among your society, amidst us. We feel too small in front of them. That is why we even reduce the visualization capacity of the kids to verbalization. Once they become just like us,
buffaloes, we feel comfortable. Till we make them buffaloes, we don't feel comfortable. No parents feel comfortable comfortable with the energy of the kids. They roll this side, that side, do this, do that. You always feel uneasy. You try your best to control them. You try your best to suppress them. Once you make them silent, dull, dead, just like you, then you feel, now you are your son or your daughter. Visualization is reduced to verbalization. Philosophy is always oriented on verbalization. Mysticism is always oriented on visualization. That is why for meditation you need visualization. For philosophy you need verbalization. How philosophy deals your 3 layers of problems. How mysticism deals your 3 layers of problems. Physical illness. All the medicine system, healing system, born out of philosophy, treats the symptom. If you have problem in the lungs, only the lungs are attended. Only that portion is attended by some chemical or by some operation or by some injection. That portion is attended. But we forget to understand by giving medicine only to that portion. If you have headache, you are given medicine. What happens? Headache becomes stomach pain. Then immediately some more medicine, that becomes knee pain. Then give some more medicine, that becomes psychological depression. When you attend only the symptom or partly, because according to logic, if you attend that portion, it is more than enough. According to philosophy, if you attend that portion, that's more than enough. Because philosophy continuously cuts into pieces and analyzes. So all the system born out of intellect and philosophy touches only the symptom or that portion. We forget body and mind is one system. The healing system, which are given birth by philosophy, by intellect, says body is a biomechanism. But the healing systems which are given birth by the mystics always say body is the covering or the sheath of the soul or energy. These 2 concepts need to be understood. When you say body is a biomechanism, you can handle the body just like a machine. If one part of the machine is disturbed, you remove that portion, replace it with the same part. That's enough. In a machine, in a lathe machine, if one screw is gone, you just replace that screw. That's enough. With machine, it is perfectly all right. When you say body is a biomechanism, biomachine, you use the same attitude. You handle the body also with the same mind, with the same way. But unfortunately, body is not a biomechanism. Body is something more. And according to the philosophical healing systems, logical healing systems, body is separate, mind is separate. Unfortunately, again, that is wrong. That is why, whenever you treat the symptom or only that portion, disease is only transferred or postponed, never cured. Whenever you take medication for symptom
are only the particular disease, you can be sure the headache will be, you will see the headache will disappear. But either today or tomorrow it is going to come as a stomach pain. The time which is taken for the headache to become stomach pain, that period only you call it as a period of health. That's all. That gap you think as a healthy time. Either today or tomorrow the process is going to happen. One more thing, a simple thing. Body continuously is circulated or flooded with the same energy. You cannot say, if you have a problem in the lungs, only lungs has got separate energy and whole other body has got separate energy. No. Even in the physical level, physical plane, you cannot say here separate blood is flowing and there everywhere else separate some other blood is flowing. No. So the medicine healing systems which are born out of intellect or the logic or the philosophy cuts and analyzes, treats only the symptom or that portion. The healing system which are born out of mysticism, especially Ayurveda and the meditation healing, they go to the root of the disease. They say there is no different names for disease. No different names for disease. Only two things, either disease or health, that's all. People come and ask me, Swamiji, what all the disease you can heal? I tell them, what do I know? I do not know anything about anatomy. I can heal the disease which you can name and diseases which you can't name. That's all, that much only I can say. Because according to me, according to the meditation healing, only two things. Low energy, high energy. Disease, health, that's all. The root is only one thing, either low energy or high energy. We do not look at the man. The mystics do not look at the man as the biomechanism. They look at him as something more than biomechanism. It is the root which needs to be healed. It is the being which needs to be healed, not the part or the symptom. If you try to cut the trees to destroy if you try to cut the branches and leaves to destroy a tree, can you be successful? If you try to cut only the leaves and the branches to kill a tree, you can never be successful. Now they say if you prune a tree, it grows much better way, in a much more quick way. So by treating the symptom, by treating the outer layer, you will not be touching the disease. In the language of the mystics, they touch the root. Go to the very root of the disease. Go from where disease starts, where your being and mind is not easy with each other. The root of the disease is the uneasiness between your mind and your being. The uneasiness only creates diseaseness in you. The diseaseness only becomes disease. The healing system which are given birth by the mystics looks at the being as a whole. Whenever you are whole, you are holy. Understand this thing. Whenever you are whole, you are holy. They look at the very being, at the very root, from where the basic disease is appearing, from where the cure can happen. the root is coming out, from which point you can remove the very root. The approach to the body or to the human being itself is totally different from the language of mystics. That is why for any disease, the same healing. You may think how the same healing can work on any disease. Because there is no too many names. How many names you make, it is only one thing. Low energy, high energy, that's all. When the energy is attended, many people come to me for healing. They would have come to get healed some problem in the heart. But after 2-3 days they come and report to me, Swamiji, my stomach pain has disappeared. I had a tumor in the hip that has disappeared. How it is? I didn't tell you about that. I always tell them, never think disease are separate. You have 2-3 disease. Never think you have 2-3 disease. Disease means it is only one. It is only one. Low energy, that's all. The whole thing can be classified under one category, under one thing. So when you touch the root, you heal the disease. Whenever you touch the symptom or the part, you only transfer or postpone the disease. When you touch the root, only then you heal it, you cure it. So the mystics' approach towards the body has given birth to the Ayurveda and meditation healing. Whenever it is necessary, some chemicals to be supplied from outside, they give the Ayurveda medicine. Whenever it is necessary, some negativity to be removed from inside, they give the meditation. So the meditation and the medication, both are the root of holistic idea or holiness, wholeness. The mystics look at the mind, look at the man in a different way. Philosophers look at the body, look at the mind in a different way.
Anybody, not only spiritual masters, anybody who happened on this planet Earth, any intelligent man, any person with wisdom happened on this planet Earth, if you see his teachings, if you read his words, either directly or indirectly, he will be saying the same thing. Infuse consciousness into your decision-making zone. Infusing awareness into the TQ zone is the ultimate teaching. Nothing more can be said. Nothing can be removed from this one teaching. All meditation, all spirituality, all techniques, everything is nothing but this one line. Infusing awareness into your TQ zone. Over. There is a mysterious zone in which your decisions are made. If you can infuse a little bit of awareness, that's enough. You are already spiritual. You are becoming Buddha. Now, what is the way? We all know infusing awareness into your TQ zone is necessary. How to do it? How to do? A simple thing. Understand these three things. Whatever way your body moves, try to be inside your boundary. Try to be inside your boundary. Wherever you are sitting, just be inside your boundary. If you see your life, if you are in the house early morning, you are bothering about your office. If you are sitting in the office, you are bothering about the evening beach. If you are sitting in the beach, again you are thinking, when will I go back to house? One thing is sure, if you are here, you are not here. If you are here, you are not here. That has become a mental setup. So understand this first key. Just be where you are. Just be where you are. If you are here, please be here. That's the first key. Next thing, infuse awareness into your inhaling and exhaling as much as possible. Whenever you are sitting, relaxing, watching TV, or driving, whatever you are doing, one thing is sure, you are breathing. Whatever you are doing, we are sure you are breathing. Why don't you infuse little bit of awareness into your breathing? Why can't you infuse little bit of awareness into your breathing? Whenever you remember, try to infuse awareness into your inhaling and exhaling. Third thing, bring awareness into the words which you are using with yourself. Try to bring awareness with words which you are using with yourself. Continuously you are using words towards yourself, what I call monologue. Try to bring little bit of awareness into your monologue. Bring awareness to your inhaling and exhaling. Bring awareness to your monologue and live inside your boundary. Here ends your body and here the universe starts. Please live inside your boundary. If you can live inside your boundary, you will be liberated. Understand? Life is paradox. If you live inside your boundary, you will be liberated from the boundary consciousness. The moment you start living inside your boundary, you are Jivan Mukta. Please understand, Jivan Mukta does not mean, Jivan Mukta means in Sanskrit, we call a person who is liberated when he is living. A person who achieved the spiritual freedom when he is living in the body is called Jivan Mukta in Sanskrit. Liberated means, don't think you will have some special powers. Of course, special powers come when you are liberated, that is different. But liberated means the person who is living inside his boundary. If you start living inside your boundary and infuse little bit of awareness to your inhaling and exhaling, whenever you remember, bring awareness to your monologue, inner chattering. Don't create guilt. If you forget for a few moments, don't bother. If you create guilt, again you will be creating conflict between buddhi and ego. No. Don't create conflict between TP and TQ. Don't create guilt. Whenever you remember, just infuse awareness to your inner chattering, to your inhaling and exhaling, and to your body language. Just be aware, be conscious of your body language, how you are holding yourself, how your body is moving, how you are living inside your being, and just be inside your boundary. So these three simple keys can completely liberate you from subconsciousness. It can transform your subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Now I will spend some time with your questions. Any question or discussion are welcome. Any comment. If you are not able to accept any of these words, you are welcome to open. Because whatever I said will be only in the head level. Only when you analyze with question answer and doubts, it can become, you can internalize it. It can become your treasure. Yes, please welcome. Sorry, I'm not really loud.
Is there a way to recognize a person who is super conscious?
He will be simply blissful. The person who is super conscious simply will be blissful. And one more thing, the question itself will disappear. I tell you, if you go and sit in front of a man who is super conscious, simply the question will disappear whether he is super conscious or not. You try your best to doubt him. Simply the root of the doubt will be shaken. The root of the doubt is logic. That will be slowly start slipping. Even without your awareness, without even your awareness, simply the pillars which holds your logic will fall. People ask me, Swamiji, should I accept you as a guru? I tell them, never do that mistake. You can't forget me. You will not be able to forget me. Simply I will be there in your thoughts, in your dreams, in your sleep. Then I am your guru. If that does not happen, please simply forget me and carry your life. Then there is something wrong with me, not with you. So if you are sitting in the presence of a super conscious being, if you see somebody who is super conscious, simply slowly this question itself will start melting. You try your best to doubt. I don't think he is super conscious. Let us see. Try your best to create more and more doubts. Simply the doubts will wither away. The doubts will not stand. That is the only technique. Nothing else can be done. Where your mind loses its control over your decisions. You will be just beyond your mind, beyond your logic, beyond your doubt. The conclusion will happen inside your system, inside your being. Then you can is super conscious. There is no other technique, no other scale, no other method, no other missionaries are invented to find the super conscious level. It's nothing but too much of TP and no TQ. You can help them, especially with the pain. I'll give you a simple technique. I've spoken about this, the discourse called pain to bliss. I'll give you a simple technique. How to infuse awareness into the places where you have pain or into your pains. Whether it is physical or emotional, both can be healed when you infuse awareness. For example, you have a knee pain. Just relax and start searching in the zone where you have pain. Naturally, around this knee area, you will start feeling that pain. You will feel that pain. Now, drop the word pain. If you see your inner chattering, continuously in your monologue, in your inner chattering, you will be repeating the word pain, 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 without your awareness. Be little aware and drop that word and see what is happening in that area. See a small child, if the kid sees something new, how he will look? With all curiosity, with all excitement, how he will look? Same way, look at the area where you have pain with all curiosity, without labeling it as a pain. Without using, first thing, drop the word pain. Don't use the word pain. Just see what's happening there. Some new feeling is there. What is that new feeling? Just see. And slowly you will see the area in which you felt the pain. Instead of the whole knee, it will slowly start shrinking. And instead of one small patch, it will come to one point. Suddenly you will see the whole pain disappears. Understand, I am not proposing a theory. I worked at least 10,000 people with this technique and it works. I worked with cancer patients. I worked with acute arthritis, the spondylitis, people who have got pain all over the body. Even with these patients, I work with this technique. It works miracles. And apart from me working, many of our disciple doctors, they work with this technique. They vouch for this technique. They give testimonial for this technique. Simple technique, infusing awareness into your boundary and your inner chattering. When you infuse awareness to your inner chattering, the word pain, just remove that word. It can be dropped. You will not be repeating it subconsciously, intensely and continuously. You will drop, please drop that word pain. That's the first thing. Means infusing consciousness to your inner chattering. Next thing, infuse awareness to your boundary. Live inside your boundary. Infuse awareness to the boundary where you have pain. And the third thing, you can do this also. Infusing awareness to your inhaling and exhaling at the time of meditation. These three things, if you can do, miracles happen. People come out of the physical pain and the sufferings. Now I will give you a small tips about this emotional pain. Again, infuse awareness to your inhaling and exhaling. All emotional pain is nothing but your inner chattering without awareness. Your monologue without awareness only leads to all emotional pain. If you can just infuse little bit of awareness and edit continuously your inner chattering. Actually, we don't do censor. That is the problem. We don't censor our inner chattering. We just release the whole thing. For example, if the whole movie is released as it is from the studio without editing, will anybody see? They've done shooting. The whole shooting is just released without editing. The same thing we are doing in our life. Whatever happens, we don't put enough awareness, time, consciousness, energy to do the editing process. That is why our life is a mess. If you just release a movie without editing, it will be just a mess. Same way, if you releasing your inner chattering is what is living. If you start living without editing your inner chattering, you will make your whole life as a mess. So just infuse little bit of awareness. Whenever you are in emotional pain, psychological pain, sit with yourself and start seeing your inner chattering, monologue. You will see that simple awareness itself heals you. It's a beautiful story. Not even a story, it's a real incident. One great king went to Buddha. He was sitting in front of a Buddha and he was simply shaking the legs like this, unconsciously. Suddenly Buddha looked at his, started staring the legs. The moment the Buddha gazed, the Buddha was staring, the Buddha started staring, king simply stopped the shaking. Automatically stopped the shaking. King asked Buddha, how can I stop my mind? Buddha said, the same technique. The moment you became aware, you stopped shaking. The shaking of the legs stopped. The moment you became aware. Same way, the moment you became aware of your mind, it stops. The moment you become aware of your emotional pain, psychological suffering, it just gets healed. All you need is infusing awareness. As long as you are unaware, you are in subconscious level, you will have physical and psychological pains. The moment you infuse awareness, physical and psychological, both pains simply disappear. Dissolve. You are not even solving, you are just dissolving. One request, before trying these techniques, please don't decide it will not work. That's my simple request. You see, when you come here, I don't demand faith. I don't say believe in me. I don't ask faith as a prerequisite. No. I don't ask believe in me. Same way, don't have negative faith. Neither have, I neither ask you to have faith nor doubt. Don't have faith. And there is no need to have doubt. Just have a simple curiosity to try. Just like a scientist. You see, a real spirit of the science is trying to analyze, trying to work, trying to explore. Any hypothesis can be proposed. They will try to explore. The curiosity or the capacity or the energy to explore is what I need when you work with these techniques. Spirituality also needs the same spirit. Same spirit which a real scientist has got. A real scientist will always be curious, will always be enthusiastic to explore different things, to work. Same way, just have that much of energy or courage to explore. Then you will see miracles will be happening in your being. You will be simply transformed. When you listen the techniques, it looks so simple. You think, no, this all will not work. Or if you feel it is too complicated, then you think, oh, it is too complicated, it will not work. So both the way, you come to conclusion before practicing. Please don't.
Swami, recently I did the mantra doing meditation. A lot of thoughts are coming. How can I stop not coming?
What you are doing some mantra.
Yeah, I'm doing meditation. So when I'm doing
Meditation of which mantra? Which meditation technique?
I do mantra from Amaji.
Do mantra from? Oh, I think, sorry.
A lot of thoughts are
No,
coming when I'm doing
ma. Any technique which is taken from some master, you should ask the advice, suggestion also from that same master. Because she wants you to grow in a particular way. So that is why she gave you some particular technique. It's a technique. When I give you some suggestion, naturally there is a possibility of disturbing you. So I don't know, ma, what I am saying. I should not give any suggestion. Suggestion or advice should be given only by that person. Because only she knows how much you have grown. You understand? See, now I can give you, I can simply give you some suggestion. But naturally, I do not know how much it will help you. Because only the person who designed the technique, you see, only the Ford company can release spare parts for Ford cars. Only the person who launched the product can release the spare parts also. Only he knows the repairing and maintenance methods. Same way, she gave you the technique. Now only she can give you the solution. And one more thing, you must follow only her solution. You should not, I request, don't follow my solution. Because my solutions are given to the people who are practicing my techniques. That's a understanding. Yes. Yes.
You have used two words to be infused in the PQ zone. Consciousness and spirit.
Please, little more wide.
What is the difference? How do
sorry.
I know? How does one know?
Sorry that I'm not able to hear because of the sound.
You use two words
yes.
relating to infusion in the PQ zone, consciousness and spirit. What is the difference and how does one know which one is, what one is doing?
When you are working, it is called consciousness. When you are achieved, it is called spirit. That's all. When you are working, when you are trying to infuse consciousness, along with your consciousness, naturally few thoughts will be there. In the working time, it is called consciousness. When you achieve, it is called spirit. It's like let me give you this small example. Consciousness is like a 18 karat gold. Spirit is like a 24 karat gold, that's all. And if you don't have any doubt, you can be sure you achieve the spirit. The work is over. If you are having doubts, but still you are working, then it is consciousness. That's all. Consciousness is the path, spirit is the realization. We can say the superconscious can be called as a spirit. Consciousness is like you are working, you are trying to move on the path. That's all. Yes. Give the mic.
I used to practice Vipassana meditation for a long time, and then you become very calm and blissful. And then I stopped, unfortunately, for some time. And then when I started again now, there's so many dark and sort of very depressed feel for some time. And I'm not able to get over that hump.
That's a nice question. Actually, if you have suppressed a lot of emotions and do Vipassana, you will have this feeling. Whatever you have suppressed, your suppression, depression, everything will come up. The best way, before doing this technique, start doing some catharsis. Either do some loud, the Glaslolia, which we call Manipura meditation. Glaslolia means just shouting in the language which you don't know. For 5 minutes, just start screaming. You may feel funny, but when you do it, you will understand all your suppressed emotions will be simply cleansed. I always make people to do this technique in my meditation camp. In our meditation camp, the first we do is catharsis. Throw away whatever you have. See, once all the garbages are taken out, simply meditation happens to you. I will not force sanity upon you. Once the insanity is pulled out, sanity happens to you. Simply the sanity blossoms in you. Simply it happens. So before doing the Vipassana, for a few minutes, for 5 to 10 minutes, if you can just blabber or start screaming, just loud noise, do something like this, nonsensical, you will see simply your whole mind and body settles into the meditation without falling into depression. You will vomit everything out.
Namaskaram, Swamiji. First, I would like to talk in my language so I can express my emotions. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம் நீங்கள் திருப்பி வந்ததுக்கு. உங்களை இந்தியாவில் பார்க்கணுன்னு ட்ரை பண்ணி தான் முடியல. ஸோ மனசில் உங்களை திருப்பி பார்க்கணுன்னு எண்ணமோ தெரியல. திருப்பி இப்போ நாங்கள் ஊர்லேருந்து வந்திருக்கோம். நீங்கள் கரெக்டாக வந்துட்டு சாய்க்கு எனக்கு வந்து மெயில் பண்ணேன். Last time when I attended the discourse in the temple, I had so many questions. I didn't want to ask. Some questions were I felt silly and I was kind of shy. But this time when I attended the discourse, you're
actually, I always tell people who feel shy to ask questions. You see, why do you feel shy? If you ask, you think you will look like a fool. Everyone will be looking at you. You will look like a fool. If you ask, you will look like a fool. You may look like a fool. If you don't, you will be a fool. Whether to look like a fool or be a fool is our decision. So it's always better to spell out. If we don't ask, we will be a fool. If we ask, at least we will only look like a fool. We will not be a fool. We will have the answer. Okay.
But this time, most of the things which you're explaining now, it's it's clarifying everything which I heard in the temple. So I'm a slow listener and probably slow in breath.
Actually, this is the science of the whole thing. This is the science based on meditation techniques are created. This is the science based, you can create meditation techniques. This is the master key for all the meditation techniques. Meditation techniques are the master keys. This is a master key of the master keys.
I did notice a difference in me after I met you last time. My actions changed. Probably more awareness came. I'm a lot more less, before I was very hyper. I think I'm in the medium scale. Maybe I have to bring down myself. Probably by the time I meet you next time, I'm going to be a different human being. So
that's nice.
So, as for now, I'm like so joyful. I have no question.
That is nice. The very conscious decision, by that time I'll meet you next time, I'll be a different person, is more than enough to have that shift or the transformation. We don't respect the power of our conscious decision. Actually, first of all, we don't respect ourselves. Where is the question of conscious decision? We don't respect, we don't think ourselves as an entity. That is why nobody else also thinks ourselves as an entity. Because we don't think ourselves as an entity, others also don't think ourselves as a solid entity. That's a basic trouble. If you think your conscious decision is powerful, simply people will obey. People come and ask me, Swamiji, how to impress others, how to influence people. I tell them, first influence yourself. Integrate yourself. Believe that you can influence yourself and others. The moment you influence yourself, you integrate yourself, you will become such a power, such an energy. Simply people can't resist, they will follow you. Anybody whose consciousness has become a leader will simply start leading. Will simply start leading. Whatever profession you are, wherever you are, whether you are in business or a job or a doctor or a lawyer or anything, if your consciousness is a leader, you will simply lead. If your consciousness is a follower, even if you are in the CEO chair, you will be following somebody, imitating somebody. You will be imitating somebody. You will not be a leader. Leader or the follower is based on consciousness. It is based on the state of your mind, not the status of your chair. Leader is a state, not status. Please be very clear. People who achieve the status without achieving the state never stayed in that status. Even if you are in the status, without the state, you will not be enjoying it. If you are in that state, the status will simply follow you. Even if you don't have the status, you will be enjoying your life. So it is necessary to achieve the state, then status. Status will simply follow you if you achieve the state. Yes.
Pranam Guruji. You mentioned about Patanjali. According to Patanjali, there are 8 sutras. One among them is meditation. It starts with yama, niyama, etc. Before attaining samadhi, you get at meditation, if I am not wrong.
Yes,
So
right.
can we directly enter into this zone, that is dhyana, without following yama, niyama, etc.?
That's a wonderful question. You see, even to practice yama niyama, you need certain integrity and energy, certain TQ, which is not there in the modern men today. The modern men, even that much of TQ is not there. Even to follow what your buddhi says, you need a TQ. See, modern men in this modern day society, man has become simply a schizophrenia. There is nobody who can be called as normal man. The normal level itself has become abnormal. Or the abnormal level has become normal. The abnormal level has become Normal. That is why they say that in the medical terms, the border level. That border level. Huh? What do you call the medical way? Borderline. I heard one of our Dr. Devotee was telling me, Swami, that borderline sanity they call. People will look almost normal. They will walk and talk, do things almost normal. But once you go here, you are gone. So that's why they say before getting married, better to live with that person at least 6 months. You will come to know whether he's in the borderline or he's okay. So the borderline problem. The man, the abnormal level has become normal level. So all we need to do is immediately we need to do some meditation, infusing awareness, so that we can become man. Then you can go for practicing the yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. The 7 steps or the 8 steps. The 8th is the samadhi. It's not a step, it is achievement. 7 is the step. You can go for all these steps. But first we have to become man. For that itself you need to increase your TQ. Thank you.
With your presence, I feel that I've become graduated from the under KG level to the high school, and I want to be a college graduate with your techniques. And I'm so happy to see you again.
Again, the only one technique: increase the TQ. Increase the TQ. That's all. Actually, when you increase the TQ, that is the real Nidhi. Lakshmi means increasing the TQ. Lakshmi, the very word in Sanskrit, means increasing the TQ. When you increase the TQ, with the same house you feel more comfortable. With the same furnitures you feel more luxurious. With the same people you feel blissful. With the same situation you feel joyful. Actually, Lakshmi is added when you increase the TQ. Of course, because of your right decision making, wealth is also will be added. You will have a bigger car. The moment the TQ becomes big, your car will become big, your house will become big, your life will become big, everything will become big. Because of your decision making power, because of your clarity, that is true. Apart from that, your being, your Lakshmitva, the capacity to enjoy, the energy of the wealth consciousness, that is what the wealth consciousness will simply increase. Increasing the TQ is what I call creating affluence. Creating affluence is nothing but increasing your TQ.
Swami, we have been always taught that ego is something bad, that we should try to get rid of ego. But the way you explained, if there is sufficient TQ, the ego will let us make a good decision.
You see, if there is sufficient TQ, ego will disappear into Atman. Did you see a small diagram? Under that ego there is written a small diagram I put something called Atman. When the TQ is less, you are egoistic. When the TQ is more, there is no ego. Simply the ego disappears. Ego disappears. Only Atman shines. So it is all about TQ. I think it is time. We'll end the session. So I pray to the ultimate divine, the divine energy, the consciousness, eternal bliss which is in all your hearts. Let you all understand these great truths and let you practice and experience the eternal bliss. Nityananda. I welcome you all with my love and respect. And the representative from city. Today's subject is Vedic Renaissance. Vedic Renaissance. First, let us understand why the Vedic Renaissance should happen. Because this tradition, the Vedic tradition, again and again reminds you to achieve something in the inner world. It's like a constant reminder, constant inspiration to work on the inner world, to transform yourself, to experience the different space, different world. First time in the history of humanity, human beings are enjoying such a luxurious, comfortable life. The outer world luxury and outer world comfort, we have reached peak. The medical care or the outer world comforts or the communication or luxury, you just can't imagine what we have achieved. Same way, just like how we are in the peak of luxury and comforts, we are in the peak of suffering and misery in the inner world. Humanity has never suffered so much in the inner world. The spiritual poverty, we call that as a spiritual poverty. We are living in a world which is experiencing spiritual poverty. Only Vedic Renaissance can fill the gap, can help the people to achieve peace and bliss. Only with the Vedic Renaissance, people will be able to experience even the comforts and luxuries we have created. Understand? Through the outer world, through the outer science, you may create a beautiful bed, but only with the Vedic system you will have deep sleep. You may create all possible luxurious things. You may create all comforts. To experience peace, to experience life, you need Vedic Renaissance. Somebody need to remind you. Somebody need to give you the experience that you are beyond this body, beyond this mind. You are beyond all the sufferings of the outer world. Your inner space is untouched by anything belongs to outer world. Only Vedic Renaissance can do that. Experiencing the spiritual truth, experiencing the inner world, experiencing your own consciousness can happen when the Vedic Renaissance happens inside you. Understand? When I say Vedic Renaissance, I am not telling you to go and change the whole world. No. Let the Vedic Renaissance happen in you first. First, we need to understand. First, we need to internalize. First, we need to transform our life. In Vedic tradition, we don't believe in conversion. We don't believe in going around and preaching. We believe more in practicing. We believe more in creating an intense vibration or the spiritual space, spiritual intensity. Vivekananda beautifully says, an ordinary teacher who is going around and meeting thousands of people will not be able to create such an intense
energy, like a person who is sitting in a cave and just radiating his enlightenment. Understand? Vedic Dharma is so courageous. It discourages even preaching. It says, let you achieve, let you radiate. Simply everything else will happen. For the renaissance of the Dharma, the renaissance of the Vedic tradition, first you need to do, let you become a seeker. Let you understand what for you are living. See, when I use the word seeker, let me define the word properly. I mean, person who understands the outer world is not everything. Whoever has got the clarity, the outer world is not everything. Life is something more than the outer world. Whoever has got that clarity, whoever feels that life is something more than the outer world, life is something more than what you experience through your eyes and ears. Life is little more than what you experience through senses. Whoever understands life is more than what you experience through your senses, you become seeker. You start seeking, which is beyond these five senses. You start seeking the truth. You start seeking something which is beyond your senses. In Sanskrit we call that mumukshutva, means start seeking something which is beyond your senses. Shankara, the great master, says, Manushyatva, Mumukshutva, Mahapurusha Sangama. Manushyatva, having human body. Mumukshutva, seeking towards the higher self. Mahapurusha Sangama, the experience with the enlightened being. Having the darshan or a touch of an enlightened being. All these three are very rare to achieve. After achieving all these three, if somebody is not enlightened, he is called fool. No other word. Because you have everything and you did not use it. There is no other word. Shankara says, all these three things are greatest things which can happen to any human being. Seeking. First thing, you need to start seeking. Once in a while, when you really feel the life is not under your control, understand? In a civilized society, especially living in a city, you are given a wrong impression by your mind, your life is under your control. I always tell people, go and live in Himalayas for some time. If you live in the Himalayas for some time, you will realize life is beyond your control. You will understand your life can't be controlled just by your logic. It is beyond your control. You will be reminded your logic is not the master. Your logic is not the master. But in these kind of societies, the cities, almost you are very clear about your routine. From morning till night, you know how you will walk, in which car you will use, where you will reach, what you will do, or what you will not do, and how you will come back, and what is your next routine. Even if there is a small accident, you know there is life insurance. There is insurance. Practically, your ego gives an idea, your logic teaches you, your logic gives you the sort of a feeling Your life is under your logic. Unconsciously you start believing your life is under your logic. That is why whenever some incident happens which is beyond your logic, which is not under your control, you are totally shaken. You are completely shaken. You are not able to handle. You don't know what to do. Either you fall in depression or you just suffer. You always expect, you always believe unconsciously that life is going to be only filled with the incidents which will be under your control, where your logic is going to play everything, where your logic is going to be a leader. Suddenly, when the truth is told to you, of course, life again and again reminds you the truth. Your life is beyond your logic, especially when somebody in your family or a friend circle dies, or some accident, means losing job or something. Suddenly you will see life is not under your control. Your logic is not the leader. Life is beyond your logic. Life is beyond you. You start seeking. Then you start seeking. Few intelligent people start seeking the law of life. Understand? You know law of the outer world. Whoever wants to understand the law of the inner world, we call that as a dharma. Dharma is the word we use. Law of the inner world means the law of cosmic energy. Whoever is trying to search, whoever is trying to seek, whoever is trying to understand the law of the inner world, he is called mumukshu. He is called seeker. First thing, you need to work, you need to start seeking towards the law of life, dharma. What is really dharma? What for the human birth is offered to me? What I am really supposed to achieve? These few questions are the basic need for Vedic renaissance in you. Understand? If Vedic renaissance happens in you all, that is more than enough. Don't bother how to create Vedic renaissance in others. I have always seen people who are too busy in creating Vedic renaissance and others will never allow that to happen in themselves. Because they are too busy looking at others, chiseling others, working on others. They forget that they need to work on themselves. They forget they need to work on their own being. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, how should I express my gratitude to you? I feel I received so much. How can I help? I always tell people, just meditate. That's the best thing you will do for me. That's the greatest service you will do for me. People ask me, no. Should I do something for your mission? I tell them, first work towards enlightenment. That's the best thing you will do for my mission. People who try just to work for mission without working towards enlightenment, they will be the biggest problem creators. They will create only politics. They will create only politics. See, people who are not working towards their own enlightenment, who are just working for the mission or the public, they create all politics. They create all difficulties. They create all problems. If you start doing service without having enough of inner maturity, you will only create more problem for people. You will create trouble so that you can start serving. I have seen people first to create trouble, then start serving. See, unless you create trouble in the world, how will you serve? You will be jobless. So people who want to serve will create first problem. And same way I have seen the so-called teachers, just because they should start teaching, they will create the problems which does not exist. Which does not exist. I have seen the so-called teachers who themselves have not become enlightened, who start teaching. If a person is not enlightened and if he starts teaching, he will create more problem to society than what they have already. See, an enlightened person will live in a totally different way. Your logic or your mind will never be able to put that person in a frame. You can't put him in one frame. But with the teachers, you can always expect how they will behave, how they will be. And you can always expect, you can put them in one frame. So it is easy for your mind to believe teachers. It is difficult to trust masters, because masters' first work will be shaking you. I always tell people, if you feel that you are totally shaken, whatever you believe, whatever your ideas you carry is shaken, be very clear that master started showering his compassion on you, his grace on you. Only when he showers his grace, only when he showers his compassion, your whole being will be shaken. Your whole being will be transformed. First thing you need to understand for Vedic Renaissance is seeking. Let the seeking start happening inside you. The big problem with our mind, whenever you listen these great words, for a few days you will really cherish them. But again, slowly your old inner chattering will come back. Your old mental setup will come back. When your old mental setup comes back, over. You are again running. The peer pressure or the society just makes you run. You are running towards the goal which is not going to give you fulfillment and which never makes you feel alive. I always tell people, great difficulty in a rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat. Even if you win, you are just a rat. Run, what for? You don't even know. Many times people tell me, no, to take care of basic needs. But once you know that you have enough of basic needs and all the things are taken care, after that you think you will stop? Now you are habituated for running. See, by that time you achieve everything to relax and enjoy. Now you are trained to worry. You are trained to run. If you stop running, you feel lonely. You feel something is missing. You feel something is seriously absent in your being. You feel something more needs to be added. Something needs to be achieved. The seeking is the basic quality. First thing for Vedic Renaissance. The next thing, very important truths. Seeking which starts in you should not be just an emotion, should not be just a thought. It should be a deep understanding. Seeking plus understanding leads to transformation. Just seeking. See, if you are just a seeker, anybody can give you words. Anybody can sell words to you and you can be used for anything. You can be used. When the understanding is added to the seeking, you will see you are more balanced. When I say understanding, please understand this word understanding very clearly. Because this word is a very important thing. Use only one scale to measure what you are taught is right or wrong. Whatever ideas you are taught by masters or books, does it add more and more honesty in you? Means truthfulness in you. Does it add more and more chit, consciousness in you? Does it make yourself more conscious, aware of all the inner happenings? Does it add more joy and bliss, ananda to you? Just use this one scale, Sat, Chit, Ananda. Are you becoming more and more honest, Sat, truthful? Are you becoming more and more Chit, aware, conscious? Are you becoming more and more Ananda, blissful by these teachings or the masters? This is what I call understanding. Please understand. Flood all the truth or message which you are receiving with this one idea. Are you becoming more and more intelligent, truthful? Only an intelligent person will be truthful in his life. Are you becoming more and more aware, Chit, of what is happening inside you? Are you becoming more and more blissful, Ananda? Understand? These three will always be together because the same energy, different names. Your being, the life which is inside your body, if it expresses through your head, intellect, it is called intelligence, Sat. If it expresses through your heart, it is called consciousness, awareness, Chit, compassion. If it just stays inside your being, it is called Ananda, bliss. Same energy, three different names. Just see, whatever you are learning, is it making all these three in your life? Then you are traveling in the right path. First seeking, then understanding. When the seeking and understanding is added, naturally you will start experiencing enlightenment. Do not think enlightenment is something which will happen in one moment. It will happen in one moment in the end, in a different way. But as of now, if you understand enlightenment as a gradual process, it will really help you. Enlightenment experience or the truth will be a sudden explosion, sudden experience. But as of now, if you understand that as a gradual process, you will be encouraged to move towards it, to work towards it. If you think of only the sudden enlightenment, that one flash, every chance you will fall in depression. People ask me, Swamiji, I did 2-day meditation, I did not become enlightened. God, I think he is waiting when you will close your eyes so that he can appear in front of you. I think he has got much better jobs. With the sudden enlightenment idea, we always have a problem of you getting depressed. But with the gradual progress, you will not feel depressed. You will be inspired to work more and more. Add this understanding. Are you becoming more and more intelligent, more and more aware, more and more blissful? These three will not be separate. It will be all always together. If these two things happens in you, the Vedic Renaissance is happening on the planet Earth. Understand, when you change, whole world will change. When your attitude towards yourself changes, you will attract different kind of people around you. Always our people come and tell me, Swamiji, all my friends left me after I started meditating. No, it's a big problem. Please understand, it's not that they left you, you left them. You don't have anything common. You don't have anything else to talk. I am successful in creating so many communities around the world. More than 1,000 people are living inside our communities. People ask me, Swamiji, how so many communities are getting created? I tell them, all we need to do is just create a real sincere seeking. Once you start really sincerely seeking, you will see that you are attracted towards a spiritual community and you attract a spiritual community around you. Automatically you attract a spiritual community around you. I always tell people, all I need to create a community is one sincere seeker. That's all. Only one sincere seeker in one city is enough to create a beautiful spiritual community. Because his seeking is so intense, he will attract that kind of people around him. Understand? When a seeker attracts the same kind of people around him, it will be such a beautiful, peaceful arrangement, peaceful community. No legal structure is necessary. No rules is necessary. No regulations is necessary. The whole thing will be so beautiful. The whole thing will be so clear. They will live in Dharma. They will live in the natural law of life. Understand? The natural law is what we call Dharma. When you all gather, you all just know. Simply you all feel, I think he will do that. He will do this. I will do that. Each one will stand and take charge of something. I call this as a dharmic administration. Administration through dharma. Administration through the natural law of life. Administration through the truth. Understand? The ancient Vedic tradition, in the ancient Gurukulam system, there was no community based on birth. It was purely based on the activity. A person who doesn't have anything else except his time, who shares his time, is called worker. A person who shares little products, he can create little products through his time. He creates some products, some jewelry or cloth, something, and sells. He shares the products. He is called Vaishya, seller, merchant, business community. A person who shares confidence on an ideology, who inspires people to stay together, who keeps the whole thing alive, who is father of the community, he is called Kshatriya, the warrior community, or the inspirers. Person who shares enlightenment, knowledge, leads the whole group towards the higher truth, he is called Brahmana, the saint. Understand? We did not create communities based on birth. The tradition created communities based on the activity. Person who shares his time is a worker. Person who shares some products is Vaishya. Person who shares courage and confidence is Kshatriya. Person who shares knowledge, enlightenment is Brahmana. This is the way our tradition was created. This is the way the Vedic system was created. Your future is available to you. As long as you live based on the past, naturally you will see the past will automatically penetrate the future. Instead of you living the future, past will be living the future. Past will be
living the future. A small thing, you understand. A very simple thing. It is from this moment, next moment takes birth. If you believe in this moment that you can't drop some habit because it is past, naturally you can't drop it in the future. So, coming out of the past, coming to the present moment, you will start having a new understanding about the future. You will start having a new realization about the future. One more thing. When you sincerely penetrate the present moment, the eternity, the present moment, the time shaft stops moving. Time shaft stops moving. Somebody asked Buddha, what's your age? He just remains silent. They ask him again, Buddha, tell me what's your age? He says, what can I say? Eternity is the only word I can say. In the 9th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna declares, the Rajaviti Rajaviti Yoga, Krishna says, O Arjuna, the same science is delivered by me to Sun God, to Ishwagu, and now to you. Arjuna gets shocked. Arjuna says, what are you talking? You are just 40 years old. But Sun God and Ishwagu are all 5,000 years old. How can you say, you Krishna, you gave this knowledge to Sun God? Krishna says, Arjuna, you don't understand what I say. Time shaft never moves when you penetrate the present moment. When Krishna says, I gave the same science to Sun God, he is not telling the lie. Please be very clear. He is telling the truth. When you actually enter into present moment, you just become past, present and future. You experience a different space. The problem is we have experienced only the horizontal line of the time shaft. Past, present and future. We know only the horizontal line of the time shaft. But if you come to the present, if you just stay in the present moment, you will experience a different dimension, what we call vertical dimension. The vertical dimension, in vertical dimension, there is no time, there is no past, there is no future, it is eternity. That is what we call enlightenment. That is what we call enlightenment. The man who has experienced the past, present and future, the horizontal shaft and the vertical shaft, is the person who is enlightened. When you die in this horizontal shaft, horizontal space of past, present and future, when you die in this horizontal line, you will experience a vertical line, which is different space, timeless, spaceless zone, what we call as Chidakasha. What we call as Chidakasha in Sanskrit. That is why again and again our masters declare, it is eternity, it is eternity, it is eternity. All our idea of time and the past and the future is just an idea. It is not reality. When you get even the very small glimpse of present moment, you will understand the future and the past. If you can experience the present moment, the experiencing the present moment is what I call meditation. You see, for meditation, you don't need to do anything differently. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is meditation an extraordinary thing? I tell them, according to me, meditation is the most ordinary thing. Nothing else is necessary. If you are aware how you are sitting, how your body is, what you are doing, what you are listening, just the present moment, The awareness of the present moment can lead you to the meditation, can put you into the present moment, can give you the glimpse of vertical space of the time shaft. One glimpse can change your whole life. Just one glimpse. But the difficulty is, because it is so simple, we miss it again and again. If you are asked to do something complicated, you will never miss it. Because anything which is complicated is ego satisfaction. Anything very complicated gives you the ego satisfaction. I have seen in India people walking from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill to have the Lord's darshan in Tirupati. In so many hills, people walk uphill, people go around the hills, but they can never sit silently for 10 minutes. Ask them to sit silently, no. They can't sit. You can sit with anybody, you can't sit with yourself. You can sit with anybody, but you can't sit with yourself. Sitting with yourself, what I call meditation. If you can sit with yourself without even having thinking or any words in your mind, you will experience the glimpse of time shaft. When you experience, naturally, the future will be under your control. People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I can change your future. Why do you bother about predicting the future? Don't bother about predicting the future. There are thousands of fools sitting and predicting the future continuously. Go to India, under every banyan tree, one guy will be sitting with a parrot. The parrot himself doesn't know about his future. That is why he is under the cage. But you people go and sit there in front of the parrot and ask about your future. And that guy himself don't have a house. He is homeless, sitting under the banyan tree. He will guide you when you will build your house. That is what is predicting the future. Don't bother about predicting the future. Future is actually under your control. When I say, again your mind plays a game. Swami speaks nicely, but these are all not practical. I am a grihastha, these are all not for me. He is an enlightened person, he is a Swami, he can talk all these things, it is not for us. You know, your mind knows all cunning methods to escape from present moment. Understand? Just like any being in the planet Earth, your mind has also its own instinct to survive. So it gives enough of confusion, enough of misunderstanding, enough of doubts so that it can keep you under its control. It can keep you under its control. That is the reason, again and again and again, you are in the clutches of the past or in the future. Experience the present. You will experience a different dimension of your being. In the first level, you get the power to see the future. In the next level, you get the power to change the future. In the third level, you understand there is no past and future. In the first, you start seeing the future. In the next, in the intellectual level, you start seeing the future. In the emotional level, you get the power to change the future. That is what I say. Shakti to make your dreams into reality. In the third level, you get the buddhi. The reality itself is the dream. The whole reality is your dream. That's a beautiful story. A great Zen master, an enlightened master, he wakes up from the bed every morning and starts sleeping suddenly. Starts sleeping. Disciples are all surprised. What happened? Master, what happened to you? You are an enlightened person. Enlightened person is not supposed to cry. You cannot cry. What happened to you? Why are you weeping? Master says, no, I dreamt as if I became butterfly last night. The disciples asked, what is there in that? After all, a dream. Forget about it. Now you have become alright. You are here. Why do you bother about dreams? Forget. Drop it. Why are you crying for that? Master says, no, I don't understand whether I dreamt that I became butterfly or that butterfly is now dreaming that it has become a master. Whether I dreamt I became butterfly or that butterfly is dreaming now that it has become master. I do not know. I am not able to understand. That is why I am weeping. Understand one thing. There is no guarantee that you are sitting and listening to my discourse. There is every chance it can be one more dream. There is no scale. People tell me, no, Swamiji, I can pinch and see. No, in the dream also you can pinch yourself and say it is not a dream. So there is no guarantee. There is every chance you may be sitting in the dream and listening to my discourses. There is nothing sure that you are in waking state. When your conscious level raises to the third level, to the upper level, you understand whatever is so-called reality is nothing but your dreams. The person who realizes whatever you think as reality is nothing but dream, he is the one we call awakened, the Buddha. Buddha means awakened. There is only two kind of people in the world. One is Buddha, another one is Buddhu. That's all. Either you are Buddha or Buddhu. There is no third level. Either you are awakened or you are wrapping in the darkness. When you experience the present moment, even one glimpse can give you the taste of different space in your being. The taste of different space in your energy. Understand, these are the three levels. When you touch the time shaft just for one glimpse, you get the power to see the future. When you penetrate it little bit, you get the power to change the future. When you penetrate the time shaft totally, you realize the past, future idea itself is dream. In search of miracles should lead you to beyond miracles. You can start searching for miracles. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, why don't you do some miracle? It's a usual thing. Anywhere I go, please Swamiji, do some miracle. How much you tell the people? No, doing miracle is nothing. That is not a real thing. Just materializing something or teleporting something is not a real miracle. Transforming the human lives is the greatest miracle. How much you tell, but people again want to watch something. People again want to have something. When you have the craving, when you start mongering for mysteries, you will miss the mystery of mystery, which is God. Please be very clear. When you start searching only for miracles, you miss the greatest miracle, the whole existence. The greatest miracle is existence. If you start searching something, only some small things are miracle. If you start thinking only few things are miracle, you will miss the greatest miracle, which is universe, which is the great existence. Understand, don't miss the great miracle, which is existence, which is universe, the divine. So, in such of miracles is good path to start, good place to start, but bad place to end. Right place to start, wrong place to end. So let your search for miracles lead you to the energy which is miraculous itself. Let it lead you to the space where we experience the greatest miracle, the whole existence, the prapancha, the universe. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, the blood becoming blood in your body is the greatest miracle. But we take all these great miracles for granted and search for something else, search for some other miracles. Understand and look a little deeply. Come to the present moment, you will understand the whole universe is nothing but a miracle. The whole universe is the greatest miracle. You will experience the greatest miracle which we call universe. So, let you experience the glimpse of the present moment. Let you experience the glimpse of the present moment in your being, in your space, and let you experience the bliss, eternal bliss, the Nityananda. Thank you.
And a little bit more how to stay in the present and how to penetrate the present. Can you explain it?
Wonderful question. I'll repeat the question. She asks, can you elaborate more? Can you explain a little bit more how to live in the present moment? See, a simple technique, very one single line technique. Live inside your boundary, that's all. Just live inside your boundary. You know where your boundary ends. Are you aware of your boundary?
I don't know. It depends upon person to person, I guess.
You see, what you think as your boundary as of now? Your body. Surely not more than that. Don't think you are Atman. Unless you realize you are Atman, you are not Atman. If you think you are Atman, you miss the whole thing. You are Atman has to be realized, not to be thought. As of now, you know only one thing. You are body. This is what is your boundary. Start living inside that boundary. Start living inside the boundary. People ask me. People ask me, Swamiji, should we renounce to become enlightened? I tell them, you don't need to renounce anything which you have. Just renounce what you don't have. That is enough. The future is, you don't have the future now in your hand. Just renounce that. That is enough. The past and the future you don't have. Renounce what you don't have. That is enough. Live what you have. The present moment, you see, the body is what you have now. This is your boundary. Start living inside your boundary. Just a minute, I will finish this answer, then you can question. We always create a next doubt. Swamiji, if I start living inside my body, stop thinking about the future, how will I chronologically plan my day-to-day activity? I tell you one important thing. To plan your day-to-day activity, your chronological planning never takes your energy, never sucks your energy. 99% of your energy is sucked by psychological worrying, not by chronological planning. If you just do the chronological planning, you will never feel drained. You will never feel stressed out. But 99% of your energy is sucked, wasted just by psychological worrying. Start living in the present moment. Whenever you remember, when you are driving the car, if you remember, suddenly do only one thing. How your hands are holding the steering. How comfortably you are sitting. Just feel how your legs are placed. How your body is. Just witness what is happening inside your body. What is happening inside your mind. Just be in the present moment. Whenever you remember. Again and again and again. When you are walking, when you are sitting, when you are talking, when you are eating, when you are doing things, again and again, be in the present moment. You will see, you will have the glimpse of time shaft. Yes, please. Your question.
You answered it.
Thank you. Yes.
How do you drop guilt from the past?
Understand one thing. Sorry. He asks how to drop the guilt from the past. One simple story you need to understand. There was a great rishi doing tapasya in the forest. He is doing tapasya. He has not become enlightened. One night, midnight, one thief came to his house, his ashram, and asked for a place to stay for that night. The rishi doesn't know he's a thief. He said, please come and stay. He gave the place, he gave the food, everything. Next day morning, the thief is leaving the ashram. He said, oh Swamiji, I am very grateful for you. You helped me in the midnight. I am grateful. Please bless me. I am now leaving. Then the rishi asked, who are you? What you are doing? He declared, I am a thief. Yesterday night only I have stolen from the palace and I was escaping. You gave me the place and saved me. Thank you. He told and left. Now the rishi started feeling guilty. He started praying to God intensely. Oh God, please forgive me. I have done such a big sin. I gave food and shelter for a thief. How big sin it is. He started weeping profusely, asking God to forgive him. Suddenly he heard a voice from above. That voice is also weeping profusely. The rishi asked, oh God, why are you weeping? I am weeping, I have done a sin. Why are you weeping? God says, you have given food and shelter for him only one day. You say that is a sin. I am giving for 365 days. What do I? Where can I go and wash my sin? Understand? The moral of the story is, only you have the idea, saint and sinner. God never has got that idea. Society rubber stamps you as a saint or as a sinner. All the rules are created for the harmonious living. Please understand. All the rules are created. What for? To live a harmonious way. You will not kill me so that I will not kill you. Both of us will live happily. That is the basic understanding. In course of time, it has become a law. That's all. So all rules, all regulations are created to live a harmonious, happy life. That's all. But the moment you internalize the rules, the moment you take them seriously, beyond the understanding, see, as long as you follow the rules with understanding, your life will be happy. When you start following the letter instead of spirit, you start creating the guilt. If you want to go beyond the law, if you want to escape from the law, do only one thing. Drop the spirit, catch the letter. You can simply escape from the law. When you catch the letter, leaving the spirit, you can legally go beyond the law. You can legally go beyond the law. Whenever you catch the spirit, you never fall in guilt. Whenever you catch the letter, you fall in guilt. There was a small incident which happened in a South Indian monastery. In that monastery, there was a pet cat. There was a cat. That Swami used to love that cat very much. He used to take care of that cat. Whenever morning he does puja, the cat will come and disturb his puja. It will drink the milk and run around. It will create disturbance. So one day that Swami decided, before starting the puja, he told the disciples, I come catch the cat and cover it with a basket. Then I will start the puja. So they caught the cat and covered it. He started the puja. Every day before starting the puja, he used to instruct, catch the cat. They will catch the cat, cover it with basket, then puja will start. By and by, one day the master also died and the cat also died. Disciples are now in a big trouble. Without cat, how to do puja? They thought how to worship, how to do the worship without cat. So they sent for a person to get some cat at least from forest. They brought the cat, covered it with basket, Then puja started. And after a few days, getting cat has become a big difficulty. Every day, how will you get one new cat? And naturally, getting cat has become a big difficult. Finally, the disciples said, "You see, it has become Kali Yuga, Iron Age. When you can't get the cat, how can we do puja? All right, stop the puja." Whenever you miss the spirit and catch the letter, you do the same mistake. So whenever you have the guilt, look a little deep, look a little deeply, you will be catching the letter, leaving the spirit. Don't leave the spirit. Don't catch the letter. Actually, master is the finger pointing to the moon. Master, enlightened master is finger pointing to the moon. If you see the moon, you will exactly realize or you get the benefit of the master. What for you go to the master? To see the moon only. He is the finger pointing to the moon. If you see the moon, you are enlightened. You really achieved what has to be achieved. But the problem is, you don't see the moon. You catch hold of his finger and hand. You catch hold of his finger and hand. When you catch his finger and hand, naturally you also miss the moon. Because you are catching and hanging, the hand will change. The next generation also will miss the moon. Next generation also will miss the moon. Whenever you catch the spirit, you will never create guilt. When you catch the letter, you will always have guilt. I always tell people, don't catch Nityananda, catch Nityananda. Catch Nityananda. Catch the spirit, catch the energy, not the form. I always tell people, when you imbibe the eternal bliss, Nityananda, you will see Nityananda will be there. When you stop imbibing the energy, you will naturally, even if the form is there, you will miss it. You will not have it. In your life, in the Vedanta, see, the rishis are such a courageous people. Rishis are the only people on the planet Earth who declared their literatures can be updated. All messiahs, all masters have not accepted that their words can be updated. Rishis have declared smritis can be updated. There are two kinds of scripture in Vedanta, Shruti and Smriti. Shruti means the literature which speaks about Atmajnana, Upanishad. That is the ultimate. There is a second kind of literature, Smriti, which says about day-to-day life, the social law. Our rishis are so bold, they declare Smriti can be updated day by after every yuga. You see, the Smriti means the day-to-day law. If you catch hold of the day-to-day law, that only creates the guilt. Don't get caught by the day-to-day law. Understand and update the Smriti. When the software can be updated, why not Smriti? When you stop updating, you stop growing. Freedom is the basic condition for growth. Our rishis have clearly declared Smritis can be updated. One more thing. Where is the rule? What is right and wrong? Tell me. In some place, in some country, in some religion, vegetarianism is the rule. In some other country, non-veg is the rule. In some place, this is right. In some place, this is wrong. See, what is food for somebody is poison for another person. So, the morality is supposed to be based on consciousness, not on conscience. If it is based on conscience, it is just skin deep. It is just skin deep. Please be very clear. Of course, I don't say go and do all the mistakes, no. But I tell you, any morality should be based on understanding, not on fear and greed. If it is based on the hell and heaven concept, you will miss the whole thing. You will miss the whole thing. I always tell people, morality should be based on consciousness, not based on conscience. See, for children, you need to tell, if you don't do this, I won't give you candy. If you do this, I'll beat you. For children, it is okay, based on fear and greed. But even after growing, if your morality is based on fear and greed, you are immature, you are not grown. Stand up. It is time to prove you are a grown-up person. Don't carry the same mental setup. It is time that your morality should be based on maturity and consciousness, not based on hell and heaven concept, not based on the idea of fear and greed. How long you can have your morality based on fear and greed? No, you can never. So come out. I always tell people, I don't believe in conscience, I believe in consciousness. Conscience is a poor substitute for consciousness. Consciousness is natural, conscience is societal. Conscience is given to you by society. If you are born and brought up in a Vaishnavite family, non-veg is a great sin for you. If you are born and brought up in an Islam family, non-veg is a usual thing for you. So it is just societal, not natural. So drop all your foolish guilt. Again and again understand. The very understanding is enough. Do you say, Swamiji, I understand fire will burn, but again and again I have temptation to put my hand? You don't say that. When you understand fire will burn, you drop. You keep yourself away from fire. Understand, guilt is just foolishness. And naturally you can keep yourself away from it. Thank you. Understand, the only way to bring the Vedic system back, to allow the Renaissance to happen, to help the Renaissance, you need to understand the whole truth, how the law of life works, dharma, how the dharma happens. For example, in some field, you will feel more confident, more courageous. But maybe due to your engraved memories or samskaras, in some field you will not feel confidence and courage. You will not feel courage or confidence. You will not feel that you will be able to face that situation. You can see women who can face her husband will not be able to face just a small insect. A rat is enough to shake her, or a small insect is enough to frighten her. Samskara, the engraved memory, or even just a darkness is enough to completely make her shiver in the fear. Just samskara. Even in your life, at some time, in some situations, you will express so much of courage and confidence. But in some place, you will not be able to stand. So the law of life is, wherever you feel confidence, you share that. Understand one more thing, important thing. Brahmana does not need to be a Brahmana throughout his life. All 24 hours, no. A Vaishya need not be a Vaishya all 24 hours, no. A Kshatriya need not be Kshatriya all 24 hours, no. A worker need not be a worker all 24 hours. It's like sometime you play the role of Kshatriya, means giving confidence. Sometime you play the role of Vaishya, sharing products. Sometime you play the role of sharing knowledge, enlightenment. So it is just the job, it is just the thing which you do. In your life also, if you understand this one truth, where you need to play the job of Vaishya, where you need to play the job of a Kshatriya, where you need to be a worker, where you need to be a Brahmana, your whole life will be beautiful. Big problem is,
You do not know how to remove your personality and go to the next personality. How to use personalities like a coat. You are caught in one personality. Using the wrong personality in a wrong place is what I call ego. Understand? Where you need to be very polite and humble. If you are arrogant, violent, it's egoistic. And where you need to be very arrogant, courageous, if you are polite and humble, you are egoistic. Understand? Always we think, no, if I am humble, how can I be egoistic? No. Ego standing topsy-turvy is also ego. Inferior ego. One small incident. Once, the incident happened in a great master's like Ramana Maharshi. His disciple, one of his disciples, translated one of his book into different language. In the translation, the front side of the book, his name is also published, translated by that person's name. When that disciple saw that book, he went and told Bhagavan, they shouldn't have put my name. I don't feel like my name should be publicized. I am not that kind of a person. He went and shouted at the administration, the disciple, why did you put my name? And then came to Bhagavan and said, Bhagavan said, the ego which has the name and ego which has my name should not be put. Both are one and the same. If you ask, my name should be there. And if you say my name should not be there, both are ego. Relax. Bhagavan beautifully says, it is called inferior ego. The ego which is trying to show the humbleness. Understand? With a superiority complex, with a violent, aggressive ego, at least society will teach you have ego. With a humble ego, you will escape from society. That is more dangerous. That is more dangerous. Very dangerous. It is called cunning ego. The ego which can nicely save itself. The real Vedic Renaissance can happen if you understand where you need to be. A Vaishya, businessman. The big problem is with your family, you do Vaishya job, business. In the business field, where you are supposed to do business, there you do charity. Or there you act like a worker. In the family, you can't carry the same personality of business. There you need to be more a Kshatriya, means sharing confidence. There your business will not work. Big problem is, we lost the attitude or the idea of trusting others. Because we lost that idea, you can't think in any other way except the way of business. I was surprised and shocked when I saw in this country people having their own accounts without the knowledge of the husband or wife. Many families have got their own wealth. Means the husband will not know or the wife will not know. Means what? You have a clear business contract. Please understand. You may be living in one house, you are not living together. You may be living in one house but not living together. You do not know how to handle these four personalities. Where to do the business and where to give confidence. You see, one more thing. If you are not able to trust other person, be very clear. Same way, you did not teach that person also to trust you. Never ever think only you are not trusting that person and he or she is trusting you. No. If you are not trusting, the other person is also not trusting. If only when you feel insecure with the other person, you don't trust. So how you will feel insecure? Someday you have a data, information that he is not trusting you. So the trust happens if you behave like a Kshatriya, means a father.
If you take the whole responsibility on your shoulder, the trust happens. See, seeking and understanding brings Vedic renaissance in you. Understanding the law of life, dharma, means the Vaishya, Kshatriya, Brahmana and worker. These four style, the community style, law of our dharma, the law of natural life, our dharma, will bring Vedic renaissance in your family. Step by step, I am explaining how the Vedic renaissance can be brought first in your personality, then in your family, then in your community. First thing, seeking and understanding to bring Vedic renaissance in you. The second thing, understanding the natural law, means the dharma, law of life. How our masters created the communities based on the attitude and personality, based on the work which you are supposed to do. Understanding this will bring Vedic renaissance in your families. Understand? Still, in Indian villages, hundreds of people live together as one family. Still, I know the families in which more than 100 people are members. 100 people living under one roof. Still, I know. I have seen more than 100 people living under one roof, one kitchen. How this is possible? One single proper Kshatriya is there. Means a person who gives confidence. All you need to do is be a right Kshatriya. Give confidence wherever you need to. Do business outside the home, not inside. If you are doing business inside the home, you are bringing wrong personality to the wrong place. Means ego. A person who can't say yes where you need to say yes is egoistic. Person who can't say no where you need to say no is egoistic. Ego does not mean only violent or aggressive. Even if you can't say no where you need to say no, be very clear, you are egoistic. You are too much bothered about others' opinion. That's the reason you have to say yes even when you can't say, when you don't want to say yes. You think, no, what they will think about me? Ego. You want deep ego satisfaction. If you understand how to play these different roles, where you need to be a worker, where you need to be a Vaishya, means the businessman, where you need to be a Kshatriya, giving confidence, and where you need to be a Brahmana, sharing knowledge. When you are counseling somebody, when you are helping somebody who is in depression by counseling, you are doing the job of a Brahmana. You are leading the person to more light. You are radiating knowledge. So, try to handle your different personalities. See, instead of counseling, whenever you need to counsel, you start using your warrior personality. You start using your Kshatriya mold. When you need to use the Brahmana mold, you start using your Vaishya mold. When you need to use Kshatriya mold, that is where the problem starts. That is why the joint family system, living as a community, has disappeared. You can't find depression in the communities because you have so many people to relate. If you have to talk to the same person from morning till evening, if you have to see the same person in the house, naturally you will feel bored. You will feel, how many days you can see the same person? And after 1 or 2 years, you know the answers he will give.
For any problem, you know exactly word. If you tell this word, what word you will speak, you know. So you start thinking, why to tell this and get that better, I myself repeat that word also. You will feel bored. The boredom starts happening when you are relating with only one person. One more thing, when you have different choices, you can create groups. You will feel attracted towards somebody, you will feel attracted towards one group. You will have more freedom to interact. One more thing, when you interact with so many people, your personality also becomes rich. You enrich yourself. You learn many things. And you have freedom. You have a little more space. If you are angry with somebody, 2 days you can stop talking to him. You can talk to somebody else. No, you have choice. In giant family, in community system, understand the greatness of the Vedic rishis who created this whole system, who created our Vedic way of living. You have choice. But now, if you are angry towards your husband or wife, of course, you won't talk to that person, but you don't have anybody else to talk, and you are sitting with your TV. How long you can sit with your TV? One more thing. When you talk to somebody else and open yourself, either you will get some consolation or counseling. There is a possibility for healing exists. When you don't have anybody else to open up, naturally no possibility for healing. You go and give all your money to psychiatrists. No, really. See, in India, the sadhus are respected. Sadhus means sannyasis. Are respected. They are used like a psychiatrist. They do the job of psychiatrist. Listening to you. First thing, they listen to you. Second thing, either they console you. If you are right, you are given consolation. If you are wrong, you are given counseling. Something is done. You have somebody to relate with. The possibility for healing exists. That is why the joint families, depression is less, suicide rate is less, and people live more happily. Again, the one thing which is basically required for the joint family system, you should know where to play the mask of a worker, where to put on the mask of a Vaishya, businessman, where to put on the mask of a Kshatriya, warrior, where to use the mask of a Brahmana. One more thing, even your child can be a Brahmana for you. Even he can teach many things when you are in depression. When you are in low mood, he can teach you. He can give you courage. He can give you confidence. He can help you to stand. Helping others or helping each other to stand up again is what we call the Grihastha Dharma. See, Ramakrishna says beautifully, Grihastha Dharma is like a fighting from inside the fort. You can throw your arrows, but you will not be disturbed. You are inside the fort. You are safe, but you can always fight with your enemy because you have a deep security. Grihastha Dharma is like a fighting inside the fort, but Sannyas Dharma is directly facing the enemy, face to face. You don't have protection. When you are in depression, low mood, there is nobody who will lift you up. With Grihastha Dharma, the possibility for healing, possibility for consolation is more. But the difficulty is now in the single family system, in the small family system, just husband, wife and a child living together. In this family kind of a system, you are all practically swamis. Because for you also there is nobody to lift you out. You may live a Grihastha life. No, I can say you are much worse than swamis. Because not only there is nobody to lift you up, there is somebody to always push you down. There is somebody always to push you down. Big difficulty. If you understand how to play these different roles, if you understand, life itself is after all a psychodrama. No, the truth, simply psychodrama. If you understand, you are playing this drama again and again and again. You will realize just being a Brahmana is not something great. Just being Kshatriya is not something great. It's a one more role, that's all. People who never played the role of Brahmana is only so much greedy about that role. If you try to play for a few days, then you will understand. That's also one more work, that's all. That's also one more work, nothing else. I always tell people. People ask me, Swamiji, what is there for you? Wherever you go, people respect you, receive you. You just speak and come away. It's not a big job. I tell them, please come and sit in the throne for 2 days. Just sit here for 2 days and listen to all the worries and complaints people are giving. If you can listen all the worries and complaints and everything people tell you and go back and sleep in a relaxed way, you are enlightened. Really. Just sit. You don't have to give them energy darshan. You don't have to give them some support. You don't have to give them consoling or counseling, nothing. You tell them, no, I am in Mauna. You just tell, I will listen. Now, whenever I send these new brahmacharis for training, I tell them, brahmacharis in Mauna, you just talk, you will listen, that's all. Because if he opens the mouth, he will prove that he doesn't know anything. It's better that he be in Mauna. So that people will not understand, people will not think he doesn't know anything. All you need to do, just sit and listen to people, try to go back and sleep. You won't be able to. If you do the job of the Brahmana, you will understand this is also one job, that's all. This is also one work, that's all, nothing else. The whole life is just psychodrama. See, because you are there, I am here. Nothing else. Because disciples are there, Guru is there. Because somebody is a Brahmana, somebody is a Kshatriya. Because somebody is a Kshatriya, somebody is a Vaishya, that's all. See, it is just a psychodrama. Who chooses to play which role? That's all. It's purely your choice. If you are attracted too much towards one choice, go on, try to play that game. In 1 month, everything will become alright. One person went to Arunachala, the place of Ramana Maharshi, and he said, Master, to such a high energy place, so beautiful, so amazing. I know why you feel so blissful and peaceful here. Because of this place. Ramana Maharshi says, just stay here for 1 month, everything will become alright. See, I am not saying that Arunachala is not the energy center or a peaceful place, but your mind will take it for granted. In 1 month, your mind will say, I know all these things. I know these things. You will take people for granted. You will take place for granted. You will take things for granted. Understand? When you take things for granted, naturally, life will be boring. Life will be boring. Whenever you are trying to be jealous or greedy of the other roles, try to play that. You will understand, whole thing is just psychodrama. Only if you live that life, you will understand it is nothing. I am not joyful because I am playing the role of the Guru. I am joyful because I understood all the roles are foolishness. No role is going to give joy. Joy is supposed to come from your own being, not from any role which you are playing. That's why I am joyful. I always tell people, whenever this, especially these Swamis, the brahmacharis, when they take training, they feel a little jealous. We are also talking the same thing. Swamiji is also talking the same thing. But why so much of crowd is gathering for Swamiji? I tell them. Sometimes I tell them, hey, today is my program, but I am not going, you go and conduct the program.
Just few days I send them. Then they understand. It's one more psychodrama, that's all. Nothing else. One more role being played. If you understand that, if you understand that all role which you are playing is not equivalent to yourself, you will know where to play which role, that's all. You will not be caught too much with the Vaishya attitude or too much with the Kshatriya attitude. Here, in this country especially I saw, all these people are caught too much with one attitude. You hold on to some one attitude. You do not know how to live the life playfully. Easily move from other attitudes. See, when you need to play the businessman role, play it. When you come out, just play some other role. Moving from role to role. Playing all the roles. A person who can play all the four roles and who is beyond, who has understood, he is beyond all the four roles, is called Paramahamsa. Paramahamsa is a person who can play all the four roles, who is not attached to one role, who is not attached to one attitude. All you need to do is understand the utility of these roles and futility of the roles. If you understand the utility of these four roles and futility of these four roles, you will live, you will bring. Understand? If somebody believes God is in the form of Krishna, from the young age, God will appear to him only in that form. If somebody believes God is in the form of Buddha, God will give darshan to him only in that form. Understanding the uniqueness of samskaras, engrams, and respecting all the engrams, all the unique engram structures will bring Vedic renaissance in the whole community. See, when you understand the uniqueness of every faith, you will never try to convert. You will never try to convert. You will only help them to go beyond. See, helping a person to become enlightened is not conversion. Helping somebody for transformation is not conversion. Still now, no Vedic tradition, whether it is Hinduism or Buddhism or Jainism or Sikhism, all of them do not have any ritual for conversion. No. We don't have ritual for conversion because we don't believe in conversion. All we believe, whatever you are living, live intensely. Transform your life. Transform your life. That is the helping somebody to transform. It's not conversion. It's nothing to do with conversion. When you understand the uniqueness of every person's faith, every person's samskaras, engrams, you will bring Vedic renaissance in the outer world. If you try to convert somebody by greed or fear, you are not respecting the uniqueness of his samskaras, engrams. You are not respecting that person. You are counting him only as a number. See, in the army, you are given only the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. When you do not respect that person's uniqueness, you count him only as the number. If you count him as the number, only then you try to convert. The Vedic tradition, we don't believe in conversion because we respect every being's unique samskaras, engram, unique setup of engrams. First, try to bring seeking and understanding inside you so that Vedic renaissance will happen in you. Try to understand futility and utility of these four roles: worker, Vaishya, businessman, Kshatriya, warrior, Brahmana, enlightened one. Understand the utility and futility of these four roles. You will bring Vedic renaissance in your family. Understand this important truth of respecting every individual's samskara, every individual's engrams. You will bring Vedic renaissance in the whole world, the whole community. So understand these few basic truths and bring Vedic renaissance in you, in your community, and in the whole society. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Escape into life. We all know escaping from life. Every magazine you open, every newspaper you open, continuously you will see advertisements to escape from life. Advertisements of resorts, holiday resorts, vacation beaches, hotels. All of them are constantly telling you to escape from life. But I am saying escape into life. Concept about life, if it is clear, then we will know what I mean by the word escape into life. Life is not the fight between your two identities. You carry two identity. Identity which you show to the outer world, which you want the world to believe as you, and the identity which you carry in the inner world as you. See, the identity which you show to the outer world will always be much more than what you are, because you are constantly taught how to sell yourself. It will be little more than what you are. It will always be more than what you are. And the identity which you carry in the inner world and you believe it as you will be always less than what you are. That is why you are constantly fighting with you. Identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you believe as you in the inner world. Our life is nothing but struggle between these two. The fight between these two. Struggle between these two is what I call tension or stress. If you think this is life, then you have to escape from life. But this is not life. Life is the space. Life is the energy where these two identities do not exist. One beautiful thing is when these two identities meet with each other, when they are connected to each other, both of them disappear. They can be alive as long as the gap is there in between both of them. The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you believe as you in the inner world. These two identities will exist only as long as there is a gap between these two. Means you should not be a person whom you are projecting to the outer world. If you integrate both of them, suddenly you will see both of them disappear and you are escaping into life. Ramakrishna says beautifully, the moment you integrate your heart and the words, man muk ek karo, in Bengali he says,
your being and the word, when both of them are connected, integrated, you are liberated. The two identities, the identity which you show to the outer world, how we want to be recognized, it will always be more than what we are. An identity which we believe as us in the inner world, it will always be lower than what we are. You always calculate about yourself only based on your weakest actions. You remember only the failures. The identity we use in Sanskrit, we have two words in Sanskrit. Ahankar, Mamakar. Ahankar is one which we project to the outer world. Mamakar, which we believe as us in the inner world. The fight between these two is what I call mind or ego. If you lived only with your mind, then you have to escape from life. But if you know the life is beyond these two, ahankar and mamakar, then you have to escape into life. Escaping from life, escaping into life, two different things. You all of you must have tried enough of times escaping from life. All of you must have tried enough because constantly you are bombarded with the advertisements. The moment you switch on the TV, you see photographs, ads. The moment you open the magazines, you see ads. In the newspaper, you see ads. Everywhere you see ads with a beautiful swimsuit lying on the beach or the bank of a swimming pool or near a lake in some vacation resort. The photograph is constantly promising you, if you go to that place and lie down, you will be in heaven. See, it's a visual promise given to you. You also tried many times. I think every one of you would have tried at least few times. But it's not happening. And even in your own inner space, when you see those advertisements, when you see a beautiful snow-covered mountain, or a beautiful hill, or a vast ocean, in the photograph, or in the ad, or in TV, you feel, if you go to that place and lie down like that, you will be in heaven. But when you go there and catch the same chair, same spot, same weather, even the same glass, and lie down, but you are not in heaven. What is happening? Where we are missing? If you look little deep inside, you will understand. When you see the photograph, when you see those moments in the ad, why you want to go there, why you feel you will be in heaven if you go there, but if you go there physically, you don't feel that same thing. If you look a little deep, you will understand why. Actually, deep down, all of us want to go away somewhere where nobody knows us, where you don't need to hold on to your identity for your survival, where you don't need to constantly protect, hold on, keep that identity like a shield. See, your identity is, in the initial level, you created it for protection as a shield. But by and by, because you don't know how to relax from it, it has become prison. If you know the door is open, this is a room. If you don't have the key and it is locked, this is prison. Identity also, you built it to be a home. But by and by, when you don't know how to relax from it, it has become prison. So deep down, all of us have the craving to go away somewhere where You don't need to hold on to your identity. You don't need to constantly protect yourself with your identity. The desire for vacation is nothing but the desire to be without your identity. If you understand this basic truth, you don't have to escape from life, you can escape into life. Escaping from life, all of you would have tried. And if that works out, then why are we sitting in the downtown? If that worked out, we all would have been sitting somewhere in the Himalayas or in the Hawaii beach. Whatever you think is the place to escape from the life. Of course, escaping from the life will not work. How many beaches you find? How many vacation resorts you find? How many mountains you discover? It won't work. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi. Ramana Maharshi is a great enlightened master who lived in South India. The place is called Arunachala. Fortunately, I am blessed to be born and brought up at his feet in that place. He is a great devotee of that hill. He is a worshipper of that hill. He has sung 108 songs on that hill. He is such a great lover of that hill. One of his followers goes to him and says, Master, this hill is so beautiful, such a high energy. I am so happy that I am here. Bhagavan says, just stay here for 3 days, everything will become all right. Disciple thought Bhagavan will encourage his idea or his praising of this great hill, beautiful place, high energy. Bhagavan said, just stay 3 days. Everything will become all right. Means your mind will come in between. You will start taking things for granted. Even after going to the vacation place, first thing you will do is slowly you will establish your identity to everybody. You will put your visiting cards. Do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? Third day you are already in your prison. Now you have to maintain your identity. You can't scratch yourself with both hands. Because again your mind is ready. No, what others will think about me. The desire for vacation is nothing but the desire to escape from the identity. But even the place where you go for vacation, first thing you establish your identity. Then how can you have the vacation? Escaping from life will not work. Escaping into life only will work. Understanding changing the place will not work. Changing the inner space only will work. Understand the psychology of vacation. Why you really need vacation. Why do you want to escape? Because something is suffocating you. Something is suffocating you. That's the reason you want to escape. Then escape from which suffocates you. Identify first really what is suffocating you. The real suffocation is the identity which you need to carry constantly. That suffocates you, nothing else. Nothing else can suffocate you so much than the identity which you are supposed to constantly maintain. Live up to it, prove. Identity is beautiful for some time to work with the outer world when there is some need. That's okay. But you should know to relax from it. When you remove your coat and put in the coat stand, same way, learn how to remove your identity and put it in the coat stand. Then you don't need a separate vacation. There is a beautiful aphorism, tantra, beautiful aphorism, sutra, technique in tantra. They say the creativity, Icha Shakti,
creativity is the desire energy. Creativity, the desire energy and creativity, if they are clearly connected to each other, you can't have tiredness or boredom. I am trying to translate exactly from Sanskrit. Let me give you a few more words, maybe you will be able to understand. If you feel boredom, tiredness in your life, means the creativity which is happening in you, or the desire energy which is happening in you, and the work which you are doing, both are not connected properly. See, directly or indirectly, you are not happy with what you are doing. Means your ahankar and mamakar are not integrated. Your icha shakti means the desire energy. Your kriya shakti means the energy to do. If they both are connected, clearly integrated, means your inner identity and the outer identity, both of them are connected, then you will not have tiredness or boredom. You don't need vacation. You don't need to escape from life. If there is boredom or tiredness in you, be very clear, the icha shakti, the desire energy, and the action, the acting energy, the kriya shakti, both are not in tune. Somewhere you are forced to do something which you are not liking, which you are not enjoying. That is why tiredness or boredom comes in your life. Many times I am surprised, how can people get bored? There is so much in life. And just if you sit and watch all the drama which your mind is doing, best entertainment. You don't need any other TV. You don't need anything else to entertain you. Why do we need so much of entertainment from the outer world? Somehow, we just want to escape from the reality which is there. That's the reason so much of entertainment is necessary from the outer world. If you know how to be with yourself, you are the best entertainment. You are the best entertainment for yourself. You don't need a separate entertainment. If you think life is the fight between the identity which you carry in the inner world and the outer world, you need to escape from life. And you tried that. It is not working out. Of course, I tried enough. 9 years I tried. It has not worked out. Escaping from life will not work out. Escaping into life only will work out. When I say escaping into life, drop these two identity. The real life is this moment. Both identities which you are carrying is connected to your past and future. But the life is this moment, your present moment. Maybe I will try to give us some simple diagram about our time and mind, then I will answer your questions. See, now what I am expressing, look in the angle of like a hypothesis. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to disbelieve it. Just try to internalize. If you have any doubt, question, you are welcome. I will spend at least half an hour answering your questions so that we can internalize whatever is expressed.
See, your mind or life is nothing but future becoming past. Understand? I am making few statements. If you have any doubt, just pen down the question. Life, your life as on now is nothing but future becoming past. Continuously, if your future is becoming past, that's what is time, that's what is time, life. If I take this as a time, the future is just becoming past. Constantly, the future is becoming past. Are you able to see? Future is just disappearing into past. And the space where the future and past meets, that point is what we call present, this moment. Understand? Constantly your future is disappearing into past. Maybe I can call this as a time shaft. Time is like a shaft, constantly rotating and disappearing into the past. Future is disappearing into past. The point where this future and the past meets is the present moment. Your mind is nothing but jumping between what you know as a life is your mind. Your mind is nothing but jumping between this past and future, constantly jumping between this past and the future. Am I right? You can't have even a single thought if you are in the present moment. Understand? You can't have a single thought if you are in the present moment. Thought means jumping from past to future, future to past. Constant, your mind is actually not noun, it's a verb. It is not noun, it is a verb. It's a constantly jumping. It is jumping from here to there, here to there, here to there. How many times you jump from past to future and future to past, that many number of thoughts you are having every second. Constantly jumping from past to future, future to past. This is the way your mind works. For example, if you are 100 times jumping from past to future, past to future, past to future to past, 100 times if you are jumping per second, you have 100 thoughts per second. But it's not 100, I am just assuming it may be few thousands. Because 100 is too small, few thousands at least. Constantly jumping between past to future, future to past is what we call thoughts. If you are jumping past to future, future to past 100 times per second, I am just taking as an example, 100 times per second, we may call it as a 100 TPS, thoughts per second. 100 thoughts per second, TPS. You see, if you are in 100 TPS means you are away from the present moment. Am I right? You are far away from the present moment. Just jumping, constantly jumping. I think you know what I mean by constantly jumping. If you just try to sit in meditation, that time suddenly you will see whole Bandora box is opening. Everything is coming out. What all you don't want to remember, everything will be there in the front. Anything you say no, it will take revenge on you. Now, that is the basic nature. Anything you try to exclude, that will be there first. In the front. So constantly if you are jumping between past and future, 100 times if you are jumping per second means 100 TPS. So you are completely away from the present moment. For example, sometimes if the TPS comes down, maybe 80 we call it, then you are little near to the present, because this is a present moment where the past, where the future and past meets is the present moment. You are little closer to present moment. If the thoughts per second comes down 60, you are little more closer to the present moment. If it can come down to 0 TPS, you are in present moment. Am I right? If it can come down to 0 TPS, you are in present moment. Coming down to the 0 TPS is all about spirituality. Spirituality is nothing but trying to zero you down. Just bringing you to the 0 TPS is all what we call meditation, spirituality, enlightenment, whatever you may call it. Inner science. Maybe the inner science is the right word. Science for inner transformation. See, in the East, just like in the West, so much of research and development was going on in the outer world, science of outer world. In the East, so much of research and development was going on, the science of the inner world. Science of inner transformation, so much of research and development was going on. 10,000 years of research and development. Because at least 10,000-year-old literatures we are finding. We are able to discover 10,000-year-old literatures. 10,000-year-old research and development, and at least 1 million inner scientists, and more than 10 million inner science laboratories are still available in India. Every day congregation happens in 10 million inner science laboratories. In India we have temples and ashrams where a congregation happens every day. 10 million means 1 crore. And more than billion people following the technology. The whole thing is aimed at this one point, how to bring you down to 0 TPS. That's all. One more thing, when your TPS is too high, you will neither be clear about your past or future, because you are seeing the past or future from distant, and you are constantly busy in jumping to the other corner, other side. When you are in the past, already you are thinking of the next step. For example, morning when you are out of your bed and when you start brushing, already you are thinking about your office. If you are sitting in the office, already you are thinking about evening beach. If you are sitting in the beach, already you are planning about going back to the home. If you are sitting in the home, you are already started planning about what to do next tomorrow. So one thing is sure, if you are here, you are not here. If you are here, you are not here. We are very clear about it. The past and the future, because you are too busy in jumping, we neither look into the past nor look into the future properly. If your TPS comes down, your vision towards the past and future will become more clear. Understand? Now it may look like a too big promise. If I say, if your TPS comes down, you will experience peace, you can believe. But I am making a statement, if your TPS comes down, you can see your future clearly. Now this looks to be a too big promise. Understand? From this point, you can see only this much, your past, and this much your future. In this point, 80 TPS, you can see little more. If your TPS comes down, you can see little more. In this point, you can see more. When I say, if your TPS, thoughts per second, comes down, you can see your past and future more clearly. It may look like a too big promise. For example, let you understand this one example. Sometime when you are in a party, singing and dancing, suddenly you will remember somebody is going to come, or some incident is going to happen. In 5 minutes you will see that person is there. When a telephone rings, suddenly you will remember some friend's name whom you have not seen for last 5 years. When you pick up the phone, he will be there.
When a doorbell rings, you will remember some relative's name who has not seen you, who has not visited you for 6-7 years. When you open the door, he is standing. How many of you had like this some incident in your life at least once or twice? Raise your hand. God, practically everybody. Understand? You see, when actually this incident happens, what we do in our mind? Coincidence. That's what we tell in our mind, na? That's the way we handle it. Oh, just coincidence, forget about it. If it happens in one person's life once, you can call it as a coincidence. If it can happen in 90% of, if 90% of you have experienced this in your life, how can this be just a coincidence? Surely something more than coincidence. Means, knowingly or unknowingly, those few moments your TPS has dropped. It can drop even by sudden shocks. It can drop even by sudden shock. If you are completely relaxed, really enjoying, TPS can drop. Even by sudden shock it can drop. Sometime that suddenly telephone ringing or doorbell ringing, your TPS can drop. When a TPS drop, you saw the future, just 5 minutes of your future. You saw the future for few just a glimpse of future. Few minutes. You can't push it aside in the name of coincidence if it is happening in so many lives. If it happens in one person's life once, you can say a coincidence, forget about it. But 90% of the lives, when you try to bring this TPS down, when you come more and more close to the present moment, your idea about your past, even that will become clear. Understand? Now, you don't even know your past completely. You will remember only the incidents which are connected to your engrams, your samskaras, not everything about past. People tell me, Swamiji, we can understand, we will understand our future.